welcome to Whispers of Ink. I'm Machado de Assis, and now I will read one of my stories.
Let's start with the book Esau and Jacob 1904, Part 1, which is part of my novels collection. Introduction. The warning when Counselor Ayres passed away. They found in his desk 7 handwritten notebooks, all firmly bound in cardboard covers. Each of the first 6 had its order number written in red ink with Roman numerals. I, Tisu T, D, V, Dix, D. The 7th one carried this title, Last. At the time, nobody could understand why it was called that, and even later, the reason remained unclear. Yes, it was indeed the final notebook of the 7, and notably the thickest of them all. However, it did not belong to the memoir, which was the diary of memories that the counselor had been writing for many years, and which made up the content of the first 6 notebooks. It did not follow the same format of dates with hours and minutes that he usually used. Instead, it was a story, and although Ayres himself appeared in it, mentioned by name and title, and even some of his adventures were referenced, it was still a tale quite different from the material in the other 6 notebooks. Why call it last? One theory suggested that the deceased might have wanted this notebook to be published right after the others. Perhaps to make sure people read the 6 memoirs about himself before discovering this separate story, written with a deeper, singular thought threading through its pages. If that were the case, it would mean the man's vanity was speaking, but vanity was not among his flaws. Even if it had been, was it really worth satisfying? He had never played a major role in the world. He had followed a diplomatic career and then retired. In the quiet of retirement, he wrote the memoir, which, once stripped of its dull or obscure pages, would barely serve, and perhaps still does, to pass the time on the ferry ride to Petropolis. That is why only the story itself was chosen for publication. As for the title, several options were considered to capture the essence of the subject. For instance, something like ab ovo, despite the Latin, was suggested. But in the end, the idea that prevailed was to use the 2 names that Ayres himself had once mentioned. Esau and Jacob. I say when the ill-fated soul. Dante. Chapter 1. Things of the Future. It was the first time the 2 women had ever been to Morro do Castelo. They started climbing up the hill from the side of Rua do Carmo. Many people in Rio de Janeiro had never been there. Many had died without ever setting foot on that street, and even more would be born and pass away without ever seeing it. Not everyone can say they know a whole city. A British man I once met in London, who had traveled far and wide, told me with great confidence that he only really knew his club back in London. And that was enough for him, both for the city and for the world. Natividade and Perpetua knew other parts of the city besides Botafogo, but Morro do Castelo. No matter how much they had heard about it, and about the fortune-teller who ruled there in 1871, remained as strange and distant to them as that Englishman's club. The steep slope, the uneven stones, and the poorly paved path made their feet ache. Still, they kept going up, slowly, as if it were some kind of penance, eyes down, veils lowered. The morning brought some activity women, men, children going up or down, washerwomen and soldiers, a few clerks, some shopkeepers, even a priest or 2. Everyone looked at them in surprise. The ladies were dressed very simply, yet they carried themselves with a grace that couldn't be hidden. It wasn't common to see such elegance in those parts. Their slow pace, compared to the quick steps of the others, made it clear that this was their first time there. A black woman asked a sergeant nearby, "You think they're going to see the fortune teller?" Both of them stopped at a distance, caught by that irresistible urge to learn about someone else's life, a need that often stands for all human needs. Indeed, the two women were quietly searching for the house number of the famous woman, until they finally found it. The house looked just like the others, built into the side of the steep hill. A narrow, shadowy little staircase led up to the door, a perfect entrance for such a mysterious visit. They wanted to go inside quickly, but they bumped into two men coming out. They stepped back against the doorway. One of the men asked them in a friendly way if they were going to see the fortune teller. "You're wasting your time," he said angrily, "and you're going to hear a lot of nonsense." "That's a lie," the other one corrected with a laugh. "The fortune teller knows very well where her nose is." They hesitated for a moment, but then they realized that the first man's words were actually a sign of the clairvoyant's honesty and straightforwardness. Not everyone would get such a cheerful reading. The fate of nativity's children, for example, could turn out to be miserable. And then what? As they thought about it, a mailman passed by outside, which made them hurry upstairs even faster, hoping to avoid being seen by anyone else. They had faith, but they also felt ashamed of what others might think, like a religious person who makes the sign of the cross in secret. The old indigenous man, the girl's father, led the ladies into the room. It was a simple space, with bare walls. Nothing there suggested mystery or inspired fear, no symbolic objects, no stuffed animals, skeletons, or drawings of monsters. At most, a faded image of Our Lady of Conception stuck to the wall might have hinted at something mystical, but it looked so old and worn that it no longer frightened anyone. On a chair lay a guitar. "My daughter will be right out," the old man said. "What are the ladies' names?" Natividad gave only her baptismal name, Maria, as if it were a thicker veil than the one covering her face. In return, she received a card, since only one of them was going to have the reading with the number 1012 written on it. There was nothing surprising about the number. The clientele was large and appointments had been booked months in advance. Besides, this kind of thing was nothing new. It was an old tradition, in fact, very old. Read Aeschylus, my friend. Read the Eumenides, and you'll see the Pythia calling those who came for prophecy. If there are Greeks here, let them come forward, one by one, according to custom and the order determined by fate. Back then it was fate, now it's numbers. Either way, the truth must follow the line, and no one should lose their turn to speak. Natividad kept the ticket, and both women went to stand by the window. To tell the truth, they were both a little afraid Perpetua, less so than Natividad. The whole situation felt bold, and not without some risk. I won't describe their gestures here, but you can imagine they were restless and uneasy. Neither of them said a word. Natividad later admitted that she felt a lump in her throat. Luckily, the indigenous woman did not stay long. After 3 or 4 minutes, the father brought her by the hand and pulled back the curtain at the back of the room. "Come in, Barbara." Barbara stepped inside, while her father picked up his guitar and went out onto the stone landing outside the door on the left. She was a small and quick girl, wearing an embroidered skirt and little slippers on her feet. You couldn't deny she had a graceful body. Her hair was tied up at the top of her head with a piece of faded ribbon, forming a kind of natural headdress, with a sprig of rue replacing what would have been a decorative tassel. There was already something priestess-like about her. The mystery lay in her eyes. They were cloudy, not all the time, but not so clear that they weren't also sharp and bright. In that sharpness, they were long, so long and piercing, that they seemed to look right through you, stir your heart, and come out again, ready to go back in and stir it once more. I won't lie, both women felt somewhat fascinated. Barbara asked them a few questions. Natividad explained why they had come and handed her the photographs of her sons and the locks of their cut hair, since she had been told that would be enough. It's enough, Barbara confirmed. Are these boys your sons? They are. One looks just like the other. They're twins. They were born just over a year ago. You ladies can sit down. Natividad quietly told the other woman that the indigenous woman seemed nice, not so quietly, though, that Barbara couldn't hear. And maybe that was exactly what she wanted, fearing the prophecy, hoping that a kind reading might bring a good fate to her children. Barbara sat down at the round table in the center of the room, facing the two women. She placed the hair and the photographs in front of her. She looked back and forth between the pictures and the mother, asked a few more questions, then sat silently staring at the photos and the strands of hair, mouth slightly open, eyebrows drawn together. I hate to say it, but she lit a cigarette. Still, I must, because it's true and smoking suited her line of work. Outside, the father brushed his fingers across the strings of his guitar, humming a folk song from the northern backlands. Girl in the white skirt, stream jumper. As the smoke from his cigarette curled upward, the fortune teller's face shifted expressions bright, then dark, now questioning, now revealing. Barbara leaned over the photographs, holding a lock of hair in each hand, staring at them, smelling them, listening to them, without any pretense or showiness. Such gestures could not be described naturally. Natividad never took her eyes off her, as if trying to read what lay hidden inside. And it was with great surprise that she heard her ask whether the boys had fought before they were born. Fought? Yes, my mom fought. Before they were born? That's right, ma'am. I'm asking if maybe they didn't fight while still in your womb. Don't you remember? Natividad, who had not had an easy pregnancy, replied that indeed she had felt unusual movements, constant and strong, along with pain and sleepless nights. But then, what was it? Why would they fight? The gypsy woman didn't answer. She stood up shortly after and walked slowly around the table like someone sleepwalking, eyes wide open and fixed ahead. Then she turned her gaze once more between the mother and the pictures. Her body began to tremble more, breathing heavily. All of her face, arms, shoulders, legs, everything seemed too small to pull the truth from fate itself. Finally she stopped, sat down exhausted, only to suddenly jump up again and go back to the two of them. Glowing with joy, her eyes so alive and warm that the mother hung on every look, unable to stop herself from grabbing her hands and asking anxiously, "So, tell me, I can take whatever it is." Barbara, full of spirit and laughter, let out a happy sigh. The first word seemed ready to leave her lips, but instead returned to her heart, untouched by her voice or foreign ears. Natividad pressed for the answer, begging her to say everything, without holding back. "Things yet to come," the gypsy finally whispered. "But ugly things?" "Oh no. No! Beautiful things. Things yet to come." "But that's not enough." "Tell me more." "This lady is my sister, and we share secrets, but if it's necessary for her to leave, she goes. I stay. Just tell me the rest." "Will they be happy?" "Yes." "Will they be great?" "They will be great, oh so great. God will give them many blessings. They will rise, rise, rise." They fought even while still in their mother's womb. What of it? Out here in the world, people fight too. Their children will be glorious. That's all I can tell you. As for the nature of that glory, well, that is something for the future. Inside, the voice of the old Backlands man continued once again with the folk song of the hinterlands. "Climb up this coconut tree. Throw the coconuts down to me." And the girl, having nothing more to say, or perhaps not knowing how else to explain, moved her hips in rhythm with the tune, which the old man echoed from within. "Girl in the white skirt, stream jumper, lively and quick, climb up this coconut tree. Throw the coconuts down to me." "Break the coconut, miss, up in the tree. If it hits your head, it might split you open." "I'll laugh and laugh. I'll enjoy it so. Lile, coconut, water sprite." Chapter 2. It was better to go down than to go up. All oracles speak in riddles, but they understand each other. Natividad finally understood the old woman from the countryside, even though she didn't hear her say anything else. It was enough to know that the future would be bright, and that her children would grow up great and glorious, for her to feel happy and take out a 50,000 raised note from her purse. That was 5 times more than what people usually paid, and it was worth as much or even more than the rich gifts Croesus once gave to the Pythia. She gathered the pictures and the locks of hair, and both of them left, while the old woman went to the back room, waiting for the next customer. There were already some clients at the door with their order numbers, and the 2 women quickly went down the stairs, hiding their faces. Perpetua shared her sister's joy, and so did the stones, the wall by the sea, the shirts hanging from the windows, and the banana peels on the ground. Even the shoes of a priest helper, who was turning the corner from Misericordia Street into San Jose Street, seemed to laugh with happiness, although in truth they were groaning from tiredness. Natividad was so lost in her thoughts that when she heard him say, "For the soul's mass," she took a brand new 2,000 rise note from her purse and dropped it into his collection bowl. Her sister pointed out her mistake, but it wasn't a mistake, it was meant for the souls in purgatory. And so they walked lightly toward the carriage that was waiting for them in the space between the Church of San Jose and the Chamber of Deputies. They hadn't wanted the carriage to pick them up at the top of the hill, so that the driver and the footman wouldn't suspect they had just visited the fortune teller. Everyone in the city was talking about the old woman from the castle. At that time she was the talk of the town. People said she had endless power, that she had performed miracles, found lost things, brought luck in love, and even arranged marriages. If they were found out, they would be ruined, even though many good people also went to see her. When the footman saw them giving alms to the priest's helper, he climbed onto the driver's seat. The driver whipped the horses, the carriage came to get them, and they headed toward Botafogo. Chapter 3. The charity of happiness. May God increase your blessings, my faithful lady, exclaimed the brother of souls when he saw the note fall atop 2 nickel coins and a few old pennies. May God grant you every happiness in heaven and on earth, and may the souls in purgatory ask the Most Holy Mary to recommend you to her blessed Son. When fortune smiles, all of nature smiles too, and so does the heart along with everything else. That was the explanation, though put in less philosophical words, that the brother of souls gave to himself as he held the 2,000 Rs. The suspicion that the bill might be counterfeit never truly settled in his mind. It was just a fleeting thought. He understood that the ladies were happy, and since he had the habit of speaking his thoughts aloud, he said with a wink as they stepped into the carriage, "Those 2 must have seen a green bird for sure." Straightforwardly, he assumed the 2 ladies had just come from some romantic encounter. And he drew this conclusion from 3 facts, which I must list here so that this man is not mistaken for a careless slanderer. The first was their joy, the second the size of the donation, and the third was the carriage waiting for them on the corner, as if they wished to hide from the driver the place where lovers meet. Do not think, however, that he had once been a carriage driver and used to take young women around before dedicating himself to caring for souls. Nor should you believe he had once been rich and unfaithful, generous with his hands after bidding farewell to his lovers. Not that honor, nor such dishonor. He was simply a poor soul with no trade other than devotion. Besides, he wouldn't have had time. He was only 27 years old. He tipped his hat to the ladies as the carriage passed by. Then he stood there staring at the note, so crisp, so valuable, a kind of money the souls had never seen leave his hands. He began walking up Rua de San Jose. He no longer felt like begging. The note felt like solid gold. And the idea that it might be fake returned to his mind, now more insistently, clinging to his thoughts for a few moments. What if it were counterfeit? For the soul's mass, he moaned at the door of a small shop, and someone gave him a single coin, a dirty, sad-looking coin, next to the crisp new note that looked like it had just come off the printing press. Ahead was a hallway leading to an upstairs apartment. He went in, climbed the stairs, asked for help, and they gave him 2 coins, twice the value, but just as bitter and worn. And still, the note stayed clean, those 2,000 Rs that looked more like 20. No, it wasn't fake. In the hallway, he took it out and examined it carefully. It was real. Suddenly, he heard a gate open above, followed by quick footsteps. Faster than them, he crumpled the note and stuffed it into his pants pocket, leaving behind only the bitter, pitiful coins, the widow's offering. He left, went to the first workshop, the first store, the first hallway, begging long and sorrowfully for the soul's mass. Inside the church, as he removed his vestments after handing the collection bowl to the sacristan, he heard a faint voice, like distant spirits, asking about the 2,000 Rs. Another voice, less faint, said the 2,000 Rs were surely his first, because he also had a soul, and second, because he had never received such a large donation before. Whoever meant to give that much would go to church or buy a candle, not just drop a note into the bowl for small offerings. If I lie, it's not on purpose. In truth, the words didn't come out so clearly or distinctly, neither the faint ones nor the less faint ones. All of them made a kind of noise inside his conscience. I've translated them into spoken language so readers can understand. I don't know how else to write down a dull murmur, and another less dull, one after the other. All mixed up in the end, until only the second remained. He didn't take the note from anyone, the lady put it in the bowl herself. He was a soul too. At the sacristy door that opened onto the street, as the dark blue curtain with yellow trim fell back into place, he heard nothing more. He saw a beggar who held out a worn and greasy hat. Slowly, he reached into his vest pocket, which was also torn, and pulled out a small copper coin. He dropped it into the beggar's hat quickly, almost secretly, just as the good news teaches. It was just 2 cents, leaving him with 1998 rise. As he walked away in a hurry, the beggar called out words of thanks that sounded much like his own. "May God give you more, sir, and bless you." Chapter 4. The Mass for the Coupe Natividade was thinking about the backwoods woman from Castello, the prophecy of greatness, and the news of the fight. She remembered once more that the pregnancy had not been peaceful, but only the fate of glory and greatness remained with her. The fight went on, if there was one. The future, yes, that was what mattered most, or everything. She did not notice when they passed by Praia Santa Lucia. At Largo da Lapa, she asked her sister what she thought of the prophecy. Perpetua replied that it was good, that she believed it, and both agreed that the woman seemed to speak about their own children. Such was her enthusiasm. Perpetua even scolded her for giving 50,000 races payment. 20 would have been enough. It doesn't matter. It's all about the future. What kind of future things? I don't know. Just future things. They fell silent again. As they entered Catete, Natividade recalled the morning when she had passed by there in that same coupe, and told her husband about her pregnancy. They were coming back from a funeral mass at the church of San Domingos. At the church of San Domingos, a mass is said today for the soul of João de Melo, who passed away in Marica. That was the announcement you could still read in some newspapers from 1869. I don't recall the exact day, but the month was August. The announcement is correct, it was exactly that, nothing more, no name of the person or people who ordered the mass, no time, no invitation. It wasn't even mentioned that the deceased was a court clerk, a job he only left with his death. In the end, it seemed they even took away his name. He was, if I am well informed, João de Melo Ibarros. Since nobody knew who had ordered the mass, no one attended. The chosen church gave even less attention to the event. It wasn't impressive or sought after, but old-fashioned, without decorations or people, tucked into the corner of a small square, fitting for a hidden and anonymous mass. At 8 o'clock, a coupe stopped at the door. The footman got down, opened the little door, took off his hat, and stood at attention. A distinguished gentleman stepped out and offered his hand to a lady. She took it, then slipped her arm through his, and together they crossed the small square and entered the church. Inside the sacristy, everyone was amazed. What kind of soul could have brought such luxury to this humble place? A fine carriage, purebred horses, and 2 elegantly dressed people. This soul must be different from the others who usually came there seeking prayers. The Mass was celebrated in silence, with no signs of mourning or tears. When it ended, the gentleman went to the sacristy to make an offering. The sacristan, carefully placing the 10,000 race bill he received into his pocket, thought that such a generous donation proved the importance of the deceased. But who exactly was this person who had died? The collection box for souls might have wondered the same. if it could think, especially when the lady's glove accidentally dropped a small 5 tostões coin inside. By that time, there were already half a dozen ragged children in the church, and outside, some people waited by the doors and in the square, curious about what was happening. As the gentleman reached the entrance, he glanced around, though not very attentively, and noticed that people were staring at him. The lady kept her eyes down. Both of them got into the carriage with the same calm gesture. The footman closed the door, and they drove away. The townspeople did not talk about anything else for days afterward. The sacristan and the neighbors would proudly recall the elegant coupé that Mass became known as the Mass of the Coupé. Other Masses returned to their usual ways. Most came on foot. Some with worn-out shoes, many barefoot, in old cotton dresses or faded broadcloth, simple weekday Masses, and on Sundays, slightly better ones, perhaps even wearing wooden clogs. Life went back to normal, but the memory of the Mass of the Coupé stayed alive for many months. Eventually, people stopped talking about it, just like they forget about a ball or a party after time passes. That coupé belonged to this very same gentleman. He had arranged for the Mass to be said, and his name was Santos. The deceased was a relative of his, though a poor one. Santos himself had also once been poor. He was born in Marica, just like the man who had passed away. When he moved to Rio de Janeiro during the stock market boom of 1855, people said he showed great skill in making money quickly. He made a fortune for himself and helped others lose theirs. Santos married Natividad in 1859. She was around 20 years old at the time. She had no money, but she was beautiful and deeply in love with him. Luck smiled on them, and they became rich. A few years later, they had a big house, a carriage, horses, and many new and important friends. Natividad's father, one of her 2 poor relatives, died in 1866. The other relative was her sister. Santos had some relatives in Marica, but he never sent them any money. Maybe it was because he was stingy, or maybe he was smart. I don't think he was stingy. He spent money freely and gave many alms. It was probably smart. He wanted to take away their desire to come and ask him for more. This plan didn't work with João de Melo. One day, João showed up and asked Santos for a job. He wanted to be a bank director, just like Santos. Santos quickly found him a job as a court clerk in Marica and sent him off with the best advice in the world. João de Melo left with the job, some say with a great passion too. Natividade was the most beautiful woman of her time. Even in her later years, when her hair was almost gray, people still believed the stories about her beauty. When João saw her, he was completely stunned. She noticed this and acted with grace. She didn't turn her face away from him, it was true, and she looked even more beautiful when she was angry. She didn't close her eyes to him either, and her dark, warm eyes were full of life. But she closed her heart to him. João de Melo believed that her heart must have belonged to someone else like no other. That's what he thought one night when he saw her at a ball, wearing a low-cut dress. He felt like taking her, running away with her, disappearing forever. Instead, he got a clerk's job and was sent to Marica. It felt like falling into a deep hole. He fell into it. 3 days later, he left Rio de Janeiro and never came back. At first, he wrote many letters to his cousin, hoping that Natividad would read them too and understand that some words were meant for her. But Santos never replied. Time passed, and the distance slowly turned João de Melo into a very good clerk. He died from pneumonia. Whether the reason Natividad placed the silver tray in the coffin was to pay homage to the deceased, I cannot say for certain, neither yes nor numero. The truth is, I do not have all the details. But it is possible that this was indeed her intention, because this lady was as kind as she was respectable. As for the husband's generous actions, do not forget that the relative had passed away, and with his death, there was now one less family member to consider. Chapter 5. There are contradictions that can be explained. Do not ask me why they acted so quietly when announcing the event and during the Mass, yet made such a show of hiring a carriage, a footman, and wearing fancy uniforms. There are contradictions that make sense if you look closer. A good writer, one who creates stories or cares about making events seem logical, would have had the Santos couple walk or take a simple hired carriage. But I, my friend, know exactly how things happened, and I tell it just as it was. At most I might explain it, but only if this habit does not spread. Explanations take up time and paper, slow down the story, and eventually bore the reader. The best thing is to read carefully. As for the contradiction we are talking about, think about this. In that quiet, modest corner of the town, no one who knew them would ever see them there. Yet, they would enjoy the surprise and attention from the locals. That was Santos' thought, if you can even call it a thought, since it was more like an inner feeling that pushed him to choose one thing over another. What remains is the Mass. The Mass itself only needed to be known in heaven, and in Marica truly, they dressed for heaven. Their luxury softened the simplicity of their prayer. It was a kind of tribute to the deceased. If João de Melo's soul could see them from above, he would feel joy at the effort they made to pray for a poor clerk. I am not the one saying this, it was Santos who thought it. Chapter 6. At first, they rode in silence. Natividad only spoke to complain about the church, saying it had stained her dress. "I'm covered in fleas," she went on. "Why didn't we go to São Francisco de Paula or Gloria instead? They're closer and cleaner." Santos switched hands on the carriage door and started talking about the poorly paved streets that made the ride bumpy. He was sure the jolting would break the carriage springs. Natividad didn't argue. She fell quiet again, just like she had 20 months later, when she returned from the castle with her sister. Her eyes didn't show any of the wonder they once had. They looked still and dark, like they had that morning and the night before. Santos, who had already noticed this, asked what was wrong. She may have answered him, but if she did, her words were so short and quiet, they were lost. Maybe it was just a glance or a sigh, or something even smaller than that. Whatever it was, by the time their carriage reached the middle of Catete, both of them were holding hands, and their faces showed the look of people deeply blessed. They didn't notice the people on the street. Maybe they didn't even notice themselves anymore. Dear reader, you probably already understand why they looked that way, and why their hands were clasped. I mentioned the reason earlier, when it would have been better to leave it for you to guess. But you likely wouldn't have figured it out, not because you're slow or confused, but because people are different from one another. You might have worn the same expression just from knowing you were going dancing on Saturday. Santos didn't dance. He preferred playing cards for fun. But the reason for their joy was a good one, as you already know. Natividade was pregnant. She had just told her husband. At 30 years old, it wasn't too early or too late, it was unexpected. Santos felt even more joy than she did at the thought of new life coming. Here was the dream they had held for 10 years finally becoming real. They would have a child, like the old Jews used to say, taken from the thigh of Abraham. Those were the same people others would later burn, but who now kindly lend their money to companies and countries. Interest is charged on loans, but the use of Hebrew words comes at no cost. This man was one of those. Santos, who only understood the borrowing side of things, somehow sensed the deeper meaning behind the Hebrew expressions, and found joy in them. His emotion left him speechless. The way he looked at his wife, covering her with his eyes, was like that of an ancient patriarch. His smile seemed to pour light over the woman he loved, blessed and beautiful among all women. Natividade did not feel this way right away. It took time for her to be moved, and eventually, she began to show the look of hope and motherhood. In the beginning, the signs confused their friend. It is hard to say, but it is true. All the balls and parties were gone. Freedom and fun disappeared too. Natividade was already well into her later years. Now she fully entered this new stage so skillfully that it seemed as if she had been born into it. She wrote letters to important ladies, became close to many, and even used the informal you with some. She did not only have this house in Botafogo, but also another one in Petropolis. She did not only own a carriage, but also had a box seat at the Lyric Theater, not counting all the dances at the Fluminense Casino, those of her friends, and her own. Altogether, she lived a full, elegant life. Her name appeared in newspapers. She belonged to that small group of shining names among the crowd of lesser stars. Her husband was a wealthy man and director of a bank. In the middle of all this, how could a child come and change everything for months? How could it force her to stay home? Take away her nights, make her sick with teething and all the rest. That was the first feeling of the mother, and her first impulse was to crush the seed. She grew angry at her husband. But the second feeling was better. When motherhood arrived fully, it felt like a fresh and new dawn. Natividade saw the image of her son or daughter playing on the grass of the farm or on the lap of a nanny. At 3 years old, and this picture would give her, at 34, the look of someone in their early 20s. That was what made her forgive her husband. I am not exaggerating, nor do I wish harm to this lady. Some women might have been afraid. Most would have felt love. The conclusion was clear. Whether through love or vanity, through one door or another, what the embryo truly wanted was to enter life. Caesar or João Fernandes, it didn't matter. All that mattered was to live, to secure the future, and to stay in this world for as long as possible. The couple rode in silence. As they reached the shore of Botafogo Beach, the familiar sight of the bay brought back a comforting sense of routine. From a distance, their house stood out, magnificent and proud. Santos felt a deep joy at the sight of it. He admired it like a mirror reflecting his own success, feeling himself grow stronger just by looking at it, as if rising with it step by step. In the middle of the garden, the small statue of Narcissus seemed to smile as they arrived. The sand beneath their feet turned soft like grass, and 2 swallows flew across the fountain above them, filling the air with the same happiness both husband and wife felt inside. The same quiet ritual greeted them on their way out. Santos paused for a moment to watch the carriage make its turn, leave, and head back toward the stables. Then he followed his wife into the main hall of the house. Chapter 7. Upstairs, Perpetua was waiting for them. She was Natividade's sister, the one who had gone with her to the castello, and stayed in the carriage while the earlier events were being told. "So?" she asked. "Was there a big crowd?" "No, nobody. Just fleas." Perpetua also hadn't understood why that particular church had been chosen. As for the number of people, she had always thought there would be few or none at all. But just then, her brother-in-law walked in, and she decided not to say anything else. She was a careful person, who didn't let careless words or gestures get the better of her. Still, she couldn't hide her surprise when she saw her brother-in-law come in and give his wife a long, tender hug, followed by a kiss. "What's this?" she exclaimed, shocked. Not noticing his wife's embarrassment, Santos hugged his sister-in-law too, and would have kissed her as well if she hadn't stepped back quickly and firmly. "But what's gotten into you? Did you win the Spanish lottery or something?" "No. Something even better, a new baby." Santos still had some gestures and ways of speaking from his younger days, things that readers wouldn't exactly call familiar, but which also didn't need any special name. Perpetua, used to them, eventually smiled and offered her congratulations. By then, Natividade had already left to change her clothes. Santos, feeling slightly embarrassed by his show of emotion, became serious and started talking about the Mass in the church. He agreed that the church looked old and was tucked away in a corner, but he gave spiritual reasons for choosing it. He said that prayer was still prayer, no matter where the soul spoke to God. He added that, strictly speaking, a Mass didn't even need a proper altar, the ritual, and the priest were enough for the sacrifice. Perhaps those weren't exactly his own thoughts, but ideas he had heard from someone else, learned without effort, and now repeated with full belief. His sister-in-law nodded in agreement. Then they talked about the deceased relative, and both politely agreed that he had been a fool, though they didn't use that exact word. Everything they said about him added up to that idea, with the addition of calling him honest and very honest. He was a gem, Santos concluded. That was the final word of the obituary, peace to the dead. From that moment on, the sovereignty of the child who was just dawning took hold. They did not change their habits at first, and visits and balls continued as before, until little by little Natividade completely withdrew into her home. Her friends would come to see her. Her husband's friends came to visit them, or play cards with him. Natividade wanted a son, Santos wanted a daughter, and each argued for their choice with such good reasons that in the end they would switch opinions. Then she would be happy with the daughter, dressing her in the finest lace and fine linen, while he put a lawyer's robe on the young man, gave him a seat in Parliament, another in the ministry. He also taught him how to get rich quickly, and he would help him start by opening a savings account at the economic bank from the day he was born until he turned 21. Sometimes at night when they were alone, Santos would grab a pencil and draw the figure of his son, with a mustache, or else sketch a dreamy little girl. "Stop it, Agostinho," his wife said to him one night. "You'll always be a child." And soon after, she found herself drawing with words the image of their future son or daughter, and both would choose the eye color, hair, skin tone, height. See, she was also like a child. Motherhood has these contradictions, happiness does too, and finally hope, which is the childhood of the world. Perfection would be if twins were born. That way both the father's and the mother's wishes would be fulfilled. Santos thought about asking a spiritualist for advice on the matter. He had just begun to be initiated into this religion, and he held a new yet firm faith. But his wife opposed the idea. If they were going to consult anyone, let it be the cabocla from Castello, the famous fortune teller of the time, who could find lost things and predict the future. Still, she refused even that, saying it was unnecessary. Why had he come to consult her about a doubt that would be cleared up in a few months? Santos thought. Regarding the fortune teller, that it would be like imitating the beliefs of common folk, but his sister-in-law quickly disagreed. She mentioned a recent case involving a distinguished person, a municipal judge, whose appointment had been predicted by the same woman. Maybe the Minister of Justice likes this fortune teller, Santos said with a smile. Both women laughed at the joke, and so the matter of the prophecy was closed for now, only to be brought up again later. For the time being, they would simply let the child grow inside, let it move and kick as if eager to be born. Indeed, the mother suffered greatly during the pregnancy, especially in the final weeks. She often felt as if she were carrying a general beginning his life's campaign, or perhaps a couple learning to fall out of love the night before their wedding. Chapter 8. Not a couple, not a general. On the 7th day of April, in the year 1870, a pair of boys were born so alike that they seemed more like shadows of each other, if not simply a trick of the eye seeing double. Everyone had expected many things, but not two babies, and yet, despite the surprise, there was no lack of love. This is easy to understand without needing to say more. Just as it's clear that their mother gave both sons that same whole loaf of bread the poet spoke of Phil, add that their father did the same. In those early days, he spent his time looking at the boys, comparing them, measuring them, weighing them. They had the same weight and grew at the same pace. The changes came for both in the same way. Long faces, brown hair, thin fingers, and so alike that when the right hand of one was crossed with the left hand of the other, you couldn't tell they belonged to two different people. Later on, they would show different personalities. But for now, they were exactly the same in every way. They smiled for the first time on the same day. They were baptized on the same day too. Before the birth, the parents had agreed to name the child after either the father or the mother, depending on whether it was a boy or a girl. Since the babies were both boys, and there was no male version of the mother's name, the father didn't want only his name to be used. So they began searching for other names. The mother suggested French or English names, based on the novels she read. Some popular Russian novels brought up Slavic names. The father accepted some and rejected others, but he always asked for opinions, and nothing felt final. Usually, the people they asked came back with names that the family didn't like. They also looked into old Portuguese names, but with no better luck. One day, while Perpetua was at Mass, she said the creed and her eyes fell on the words, "The Holy Apostles St. Peter and St. Paul," and she could barely finish her prayer. She had found the name simple and twin names. The parents agreed with her, and the argument was finally over. Perpetua's joy was almost as great as that of the father and mother, if not even greater. The event was not as large or as deep, but it was still significant, even if brief. Finding the names was almost as meaningful as giving birth to the children themselves. A widow with no children of her own, she did not consider herself unable to become a mother, and naming them meant something special to her. She was 5 or 6 years older than her sister. She had married a lieutenant from the artillery who later died as a captain during the Paraguayan War. She was shorter rather than tall, and somewhat heavy, unlike Natividad, who, though not thin, had a lighter build and stood tall and straight. Both women were in good health. Pedro and Paulo, Perpetua said to her sister and brother-in-law. When I prayed for these two names, I felt something in my heart. You will be godmother to one of them, her sister replied. The twins, who were first told apart by colored ribbons, soon began wearing gold medals, one with the image of St. Peter, the other with that of St. Paul. The confusion between them did not end quickly, but slowly, gradually, until they looked so much alike that even those who knew them well often mistook one for the other. Their mother, however, never needed any clear signs to tell them apart. They were both pieces of her own heart, and she recognized each one without fail. The wet nurses, although they could tell the boys apart from each other, still found themselves arguing, simply because the twins looked so similar. Each nurse believed her own child was more beautiful. Natividad agreed with both of them. At first, it was decided that Pedro would become a doctor and Paulo a lawyer. But soon after, they swapped careers. Later, there were thoughts of sending one of them to study engineering. The Navy appealed to the mother, especially because of the prestige of its school. The only problem was that the first sea voyage would take him far away. Still, Natividad thought about using her connections to speak with the minister. Santos even suggested making one of them a banker, or perhaps both. In this way, idle hours passed. Close friends of the family joined in on the planning. Some imagined the twins as ministers, judges, bishops, or even cardinals. I don't ask for that much, the father would say. Natividad kept quiet when strangers were around, only smiling as if it were some kind of game. Like guessing your fortune on St. John's Day, by rolling dice and looking up the matching verse in a book of luck. But deep down, she longed for something great for her sons. She truly believed, she hoped, prayed every night, asking heaven to make them important men. One of the nannies, probably Pedro's, heard about these hopes and conversations. She asked Natividad why she didn't go talk to the wise woman from Castello Hill. The nanny said this woman knew everything what you were and what you would become. She even knew the winning lottery numbers, but never told anyone or bought a ticket herself so she wouldn't steal someone else's luck chosen by God. People said she was sent by heaven. The other nanny agreed and added more stories. She knew people who had lost and found jewelry and slaves. Even the police, when they couldn't catch a criminal, went to see the wise woman at Castello Hill and came back knowing the truth. That's why they didn't chase her away, even though jealous people wanted them to. Many travelers wouldn't get on a boat without first going up the hill to visit her. The wise woman could explain dreams and thoughts, and heal those who were under bad spells. At dinner, Natividad had told her husband what the nannies had said. Santos shrugged his shoulders. Then he laughed, questioning how wise the woman really was, especially about the lottery numbers. It seemed strange that if she knew the number, she wouldn't buy a ticket. Natividade thought that part was hard to believe too, but maybe it was just something people made up. You only lend to the rich, she added with a smile. Her husband, who had been with a judge the night before, repeated what the judge said. As long as the police don't stop the scandal. The judge didn't finish his sentence. Santos finished it with a vague gesture. But you believe in spirits, his wife reminded him. Let's not mix things up, he replied seriously. Yes, he might agree to try talking to a spirit medium. He had already thought about it. A real spirit might tell the truth instead of a fake fortune teller. Natividade stood up for the native woman. People in society were starting to take her seriously. She didn't want to admit it yet, but she had faith. The reason she had refused to go before was simply because the reason for going had not seemed strong enough. What did it matter, really, whether the child was a boy or a girl? Knowing what lay ahead for both of them was far more important and urgent. Old ideas that had been planted in her mind as a child were now rising up from her thoughts and settling into her heart. She imagined taking the children up to the hill of Castello as if it were just a casual walk. Why? To give herself hope that they would grow up to be great men. It had never even crossed her mind that the prediction might be the opposite. Perhaps another woman in her place would have chosen to simply wait for fate to unfold. But then again, that woman might not believe in such things, not everyone does, and she might be young, only 20 or 22, with the patience to wait. Natividade, however, knew she was already 31, and feared she might not live long enough to see her sons become great. It was possible she would live to see it after all. People do grow old, and sometimes even die of old age, but would she still feel the same joy? That evening the conversation turned to the native woman from Castello, brought up by Santos, who repeated the things he had heard the day before and at dinner. Some of the visitors shared what they had heard about her as well. That night, Natividade could not sleep without first convincing her husband to let her go with her sister to see the woman. There was no harm in it. All they needed to take were the boys' photographs and a few strands of their hair. None of the nannies would know anything about the trip. On the agreed date, the two women got into the carriage between 7 and 8 in the evening, under the excuse of going for a walk, and headed toward Rua da Misericordia. You already know that they got out of the carriage between the Church of San Jose and the Chamber of Deputies, and walked up the street until they reached Rua do Carmo, where it meets the slope leading up to Castello. As they began to climb, they hesitated. But a mother is a mother, and at this point they were so close to learning their fate. You saw that they went up, came back down, gave 2,000 rei to the souls, got back into the carriage, and returned to Botafogo. Chapter 9. The carriage and a Victoria met and stopped at the same time on Catete Street. A man got out of the Victoria and walked toward the carriage. It was Natividade's husband, who was now heading to his office, a little later than usual, because he had waited for his wife to return. As he went along, his thoughts wandered between her and the business matters of the city. Between the boys and the lay, Rio Branco the law, that was being debated at the time in the Chamber of Deputies, the bank was a creditor to the farming world. He also thought about the fortune teller from Castello, and what she might have told his wife. As he passed by the Nova Friburgo Palace, he raised his eyes to it, just as he always did. With the usual desire, a kind of envy to own it, not foreseeing the great destiny that the palace would one day have in the Republic. But who back then could foresee anything? Who sees what is coming? For Santos, the matter was simple. He wanted to own it, to hold grand parties there. Unique celebrations that would be written about in the newspapers, talked about in the city among friends and enemies alike, full of admiration, resentment, or jealousy. He didn't think about the stories that future matrons would tell their granddaughters, nor did he think about chronicle books that would be written and printed in this new century. Santos had no imagination for posterity. He saw only the present and its wonders. What he already had no longer satisfied him. The house in Botafogo, although beautiful, was not a palace. Besides, it wasn't as visible as this one on Catete Street, where everyone had to pass, everyone who would look up at the tall windows, the grand doors, the large eagles on top with open wings. Whoever came from the seaside would see the back of the palace, the gardens and the lakes. Oh, what joy! Santos imagined the bronze statues, the marble floors, the lights, the flowers, the dancing, the carriages, the music, the feasts. All of this flashed through his mind quickly. Because although the Victoria wasn't moving fast, the horses had been told to walk slowly. It still didn't slow down enough for Santos to finish all his dreams. That was how, before reaching Gloria Beach, the carriage caught sight of the family's coupe, and both vehicles came to a stop a short distance from each other, just as had been described. Chapter 10. The promise had also been made that the husband would leave the celebration and walk toward the carriage, where his wife and sister-in-law were waiting, guessing he would come to them, already smiling in advance. "Don't say anything yet," Perpetua advised. Soon enough, Santos' head appeared through the window, with his short sideburns, closely cropped hair, and shaved mustache. He was a likable man. Even standing still, he looked good. But the way he rushed up, stopped abruptly, and spoke showed how excited he was. That excitement took away the serious look he had carried in the carriage, where he sat with his hands resting on the gold handle of his cane, the cane itself placed between his knees. So, what happened?" he asked quickly. "I'll tell you in a moment." "But what was it?" "Just wait. Good news or bad? Just tell me if it's good." "Good. It's about things to come." "Is this person serious?" "Yes, very serious," Natividad replied, offering him her fingers in a brief gesture before adding, "See you soon." But the husband couldn't pull himself away from the carriage. He wanted to know everything right then and there, the questions, the answers, who was waiting for them back home, and whether both of them shared the same fate or if each had a different path ahead. None of this happened as slowly as it's being told here now, with pauses and careful words. No, sir. Santos' words came out all jumbled, one over the other, mixed up, with no clear beginning or end. His beautiful wife, though, was so used to her husband's hurried speech, especially in moments filled with emotion or curiosity, that she understood everything. She kept shaking her head no, her head and finger emphasizing the refusal. Santos had no choice but to say goodbye and step back. As he walked away, he realized that if he didn't believe in the fortune-teller, then pushing for details about the prophecy was pointless. In fact, doing so would only prove his wife right. He promised himself he wouldn't ask anything when he got back. Still, he never promised to forget. and that's why he found himself thinking about the prediction again and again. Besides, he was sure that the women would end up telling him everything without him having to ask. That thought alone brought him peace for the rest of the day. Don't go thinking, though, that the bank's client suffered any neglect because of this. Everything went smoothly, as if he had no wife or children, and as if there were no castle or fortune-teller at all. His hand was not the only thing working, signing the papers as it should. His mouth was busy too, talking, giving orders, calling people, and laughing when needed. Still, his mind was full of worry, and thoughts kept going through his head again and again. Between writing one letter and another, Santos made decisions sometimes one, sometimes two, sometimes both at once. When he got into the carriage that afternoon, he gave himself completely to thinking. He held his hands on the top of his cane, the stick between his knees, just like in the morning. But now his mind was on the future of his sons. When he arrived home, he saw Natividad standing there, looking at the babies. Both were still in their cribs, with the nurses standing nearby. The nurses were a little surprised by how much she had been watching them since early morning. It wasn't just about looking at them, or letting her eyes wander off into space and time. She also kissed them and held them close to her heart. I forgot to mention that earlier that morning, Perpetua had changed her clothes before her sister did. She found Natividad already standing in front of the cribs, dressed just as she had come from the castello. "I knew right away you were with the important men," Perpetua said. "Yes, I was. But I don't know what makes them so great," Natividad replied. "Whatever it is, let's go eat," Perpetua said. During lunch and throughout the day they talked many times about the native woman and what she had said would happen. Now, when Natividad saw her husband come in, she could see in his eyes that he was hiding something. She wanted to stay quiet and wait, but she was so eager to tell him everything. She was such a kind person that she decided to speak up instead. Still, she didn't get the chance. Before she could even start, he asked her what it was. So Natividad told him about going up the hill, asking the question, getting the answer, and everything else. She described the native woman and the priest. "But then, great destinies?" he asked. "Things that will happen in the future," she repeated. "Surely in the future. But I don't understand this part about fighting. Why would they fight? How would they fight? Did they really fight?" Then Natividad remembered the pain she had gone through during her pregnancy. She admitted that she hadn't told him about it before because she didn't want to upset him. Probably, that's what the woman guessed, that the fight was something connected to that pain. "But why a fight?" he asked again. "I don't know. And I don't think it meant anything bad." Agostinho paused for a moment, then said, "I'll go ask someone." "Ask who?" "A person I know already. Your friend Placido. If he were only a friend, I wouldn't ask him. But he's more than that. He's my boss, my teacher. He has a clear and far-reaching vision, a gift from heaven. I'll just ask hypothetically, without mentioning our names." "No! No! Oh, no! Just hypothetically." "No, Agostinho, don't talk about this. Don't ask anyone about me, understand? Come on. Promise me you won't say anything to anyone, not to spiritists. not to friends. It's better to stay quiet. All we need to know is that they'll have good fortune, great men, important things in the future. Swear it, Agostino. But didn't you go yourself to see the wise woman? She doesn't know me, not even by name. She saw me once, but she won't see me again. Please swear it. You're acting strange. Fine, I promise. What harm would it do to mention it, just in passing? I don't want you to. Swear it. Is this really something you need a promise for? If you don't, I won't trust you, she said with a smile. I swear. Swear by our Lord God. I swear by our Lord God. Chapter 11. What a strange case. Santos had always believed in the sacred nature of an oath. That was why he held out for so long, but eventually, he gave in and swore the promise. Still, from that moment on, his mind never left the fight between those two brothers. He tried to forget it. He played cards that night, like he always did. The next night, he went to the theater. Then he paid a visit to some friends. After that, it was back to his usual card games. And still, the fight stayed with him, always there in his thoughts. It was a mystery. Maybe it was something that had never happened before. Unique. A one-of-a-kind situation. The strangeness of it all made him hold on tighter to the idea, or maybe the idea held on to him. I can't quite explain this inner feeling, something that happens deep inside a person, where no one else can see or fully understand, no matter how much they think or guess. Still, it didn't last forever. On the first Sunday after that night, Santos came to his senses and decided to visit Dr. Placido. He lived on Senator Verguero Street, a low house with 3 windows and a large yard that stretched toward the sea. I think that house might not exist anymore. It had been built back when the street was still called the Old Road, to tell it apart from the new road. Forgive these small details. The story could go on without them, but I want you to know exactly what house it was, and what street. And he'll tell you more. There was something like a club, or a temple, or some kind of spiritual gathering place in that house. Placido acted as both priest and leader at the same time. He was an old man with a long beard, bright blue eyes, and he always wore a wide silk robe. Give him a stick in his hand, and he'd look like a magician. But the truth is, he didn't wear the beard and robe just to look the part. Unlike Santos, who would have changed his appearance 10 times over if his wife hadn't stopped him. Placido had kept his full beard since he was young, and had been wearing that robe for the past 10 years. Come on, he said, as Santos walked in. Help me convince our friend Ayres here. I've been trying to teach him the eternal truths for the last half hour, but he just won't listen. No, I'm not resisting, Ayres replied quickly, reaching out to shake Santos' hand as he entered. He looked to be around 40 years old. Chapter 12. This Ayres, who shows up here now, still carries some of the good qualities from that time, and almost no bad habits at all. Don't think this is just politeness or modesty on my part. No, sir. It's simply the truth, a natural result of how things were. Even though he was around 40 or maybe 42 years old, he still looked like a fine example of a man. He worked as a career diplomat and had just arrived from the Pacific a few days earlier on a 6-month leave. I won't spend too much time describing him. Just picture this. He had the look of someone used to his job, that polite smile, soft and careful speech, the right attitude for every moment, and expressions that fit perfectly. Everything about him was so well balanced that it was a pleasure just to listen to him talk or watch him move. Maybe his face was starting to show the first signs of age, especially where he shaved. Still, his mustache, dark and neatly trimmed to a sharp point, gave his face a fresh look, even if middle age was approaching. His hair, slightly gray and parted in the middle, helped with that too. On top of his head, there was just the beginning of baldness. He always wore a flower in his buttonhole, a small lasting one. There was a time during his last leave, when he was only a junior diplomat, when he actually liked natividade. It wasn't real love or passion. He wasn't that kind of man. He liked her the way he liked rare and beautiful things, but as soon as he realized she wasn't interested, he simply moved on to another topic. It wasn't because he was weak or cold. He enjoyed women, especially beautiful ones. But he didn't want to force anything, nor did he try hard to convince them. He wasn't the type to launch a full attack at first sight, or to keep trying for long. He preferred quick, easy walks, long or short, depending on whether the weather was nice or cloudy. In short, he was extremely polite and calm. An interesting coincidence. It was around this time that Santos thought about marrying him to his recently widowed sister-in-law. She seemed willing. But Natividade said no, though no one ever found out exactly why. It wasn't jealousy. I don't think it was envy either. The simple wish not to see him enter the family through the side door is just a figure of speech, and it stands for any of the other negative possibilities already ruled out. The pain of giving her up to another man, or seeing them happy together nearby, couldn't be the reason, though the heart is, after all, the deepest of abysses. Let's suppose it was meant as punishment for having loved her. That could be. In any case, the biggest obstacle came from himself. Although a widower, Aries had never truly been married. He didn't care for marriage. He got married out of a sense of duty to his career. He thought it would be better for a diplomat to be married rather than single, so he asked the first young woman who seemed suitable for his future life. He was wrong. The difference in temperament and spirit between them was so great that even while living with his wife, he might as well have been alone. When she died, he wasn't deeply saddened. He was made for bachelorhood. He was calm, I repeat, although that word doesn't quite capture what I mean. His heart was ready to accept anything, not because he naturally sought harmony, but because he was tired of arguments. To understand this dislike of conflict, one only had to watch him during a visit he once made to the Santos couple. People from outside the family and members of the household were talking about the Backlands woman from Castello. "It's perfect timing, counselor," said Perpetua. "What do you think about this Backlands woman from Castello?" Aris didn't think anything at all, but he noticed that the others had opinions, so he made a gesture that seemed to agree with both sides. When they insisted, he didn't pick either view. Instead, he offered a middle opinion that satisfied everyone, which is rare for moderate views. You know how middle opinions are usually ignored. But this Are José da Costa Marcondes, Iris knew that in arguments, A vague or neutral opinion could hide the chance to deliver a sharp remark, and he would craft his words so carefully that even if the listener didn't get better, they wouldn't get worse either. And that's all most remedies ever do. Don't blame him for that. Bitter medicine goes down easier with sugar. Ares spoke slowly, with care and grace, choosing his words like a man searching for the right ones. He cleaned his monocle with a silk handkerchief, dropping each word as if it were heavy and full of meaning. His eyes looked up, as though he were trying to catch a memory, and when he found it, he used it to shape his thoughts. One of the listeners agreed at once. Another hesitated but ended up nodding in the end. Then came a third, then a fourth, until the whole room was won over. Don't think for a moment that he wasn't sincere. He truly was. When he didn't share the same opinion as others, and if he felt it was worth writing down, he would write his own. He also kept written records of his discoveries, observations, reflections, criticisms, and stories. For this, he had a collection of notebooks which he called his memorial. That night, he wrote these lines. Evenings spent at the house of the Santos family, without any card game. Talk turned to the fortune teller from Castello. I suspect that Natividad or her sister may want to see her. It certainly wouldn't be on my behalf. Natividade and a priest named Geds, who was there, a large mature man, were the only interesting people that night. The rest were dull, but not because they wanted to be. They simply couldn't help it. When the priest and Natividade left me alone with the others, I tried to escape their boredom by remembering things. I brought back sensations, relived scenes, journeys, faces. That's how my mind wandered to Capone, whom I saw today from behind, on Rua da Quitanda. I met her here at the old Hotel Dom Pedro, many years ago now. She was a dancer. I remember watching her dance in Venice. Poor Capone. As she walked, her left foot slipped out of her shoe, revealing a small hole in her stocking near the heel, a little wound of longing. In the end, I returned to the endless dullness of everyone else. I still can't quite understand how such a refined woman like Natividade could arrange an evening like tonight's. It's not that the others weren't trying to be interesting. If good intentions counted for anything, books wouldn't do them justice. But no matter how hard they tried, they just weren't. Well, let them go. Let's hope for other nights that bring better company, without any effort at all. The old saying goes, what the cradle gives, only the grave can take away. I could twist a line from my Dante and say of such dull souls, I speak of those whose spirit was ill-fated from the start. Chapter 13. The epigraph. Well, there it is, exactly the epigraph for the book, if I wanted to put one and couldn't think of another. It's not just a way to complete the people in the story with the ideas they left behind, but also a pair of binoculars, so the reader can see more clearly what might be unclear or completely hidden. On the other hand, there is value in having the characters of my story help tell it, supporting the author through a kind of bond, a sort of exchange of favors between the chess player and his game. If you accept this comparison, you will be able to tell the king from the queen, the bishop from the knight, without the knight being able to act like a rook, or the rook like a pawn. There is also the difference in color, white and black, but this doesn't change how each piece moves. In the end, either side can win the game, and that's how the world goes. Maybe it would be good to include, from time to time, like in chess publications, a diagram showing beautiful or difficult positions. Without a chessboard, this method is a big help to follow the moves, but perhaps you have a good enough eye to picture the different situations in your mind. I think you do. No need for diagrams. Everything will go as if you were really watching the game between one person and another, or more clearly, between God and the devil. Chapter 14. Stay, counselor, said Santos, gripping the diplomat's hand. Learn the eternal truths. Eternal truths demand eternal hours, observed the other, glancing at his watch. A man like Ares was not easily convinced. Placido spoke to him about scientific laws, aiming to steer clear of any sectarian stain, and Santos joined in. All the spiritualist terminology was set aside, no more talk of cases, phenomena, mysteries, witness accounts, or written certificates. Santos jumped in with an example. Two spirits might return to this world together, and what if they argued before being born? Before being born, children do not fight, Ayres replied, his tone doubtful despite the affirmative words. So you deny that two spirits could? That one sticks with me, counselor. What prevents two spirits from doing so? Ayres saw the abyss of debate opening up and protected himself from its dizzying pull by making a concession. Esau and Jacob did quarrel in their mother's womb, that is true. We know the cause of their conflict. As for others, assuming they also fight, everything depends on knowing the reason behind the conflict. And if we do not know it, that is because Providence keeps such knowledge hidden from human understanding. Suppose the cause were spiritual, for instance. For instance, imagine both children wanting to kneel at the same moment to worship the Creator. That would be a case of spiritual conflict, but one whose workings escape human insight. It could also be a matter of worldly concern. Let us say they shoved each other to get more comfortable, a hypothesis science might accept. I don't know. There is also the possibility that both wanted the birthright. To what end? Asked Placido. Although this privilege now applies only to royal families, the House of Lords, and perhaps a few others, it still holds symbolic value. The simple pleasure of being born first, without any other social or political advantage, can be felt as a natural instinct, especially if the children are meant to climb the heights of this world. Santos paid close attention at this point, remembering the talk about things to come. Ayres went on speaking, saying some beautiful words and then adding others not so pleasant, admitting that the fight could be a sign of serious conflicts to come on Earth. But he quickly softened that idea with another thought. It doesn't matter. Let's not forget what an ancient once said. War is the mother of all things, in my opinion. When Empedocles spoke of war, he didn't mean it only in the strict sense. Love, which is the first of the arts of peace, can be seen as a kind of dual too, not one of death, but of life, Ayres concluded with a gentle smile, speaking softly as he always did, and then he said goodbye. Chapter 15. So what do you think? Asked Santos. Isn't it true that the counselor ended up teaching us instead of learning from us? I believe he gave some pretty good reasons. At least they sounded reasonable, Master Placido added. It's a shame he had to leave, Santos went on. But luckily, I still have you. I came here to ask for your opinion. Your insight is the most reliable in the world. Placido smiled and thanked him. He wasn't surprised by the compliment. It was nothing new. In fact, he had grown so used to hearing such praise that smiling in return had become almost a habit. He couldn't help but respond with the same kind of flattery his students offered him. What is it about? Well, it's this story I told you. It's not just made up, it actually happened to my children. What do you mean? That's what I believe, and I came here so you could help me understand it. I never mentioned it before because I was afraid you'd think it was nonsense. But I've been thinking, and now I suspect that fight really did happen. And if it did, it's an extraordinary case. Santos then explained his concern seriously, with a particular gesture he had widening his eyes as if to highlight the strangeness of the story. He didn't leave anything out or hide any details. He even told about his wife's visit to the Castello neighborhood, though he did so with clear disdain, describing everything step by step. Placido listened carefully, asking questions and going back over parts of the story. After a while, he sat quietly for a few minutes, thinking. Finally, he said that if the event really had taken place, it was rare, if not completely unique, still possible. The fact that the boys were named Pedro and Paulo already suggested some kind of rivalry, since those two apostles had also argued with each other. But wait, Santos interrupted. What about the baptism? That came later, I know, Placido replied. But maybe the names were already meant to be. Besides, as you told me, the aunt of the boys chose the names because she felt inspired to do so. Exactly. Donna Perpetua is very religious. Very. I think the spirits of St. Peter and St. Paul themselves might have chosen her to inspire the naming. Think about it, she praised the creed many times, but it was only at that moment that she remembered those specific names. Yes, yes. The doctor walked over to the bookshelf and pulled out a Bible bound in leather, with large metal clasps. He opened it to the Epistle of St. Paul to the Galatians and read aloud the passage from chapter 2, verse 11, where the apostle tells how he went to Antioch, where St. Peter was, and withstood him to his face. Santos read the words and a thought came to him. Ideas, when they are beautiful, want to be celebrated. When they are new, they want to be examined. His idea was both new and beautiful. Excited, he raised his hand and slapped the page, shouting. And don't forget that this number 11 in the verse is made up of two identical digits. 1 and 8's what you might call a twin number, wouldn't you say? Exactly. And more than that, the chapter is the second, which is 2. The same as the number of twin brothers. Mystery gave birth to mystery. There were more than just a few deep, hidden, meaningful connections tying everything together. Conflict, Peter and Paul, twin brothers, twin numbers. It was all like a sea of secrets they were now cutting through, swimming and paddling with all their strength. Santos went even further in his thinking. Could it be that the two boys were actually the spirits of St. Peter and St. Paul, reborn into this world? And he, their father, an apostle himself? Faith transforms. Santos looked almost divine. He stood taller, his usually blank eyes now glowing with the fire of life. Father of apostles. And what apostles? Placido nearly believed it too. He found himself lost in a dark and stormy ocean, where the voices of the infinite echoed. only to remind himself that the souls of St. Peter and St. Paul had already reached perfection. They would not return. But it didn't matter. They could be others' great and noble souls. The boys' futures might be bright. The old woman from the hills was right, even if she didn't know what she was saying. "Let the ladies keep their childhood beliefs," he said at last. "If they have faith in that woman from Castello and think she speaks the truth, don't argue with them for now. Tell them I agree with their oracle. Like David with the Sibyl. I say, write down the verse," Placido said. He walked over to the desk, wrote down the line, and handed Santos the piece of paper. But by that time, Santos had already realized that showing it to his wife would mean admitting he had consulted a spirit medium, and, even worse, that he had lied. He told his friend about Natividade's concerns and asked him to keep everything quiet. "Don't tell her what happened between us," he said as he left. As soon as he stepped outside, Santos regretted his carelessness, but at the same time he felt amazed by what he had learned. His mind was full of Bible verses, images of Peter and Paul, and especially the story of Esau and Jacob. The street air did not clear the mystery from his thoughts. Instead, the blue sky, the calm beach, and the green hills around him seemed to wrap him in a clearer, endless veil. The fight between the two boys, something so unusual, now felt like a sign from heaven. Unlike his wife, who only thought about the future greatness of her sons, Santos kept thinking about the past conflict between the biblical brothers. When he got home, he went straight to the children and hugged them with such a strange look on his face that Natividade became suspicious and demanded to know what was going on. "It's nothing," he said, laughing. "It's something. Come on, tell me. What could it be? Whatever it is, Agostinho, just tell me." Santos asked her not to get angry and then told her everything: the drawing of lots, the boys' fight, the Bible story, the apostles, the symbol. He explained it all in such a scattered way that she could hardly follow, but in the end, she understood. Her teeth clenched, she replied, "Oh, you. Forgive me, my love. I was so eager to know the truth. And remember, I believe in a spirit woman. And so does the doctor. He even wrote this in Latin," Santos added, pulling out the small piece of paper and reading it aloud. "Tes David cum Sibylla." Chapter 16. A little while later, Santos reached for his wife's hand. She let him take it, but did not squeeze back. They both stared at the boys, their anger forgotten, now seeing only their children. It was no longer about spirits or any new kind of faith. This was something far older, the oldest belief of all, founded long ago by Adam and Eve. If you prefer, call it fatherhood. They prayed without words and made the sign of the cross without moving their fingers. It was a quiet, silent ritual that held both the past and the future. I don't know which of them acted as the priest and which as the altar server, but it doesn't matter. The Mass was the same, and the Gospel began much like the one written by St. John, though slightly changed. In the beginning was love, and love became flesh. But let us return to our twins. Chapter 17. The twins had nothing to do, so they kept nursing. In this task, They showed no rivalry, except when the nurses were in a good mood and the boys fed side by side. Each one then seemed to want to prove he could nurse more and better, moving his fingers across the friendly breast and sucking with all his heart. The nurses, for their part, took pride in their breasts and compared them with each other. The little ones, full at last, would let go of the nipples and smile at them. If it weren't for the need to get the boys on their feet, grown and men, this chapter could go on much longer. Truly a scene, although common, was beautiful. The little rascals nourished themselves unlike their fathers, without the help of cooks or the sight of food and drink. All arranged in crystal and porcelain to soften or disguise the hard truth that eating is necessary. With them, you couldn't even see the feeding. The mouth attached to the breast hid the milk from view. Nature showed her satisfaction through smiles or sleep. When it was sleep, each nurse carried her baby to the crib and went off to do something else. This comparison alone could fill 3 or 4 solid pages. One page would be enough to describe the rattles that delighted the children, as if they were the music of heaven itself. The babies smiled, reached out their hands, sometimes got angry when the rattles were taken away, but once given back, they quieted down. Even if they couldn't hold them, they didn't get upset. Speaking of rattles, I should mention that these toys leave no real memory behind. Someone who sees them in a child's hands might think they remember their own from long ago, but soon realizes the memory must be more recent, perhaps a speech from last year, or maybe even the milk cow from the day before. The weaning process could be told in half a line, but the sadness of the nurses, the farewells, and the gold bracelets the mother gave to each one as a final gift, all of that deserved a good page or more. Just a few lines would suffice for the wet nurses who dried up after weaning, because I wouldn't say whether they were tall or short, ugly or pretty. They were gentle, devoted to their craft, fond of children, and soon of each other. Wooden horses, little flags, puppet theaters, paper hats, and drums, every small treasure of childhood who take up far more space than their names alone could fill. I mention only these few things so as not to tire the curious reader who is eager to see my boys grow into men, fully formed. Let us watch them now, dear reader. Before long, they will be tall and strong. Then I will leave them to their own device. Let them carve out their path in life and the world, whether with iron, words, or simply their elbows. Chapter 18. Here they were, growing up. The resemblance between them remained strong, though now it no longer confused people. They both had clear, attentive eyes, the same graceful mouth, delicate hands, and a vivid color in their cheeks that made them look as if they had been painted with blood. They were healthy children. Except for the usual trouble with losing baby teeth, they never suffered from any serious illness. Of course, in not counting the occasional stomachache from eating too many sweets either given to them by their parents or sneaked behind their backs. Both boys loved sweets, Pedro more than Paulo, and Paulo more than anyone else. By the time they were 7 years old, they were like 2 masterpieces, or rather, one single work split into 2 volumes, however you prefer to think of it. In truth, there wasn't anywhere along that whole beach, not even among the neighborhoods of Flamengo, Gloria, or Caju and the surrounding areas, a single childlet alone, 2 as charming as these twins. And note this, they were also strong. Pedro could knock Paulo down with one punch. In return, Paulo could send Pedro tumbling to the ground with a single kick. They often raced across the farm just for fun, placing small bets on who would win. Sometimes they tried to climb trees, but their mother wouldn't allow it. She said it wasn't proper behavior. So instead, they satisfied themselves by standing below and staring up at the fruit hanging above. Paulo was more aggressive, while Pedro was sneakier. Yet since both ended up getting the fruit anyway, it was usually Pedro who climbed the trees, either after being dared by one twin or promised something by the other. The promise was never kept. The dare, however, always came true, and sometimes, even after the deed was done, he'd get hit again just for good measure. This doesn't mean that either of the twins didn't know how to fight or lie. The difference was simply that each knew better which method suited him best. It's such an obvious point that it almost seems unnecessary to write it down. They obeyed their parents without much effort, even though they could be stubborn at times. Nor did they lie any more than other boys their age in the city. After all, lying can sometimes be seen as half a virtue. For instance, when they claimed they hadn't seen someone steal their mother's watch, a gift from their father, when they were newlyweds, they lied on purpose. In fact, the servant who took it had been caught red-handed by them during the act of stealing. But they were so fond of the twins, and with such tears in their eyes they begged them not to tell anyone, that the boys absolutely denied having seen anything at all. They were only 7 years old then. When they turned 9, long after the young woman had already gone far away, they finally revealed what had been hidden, though I don't know exactly what brought up the subject again. Their mother wanted to know why they had stayed quiet before. They couldn't explain themselves very well. But it was clear enough that their silence back in 1878 came from love and kindness, and from that came a kind of virtue too, because there's something good about returning love with love. As for telling the truth in 1880, maybe the only way to understand that is by how much time had passed. Good Nicolina was no longer around. Perhaps she had already died. Besides, the mention of it came up so naturally. "But why didn't you tell me this until now?" the mother insisted. Not knowing what else to say, one of them, I think it was Pedro, decided to blame his brother. "He did it, Mom." "Me?" Paulo shot back. "It was him, Mom. He didn't say anything." "It was you. It was you. Don't lie. He's the liar." They stepped closer to each other, angry and ready to fight. Natividad rushed over quickly, not fast enough to stop the first punches from being thrown. She grabbed their arms just in time to keep more blows from happening. Instead of punishing or even scolding them, she kissed them both with such deep affection that neither could think of a better moment to ask for sweets. So they got sweets, and later that afternoon, a ride in their father's carriage. On the way home, they were already friends again, or at least acting like they had made peace. They told their mother all about the carriage ride, the people on the street watching them, the other children who looked on with envy, on sucking her thumb, another picking her nose, and the young women leaning out of windows, some of whom thought the twins were handsome. On that last point, though, they didn't agree, since each boy believed the compliments were meant only for himself. Their mother stepped in to settle things. "It was for both of you. You look so much alike. It couldn't have been for just one. And do you know why those girls said you were cute? It was because they saw you getting along, sitting close together like brothers should. Pretty boys don't fight, especially when they're brothers. I want to see you two quiet and friendly, playing together without any fighting or anything. "Do you understand?" Pedro said yes. Paulo waited for his mother to repeat the question, and then gave the same answer. Finally, because she told them to, they hugged. But it was a hug without feeling, without strength, almost without using their arms. They leaned against each other, reached their hands toward their brother's back, and let them fall. That night in their bedroom, each of them thought to himself that he owed all the attention that afternoon the sweets, the kisses, and the carriage ride to the fight they had. And another fight might bring just as much, or even more. Without saying a word, like a story told softly on the piano, they decided to face each other again at the first chance they got. What was meant to be a bond created by their mother's love instead brought to both of them a strange feeling, not only comfort and revenge for the punch received that day, but also the deep satisfaction of an inner wish, something strong and necessary. Still without hatred, they exchanged a few words from bed to bed, laughed at one or two memories from their time outside, until sleep came in with its quiet steps and silent touch, taking over the whole room. Chapter 19. There were only 2 tears. Just 2. And they came after a fight between her children. 40 years old now, Natividad had promised herself she wouldn't cry while reading this book. Still, she couldn't hold back those 2 tears that slipped quietly from her eyes one afternoon, after yet another argument between her boys. They rolled slowly down her cheeks and stopped at the corners of her mouth. She wiped them away almost immediately, swallowing them just as fast, as if repeating in silence the old children's rhyme. In through one door, out through another, the King our Lord commands us to tell another tale. And so, the second child would begin another story, then the third and the fourth, until boredom or sleep finally took over. People who remembered those times said the children never really meant anything royal by that phrase, whether about an absolute king or a constitutional one. It was just how things were said back then, part of their little version of the Decameron. Passed down from the old Portuguese kingdom, when kings ruled as they pleased, and the people nodded and said it was for the best. After wiping away those 2 tears, Natividad laughed at herself, calling herself weak, though not out loud. People rarely said such things to themselves, even in private. But deep inside, where no eye could see, I believe she did feel something like that. Without clear proof, I can only defend Our Lady here. In truth, any mother would have worried deeply about her children's future after what had already happened. The fights between them were becoming more frequent, and both boys were growing stronger, more capable with their hands. Everything pointed to the fear that one day they might end up seriously hurting each other. But then came the thought of greatness and prosperity still far off in the future, and that hope acted like a green handkerchief, gently drying her eyes. The Sibyls, those ancient prophetesses, surely spoke not only of sorrow, but also of joy, and the prophets too must have mentioned good things, especially the greatest of all. With that green handkerchief, the color of hope, she dried her tears. And if that one ever wore out or became stained, she would have others. One perhaps not green like hope, but blue like her own soul. I haven't told you yet that Nativity's soul was blue. There it is now. A light, clear sky blue, transparent most of the time, occasionally clouding over, rarely storming, but never darkening into night. No, dear reader, I haven't forgotten how old our friend was. I remember it as clearly as if it were yesterday. She had just turned 40. It doesn't matter. The sky is much older and hasn't changed its color. As long as you don't attach any romantic meaning to the blue of her soul, we're good. At most, on the day she completed that age, Our Lady felt a little chill run through her. What had passed? Nothing, just one more day than the day before. A few hours at most. It was all about numbers, less than numbers, really just the name of the number. That word 40, that was the only trouble. That's why she said to her husband with a touch of sadness, while thanking him for the birthday gift, "I'm getting old, Agostino." Santos wanted to strangle her playfully. Well, he wouldn't have been wrong if he actually did. Nativity still had the figure from before she ever gave birth, the same flexibility, the same small, lively grace. She still carried the charm of someone in her 30s. The seamstress highlighted every last bit of beauty that remained in her shape, and even added a few touches from her own imagination. Her waist stubbornly refused to thicken, and her hips and neck were still shaped by the same old designer from the past. There are places where summer blends into autumn, just like in our land, where the two seasons differ only by temperature. In her case, not even the temperature changed. May carried the heat of January. At 40, she was still the same young-hearted woman, with the exact same blue soul. This color came from her father and grandfather. But her father had died young, before her grandfather, who lived to be 84. At that age, he truly believed that all the pleasures of this world from breakfast to peaceful sleep had been invented just for him. The best cook on earth was born in China for the sole purpose of leaving family, country, language, religion, everything just to come and grill his chops and make his tea. The stars gave her nights a magnificent look, and the moonlight did the same. When it rained, it was as if the sky wanted him to rest from the heat of the sun. Now he lies in the cemetery of San Francisco Xavier. If someone could hear the voices of the dead from inside their graves, they would hear him calling out that it is time to close the gates of the cemetery and not let anyone else in, since he already rests there forever. He died with a blue color. Even if he had lived to be 100 years old, he would have kept the same shade. Now, if nature intended to spare this lady, wealth joined hands with nature, and from both came the most beautiful color that any human soul can have. Everything worked together to dry her tears quickly, as we saw before. If she drank those two lonely tears, she might have had more to drink as time went on. But this also shows that spiritual hue, proving that she had few tears, and swallowed them quickly so she could save them. But there is yet another reason why this lady carried within her the feeling of the color blue. It was such a special reason that it deserved its own chapter, but it won't get one, just to keep things simple. This reason was her freedom, the fact that she crossed through life untouched and pure. The Cape of Storms became for her the Cape of Good Hope. She survived both her first youth and her second, without the winds ever knocking down her ship or the waves swallowing her up. She wouldn't deny that a stronger gust might have taken her foresail, like what happened with João de Melo, or even worse, with Eris. But those were only yawns from a damaster. She quickly fixed her sail, and the giant stayed behind, surrounded by Tethys, while she continued on her way to India. Now she remembered that successful journey. She took pride in those useless and wasted winds. Her memory brought back the taste of dangers long past. Here was the hidden land, and here were the two sons born, raised, and loved by fortune. Chapter 20. The 41 years did not bring her a shiver. She was already used to being in her 40s. But she did feel a great surprise. She woke up and did not see the usual gift, the surprise from her husband by the bed. She did not find it on the dressing table. She opened drawers, looked around, nothing. She thought her husband had forgotten the date and felt sad. It was the first time. She went downstairs looking, still nothing. In the study, her husband was there, quiet, lost in his own thoughts, reading newspapers. He barely offered her his hand. The boys, even though it was Sunday, were studying in a corner. They came to give her their usual kiss and went back to their books. The mother glanced once more around the room, hoping to find some little gift, a painting, a dress, but it was all in vain. Under one of the newspapers lying on the chair across from her husband's, maybe there would be something. Nothing. So she sat down, and opening the paper, she said to herself, could it be that he forgot Today's date? Could that really happen? Her eyes began to read without focus, skipping over the news, going back again. Across from her, her husband watched her carefully, not really caring at all about what he seemed to be reading. A few minutes passed like this. Suddenly, Santos saw a new expression appear on Natividade's face. Her eyes seemed to grow larger, her mouth slightly opened, her head lifted. His head rose too. Both left their chairs, took 2 steps, and fell into each other's arms like 2 lovers desperate with love. 1 kiss, 2 kisses, 3, many kisses. Pedro and Paulo, shocked, stood watching from the corner. When the father could finally speak, he said to them, "Come, kiss the hand of Lady Baronessa de Santos." At first, they did not understand. Natividade herself did not know what to do. She gave her hand to the children, then to her husband, and returned to the newspaper to read and reread that, in the imperial decree of the day before, Mr. Agostinho José dos Santos had been honored with the title of Baron of Santos. Now, she understood everything. The gift for the day was this. This time, the jeweler was the emperor himself. "Go on, go now. You can go play," the father said to his sons. The young men rushed out to spread the news through the house. The servants were happy with the change of masters. Even the slaves seemed to receive a share of freedom and adorned themselves with it. "Lady Baroness," they exclaimed, jumping with joy. João grabbed Maria, clicking his fingers like castanets. "Hey, who is this girl? I am Lady Baroness' slave now." But the emperor was not the only jeweler that day. Santos took a small box from his pocket, and inside was a brooch where the new crown sparkled with diamonds. Natividade thanked him for the jewel and agreed to wear it, so her husband could see it. Santos felt proud, as if he had designed the piece himself, created its shape, and chosen every stone. But as soon as she removed it and put it away, he quickly picked up the newspapers to show her that the news appeared everywhere. Some articles used fancy adjectives, others called attention to different details, and so on. When Perpetua entered the study, she found them walking back and forth, arms around each other's waists, talking, then falling silent, looking down at their feet. She too gave and received hugs. The whole house was filled with joy. In the farmyard, the trees looked greener than ever. The flower buds in the garden bloomed as if explaining the meaning of the leaves. The sun covered the earth with endless light. The sky, as if wanting to help, stayed blue all day long. Early in the morning, greeting cards and congratulatory letters began to arrive. Later came visits. Lawyers, merchants, society people, many ladies, even some titled ones, came in person or sent messages. Some of Santos' debtors showed up quickly, eager to reconnect, while others preferred to stay forgotten. There were even names they could only recognize after long searches through old address books and directories. Chapter 21. I know there is a dark spot in the chapter that just passed. I am writing this one to make it clear. When the wife asked about the background and details of the message, Santos gave her the explanations she wanted. Not all of them would be completely true. Time is like a rat that eats away at things, making them smaller or changing them so they look different. Besides, the matter was so exciting that it could easily confuse someone's memory. Even in the most serious events, many small details get lost, and others are created by imagination to fill in the gaps. Still, the story lives on. What remains to be seen, and this is the dark spot, is how Santos could keep such an important matter secret from his wife for so many days. In truth, he almost told her more than once, either with words or gestures, if he could find the right way, about that secret known only to a few. But every time, some stronger force seemed to shut his mouth. It seems that what gave him the strength to stay quiet was the hope of a new and unexpected joy coming his way. In that scene in the office, everything was planned in advance. The silence, the indifference. Even the children he placed there, studying on a Sunday, all just for the effect of that one line. "Come kiss the hand of Lady Baroness of Santos." Chapter 22. Now a leap. That the two twins took part in the aristocratic honeymoon of their parents is something that does not need to be written down. The love they had for them was enough to explain it. But there is more. Since the title had caused two opposite feelings in other children's esteem in some, envy in Odas Pedro, and Paulo believed they had been given a special merit along with it. Later on, when Paulo adopted Republican ideals, he never included that family distinction in his criticism of institutions. The inner feelings this created could fill a whole separate chapter, if I did not prefer now to make a jump and move on to the year 1886. The leap is great, but time is like an invisible fabric onto which one can embroider anything: a flower, a bird, a lady, a castle, a tomb. One can also embroider nothing. Nothing upon the invisible is perhaps the most delicate work in this world, and maybe even in the next. Chapter 23. That year, one night in August, a few people were gathered at the house in Botafogo. It so happened that one of them, not sure if it was a man or a woman, asked the two brothers how old they were. Paulo answered first. "I was born on the anniversary of the day Emperor Pedro I fell from the throne." And Pedro quickly added, "I was born on the anniversary of the day His Majesty rose to the throne." Their answers came out at the same time, not one after the other, so the person asked them to speak one at a time. Their mother then explained. They were both born on April 7th, 1870. Pedro repeated slowly. I was born on the day His Majesty rose to the throne. And Paulo followed. And I was born on the day Emperor Pedro I fell from the throne. Natividad scolded Paulo for his rebellious answer. He tried to explain himself, but Pedro argued with the explanation and gave his own version. The room was turning into a debate club when their mother calmed things down by saying, This is just like school talk. You're still too young to be discussing politics. Wait until you have beards. But the beards wouldn't grow, no matter how much they tried to call them out by pulling at their upper lips with their fingers. Meanwhile, opinions political and others seeked coming and growing stronger. They weren't exactly deep beliefs. Neither had strong roots, big or small. They were more like colorful ties. Each brother wore a different one around his neck, waiting for the color to get old so they could switch to another. Naturally, each had his own favorite color, and it seemed that each tie suited its wearer. Since both boys received the same praise and rewards at school, there was no room for jealousy between them. If ambition ever came to divide them, it hadn't yet taken the shape of an eagle, or even a young condor, maybe just an egg. Everyone at the Colegio Pedro II liked them. But those beards still wouldn't come. What can you do when beards refuse to grow? You simply wait for them to show up on their own, to appear. To grow, and perhaps turn white with time. Yes, most beards do, except for those that never change color, or only do so partly and for a short while. All of this is well known and rather ordinary, but it gives me a chance to talk about two beards from that time, famous back then, yet now completely forgotten. Since I have no other place to mention them, I will use this chapter, and the reader can turn the page if they prefer to follow the story. I will stay here for a few lines, remembering those two dead beards, not understanding them now, just as we did not understand them then, the most mysterious beards in the world. The first of those beards belonged to a friend of Pedro's, a Franciscan monk. An Italian named Friar. I could write his full name, no one would recognize it anyway. But instead I prefer this triple symbol, a number of mystery, marked by stars, which are the eyes of heaven. This is about a friar. Pedro never saw him with a black beard, only with one already turning gray, long and thick, framing a strong and handsome face. His mouth was cheerful, his eyes bright and warm. He smiled with both mouth and eyes so gently that it touched people's hearts. He had a broad chest and strong shoulders. His bare foot, tied to a sandal, looked strong enough to carry the body of Hercules. Yet all of this was gentle and spiritual, like a page from the gospel. His faith was alive, his affection was steady, and his patience was endless. One day, Friar said goodbye to Pedro. He was going inland to Minas, Rio de Janeiro, São Paulo, maybe even Paraná, on a spiritual journey, like other brothers of his order, and he stayed there for a semester or more. When he returned, he brought great joy and even greater surprise to all of us. His beard was now black. I don't know if as black as before, but certainly very dark and shiny. He gave no explanation for the change, and no one asked him about it. It could have been a miracle or a whim of nature. It might also have been the result of human effort, although that last idea seemed harder to believe than the first. This dark color lasted for 9 months. After another short trip of 30 days, his beard appeared silver or snowy, whichever seems whiter to you. As for the second of these beards, it was even more surprising. He was no friar, but rather a ragged soul, a man who lived off debts, and in his youth had twisted an old saying of our language into these words: "Pay what you owe, see what's left for you." He reached 50 without money, without a job, without friends. His clothes might have been just as old as he was, and his shoes no newer than them. As for his beard, it hadn't quite made it to 50 either. He used to dye it black, poorly, likely because the ink wasn't of good quality, and he had no mirror to guide him. He walked alone, often going up and down the same street. One day, he turned the corner from Life Avenue and fell into Death Square, his beard stained and faded, since there was no one at the hospice to touch it up for him. Well then, to speak like my friar, why did both he and the ragged man go from gray back to black? Let the reader guess if she can. I give her 20 chapters to figure it out. Perhaps by that point I might catch a glimpse of some explanation, but for now I know nothing, and risk no guesses. Let it be that wicked tongues link friar to some worldly passion. Even so, it's hard to understand why he would reveal himself in such a way. And as for the ragged man, which ladies was he trying to please? That he traded bread for ink more than once. It could be that both gave in to the wish to hold on to fleeting youth. The friar, versed in scripture, knowing that Israel wept for Egypt's onions, might have wept too, and his tears fell black. It's possible, I repeat. This urge to trap time is a need of the soul, and of the jawline both. But time, God grants it habeas corpus. Chapter 24. Pedro and Paulo had opinions that grew so strong that one day they seemed to blend into something real. They were walking down Rua da Carioca when they passed by a glass shop filled with mirrors of all sizes. Alongside the mirrors, there were old portraits and cheap prints, some framed and others not. They stopped for a moment, looking around without any specific purpose. Soon, Pedro noticed a portrait of Louis XVI hanging on the wall. He went inside and bought it for 800 reais. It was just a simple engraving tied to the counter with a piece of string. Paulo wanted the same kind of luck, something that matched his own beliefs, and found a picture of Robespierre. When the shopkeeper asked for 1,200 reais, Pedro became a little upset. "So you sell a king cheaper? And a martyr king at that?" "Please forgive me," replied the old man, "but this other engraving cost me more. We sell according to what we paid. Look, it's in better condition." "That's not true," Paulo quickly said. "They're from the same time, but this one is worth more than that one. I heard he was a king too." "A king? No way," both of them replied. "Or maybe he wanted to be one. I don't really know much about history. The only stories I know are about the Moors, which my grandmother taught me back home, mostly in verse. And even among those, there are beautiful Moorish women. Like this one," he said, pulling out a portrait of Madame de Stael wearing her famous turban. Despite her name, I think she was Moorish, or still is, if she's alive. I hope her husband doesn't mind." He walked to a corner of the shop and brought back the portrait of Karina. Oh, the power of beauty! For a moment, The young men forgot all about their political views and stood there staring at the image. Even the 70-year-old shopkeeper seemed moved. He began pointing out the shape of her face, her expressive mouth, a little full but full of life, insisting that the price was fair. Since neither of them wanted to buy it, maybe because there was only one copy, he told them he had another. But that one, he said, was a bit of a troublemaker. The gods might forgive him for using such words, knowing that he only meant to spark the customer's interest. He walked over to a cabinet, opened it, took out a small statue of Diana, and brought it back. The figure was naked, just as it had been in the old days, long ago, when it stood among the bushes down below. Even so, nobody bought it. He had to make do with selling some political portraits instead. He tried one more time to get some money by offering a framed portrait of Emperor Pedro I, which hung on the wall. But Pedro said he did not have any money to spend, and Paulo declared he would not give even a single coin for what he called the face of a traitor. If only he had kept his mouth shut. The shopkeeper, who had been polite and smiling just seconds before, immediately dropped his friendly act. His face changed, and his voice grew loud and angry as he shouted that yes, the young man was absolutely right. "You are completely correct," he said. He was a traitor, a bad son, a terrible brother, bad in every way. He caused as much harm as he could in this world, and if religion speaks the truth, then he's still troubling the devil in hell right now. "This boy mentioned a martyr king earlier," the shopkeeper continued, pointing to a portrait of Donna Maria II of Braganza. The image showed her in a formal coat, half profile, with one hand placed over her chest. "This is the real martyr," he said. Her cousin stole her throne, which wasn't his to take, and gave it to someone who had no right to rule. And my poor king and master ended up dying in poverty. They say it happened in Germany, or somewhere like that. Oh, those villains! Oh, children of the devil! You gentlemen can't imagine how wicked those liberal scoundrels were. Liberals! Thieves of other people's rights. "It's all the same thing," Paulo muttered under his breath. "I don't know if they were made of flour or not," the shopkeeper replied. "But I do know they got beaten badly. Sure, they won in the end, but they suffered a lot. My poor king." Pedro wanted to respond to his brother's mocking tone and suggested buying the portrait of Pedro I after all. When the shopkeeper calmed down a little, he started negotiating again, but they couldn't agree on the price. Pedro offered the same 800 rice he had paid for the other portrait, but the shopkeeper demanded 2,000. He pointed out that this one was framed, while the picture of Louis XVI was not. Besides, he added, this portrait was newer. Then he stepped closer to the window to catch better light, drew attention to the face, especially the eyes, which he claimed had such a noble expression, and also to the imperial cape draped across the figure. "What's the harm in giving 2,000 reis?" asked one of them. "It'll give you 10 tostões. "Is that enough?" replied the other. "No, that won't do. It cost me more than that." "Fine then. Look, doesn't this one here deserve at least 3,000 reis? The paper isn't even yellowed, and the engraving is very fine." "I already said 10 tostões. "No, sir. Look, for 10 tostões you can take this one of Don Miguel. The paper is in good shape, and for just a little more money you can have a frame put on it. Come on, 10 tostões. I'm already regretting this. 10 tostões for the emperor. Oh no, that's not right. I paid 1,700 reais for it just 3 weeks ago. I'm only making about 300 reais profit, practically nothing. I make even less on the one of Don Miguel, but I agree it's not as popular. This one of Dom Pedro I, if you wait until tomorrow, you might not find another like it. Come on, okay? It'll come back later. Paulo was already walking away, looking at a print of Robespierre. Pedro caught up with him. Hey, take the one of Dom Miguel for 7 tostões. Pedro shook his head. How about 6 tostões? Pedro, standing next to his brother, had unrolled his own engraving. The old shopkeeper called out one last time, 5 tostões. But they were already too far away, and it would look bad to keep bargaining like that. Chapter 25. Old man Miguel stood there, turning the idea over in his head. No, he thought, this isn't something to be rolled up and stored away. I'm going to have it framed. A few old wooden boards will do just fine. Dona Miguel turned her cloudy, sorrowful eyes toward him. At least, that's what the glassmaker thought he saw. It might have been his imagination, but it seemed to him that her gaze slowly returned to its place, looking off to the right, into the distance. Toward what? Toward wherever eternal justice lives, the owner surely thought. As he stood there staring at the portrait by the shop door, a man stopped, stepped inside, and looked at the painting with clear interest. The shopkeeper noticed his expression. He could have been a supporter of Dona Miguel, maybe even a royalist, but he also could have simply been a collector. How much are you asking for this? The customer asked. This? Please forgive me, the old man said with a smile. You want to know how much I'm asking for my dear Lord Dona Miguel? I won't ask for much. Yes, it's a little faded, but you can still see how noble he looks. What a face. It's not expensive. I'll let it go for what it cost me. If it were already framed, it would be worth 4,000 reais. Take it for 3. The buyer calmly pulled out his money while the old man wrapped up the portrait. They exchanged the money, and the painting with polite nods and satisfied smiles. After seeing the customer out, the shopkeeper returned to his usual chair. Maybe he was thinking about how close he had come to making a terrible mistake selling the portrait for just 10 coins. Whatever the case, he sat there staring outside, far into the distance, toward the place where eternal justice lives. 3,000 reais. Chapter 26. The fight between the portraits. It is almost unnecessary to say what became of the pictures of the king and the revolutionary. Each boy hung his own above the head of his bed. But this arrangement did not last long. Both children began to play tricks on the poor images, which were not to blame for anything. They drew donkey ears, wrote ugly names, sketched animals until one day Paulo tore up Pedro's picture, and Pedro destroyed Paulo's. Naturally, they took revenge with their fists. Their mother heard the noise and rushed upstairs. She stopped the boys, but not before finding them scratched and bruised. She went back to her room sad. Would this curse of rivalry between them never end? She asked this question in silence, throwing herself onto the bed, her face buried in the pillow. This time, the pillow stayed dry, but her soul wept. Natividad believed in education. But no matter how much she tried to shape them, education could only smooth out the rough edges of their characters. The core remained. The small passions inside them continued to grow, to live, to break free, just as she had felt both of them struggling within her during pregnancy. She remembered that difficult time, and ended up cursing the backwoods woman from Castello. Really, the woman should have kept quiet. A secret not spoken can't be changed, but who knows? Maybe not keeping quiet proved that the woman was sent by God to tell the truth to people. And in the end, what exactly did she tell Natividad? She had only asked one mysterious question. Her prediction, however, had been bright and clear. Once again, the words from Castello echoed in the mother's ears, and her imagination did the rest. Thoughts of the future. There they were, grown, powerful. A few childhood fights, what did it matter? Natividad smiled, sat up, walked to the door, and found Pedro coming to explain himself. "Mom, Paulo is bad. If you heard the awful things he says, you would be scared to death. It's hard for me not to punch him in the face. I haven't even taken one of his eyes out yet." "My son, don't talk like that. He is your brother." "Well, then he should leave me alone and stop bothering me." What terrible things he used to say. While I prayed for the soul of Louis XVI, he, just to hurt me, would pray to Robespierre. He even made up a litany calling the other one a saint, and hummed it softly, so that father and mother wouldn't hear. I always gave him a few slaps for that. There you go. But it was him who hit me first, because I put donkey ears on Robespierre. So, was I supposed to just take it without saying anything? Not by staying quiet, nor by talking back. Then what? Just keep getting hit? No, sir. I don't want any more hitting. It's better if you both forget all this nonsense and start loving each other again. Don't you see how much your parents love each other now? All those fights are over. I don't want to hear any more arguing or complaints. In the end, what do you two have against a bad man who died so many years ago? That's exactly what I say, but he won't change. He will change. Studying helps you forget childish things. When you become a doctor, you'll have plenty to fight diseases and death. That's better than beating up your own brother. What is this behavior, Pedro? I don't want any more throwing things. Calm down and listen to me. You're always against me, Mom. I'm not against either of you. I'm for both of you. You're both my sons. And besides, you're twins. Come here, Pedro. Don't think I disagree with your political opinions. I actually like them. They're mine too, they're ours. Paula will come to have them as well. At his age, people believe all sorts of foolish things, but time sets them right. Look, Pedro, my hope is that both of you become great men, but only if you also become great friends. I'm ready to be a great man, Pedro said with innocence, almost with resignation. And a great friend too. If he wants to, then I will. Great men, Natividad exclaimed, giving him 2 hugs on for him, and one in advance for his brother when he came back. But Paulo arrived right away and got the full heartfelt hug. He had come to complain as well, and muttered something under his breath. But their mother didn't want to listen. Instead, she spoke once more in the language of greatness. Paulo agreed to become someone important too. "You will be a doctor," said Natividad to Pedro, "and you will be a lawyer. I want to see who can make the best cures and win the hardest cases." "I will," both of them said at the same time. "Fools," she replied. "Each of you will have your own path, your own kind of knowledge. Are your noses healed yet? Yes, there is no more blood. Now, the first one who hurts his brother will be punished." It was a smart move to separate them. One stayed in Rio de Janeiro to study medicine, while the other went to São Paulo to study law. Time would do the rest. Besides that, each of them would get married and move away with their wives. That was how they would keep the peace forever. And maybe, much later, they would become true friends again. Chapter 27. Here comes a thought from the reader. But if two old engravings can make them fight with fists and blood, will they be satisfied with just their own wives? Won't they both want the same woman? What you really want, my dear reader, is to get straight to the part about love. Or maybe loves because that's what excites you most in books. That's why your question sounds so clever, as if you were saying, "Hey, you still haven't shown us the lady. Or maybe ladies who these two young enemies will fall in love with or compete for. I'm already tired of hearing how these boys don't get along or barely tolerate each other. It's the second or third time I've seen the mother act sweet or scold her friends. Let's move on to love already, and make it two women, unless it's only one." To be honest, I don't like readers who try to guess what's coming, or imagine how the story should go while I'm still writing it, step by step. Your insistence on talking about just one woman is almost rude. What if they really do end up loving the same person? Would it not seem like him simply repeating what you suggested? When in truth, I'm only telling what happened, something that many witnesses could confirm. No, my dear reader, I didn't pick up my pen waiting for someone to give me ideas. If you want to write the book yourself, here is a pen, here is paper, and here's a fan to keep you company. But if all you want is to read, then please just sit back. Follow along, line by line. I'll allow you to yawn between chapters, but wait for the rest of the story and trust the one telling it. Chapter 28. Yes, there was a person, younger than them by a year or two, who tied them together, whether by habit or nature, or perhaps by both. Before her, it is possible that there were others, even older than the twins, but those others are not mentioned in the notes that serve as the basis for this book. If they ever fought over any of those earlier girls, no memory of it remains. But it is certainly possible, especially if they had shared the same tastes. And even if their tastes had been different, they could still have quarreled, just like the knights of old who dueled for the honor of their ladies. All of this is speculation. It was only natural that two young men so handsome, so alike, so elegant, so fond of life and leisure, of conversation and dancing, and ultimately heirs to a fortune, would attract the attention of more than one girl. Those who saw them ride by, along the beach or up the street, couldn't help but admire the perfect harmony of their appearance and movement. Even their horses seemed nearly identical, almost like twins, stepping in perfect rhythm, with the same strength and grace. Do not imagine, though, that the flick of their tails or the toss of their manes happened at exactly the same moment it did not, and thinking so might lead you to doubt the rest of the story. But the rest, at least, is true. Chapter 29. The youngest person in this story does not appear right here in this chapter for an important reason, which is to introduce the parents first. It is not that you cannot understand who she is without them, but you can, since all three are different from each other, and maybe even opposite. Even if you think she is special, it is not necessary to know her parents. Not all children are like their parents. Camo said that a certain father could only expect such a son, and science supports this poetic rule. For my part, I believe in science as well as poetry. But there are exceptions, my friend. Sometimes nature does something else, and still the plants grow and the stars shine. What you should believe without doubt is that God is God, and if any Arab girl is reading this, put Allah instead. All languages lead to heaven. Chapter 30. The Baptist family first met the Santos family at some farm in the province of Rio de Janeiro. It wasn't Marica, even though that was where the twins' father was born. It must have been in some other town. No matter which one, it was there that the two families met. And since they lived close to each other in Botafogo after returning, frequent visits and shared sympathy helped turn that chance meeting into something more. Batista, the girl's father, was a man in his 40s. He worked as a civil lawyer, had once been the president of a province, and was a member of the Conservative Party. His trip to the farm had been meant for a political meeting, part of his efforts to gain support for the upcoming elections. But the meeting turned out to be useless. He came back with nothing, not even a small sign of hope. Even though he had friends in the government, he got nothing, no seat in Congress, no presidency. He had given up on his career ever since he left his last position at his own request, as the official document said. But the complaints he made afterwards suggested there was more to the story. In truth, he had lost in the recent elections, and he blamed that political defeat for being removed from his job. I don't know what else he expected me to do, Batista would say, talking about the minister. I surrounded churches. Whenever a friend asked for police help, I sent it. I filed charges against maybe 20 people, and others went straight to jail without any trial at all. Was I supposed to hang people? Still, there were 2 deaths in Ribeirão das Motas. That last part was a bit too much. The deaths weren't really his fault. At most, he ordered the investigation to be buried. If you could even call it an investigation, it was more like a quiet talk about how violent the 2 dead men had been. Anyway, the elections ended without much bloodshed. Batista claimed he lost the presidency because of the elections, but there was another story going around. It involved water rights, a favor done for a Spanish man at the request of the president's brother-in-law. The request was real, but the idea that Batista was secretly involved in the deal was just a rumor, and not true. It didn't matter. That was enough for the opposition newspaper to say that there had been a good family arrangement in the matter, adding that, since it involved water, it must have been a clean deal. The government newspaper replied that if there was water, it wasn't enough to wash away the dirt left behind by the last liberal presidency, a palace supply deal. But that wasn't true. The opposition newspaper brought up the old case again and showed that their defense had been complete. It could have stopped there, but it went on, saying that since we are now in Spain, The president corrected the Spanish poet who wrote that epitaph. Cousins-in-law and together. It is true they are dead. He changed it because he didn't want to kill anyone. Instead, he gave life back to himself and his supporters, saying in Portuguese, "Brothers-in-law and super brothers-in-law. It's true they're very much alive." Batista quickly acted against the mistake, declaring the deal invalid. But even that gave the opposition more reason to attack. "We have the confession of the guilty," was the headline of the first article in which the opposition newspaper used the president's action against him. The local reporters had already written to Rio de Janeiro about the deal, and the government ended up removing its representative. In truth, only the politicians really cared about the whole situation. Donna Claudia only mentioned the press campaign in passing, which had been extremely fierce. "It wasn't worth leaving here," said Natividad. "Oh, but it was, Baroness," replied Donna Claudia firmly. She said it was worth it. One suffers, yes, but patience is needed. It felt so good arriving in the province. Everything planned out, the welcomes aboard the ship, the landing, the taking of office, the greetings. Seeing the judges, the civil servants, the military officers, many with bald heads and white hair. The best people of the region, finally, with their long, slow courtesies, all angled or curved, and the printed praise. Even the harsh attacks from the opposition were somehow pleasing to her. Hearing her husband called a tyrant, when she knew he had the heart of a dove, gave her deep satisfaction. The thirst for blood they accused him of having him, who didn't even drink wine. The iron glove of a man whose hand was like a velvet mitt. Immorality, shamelessness. Lack of courage, all those harsh but powerful names that she loved to read, as if they were eternal truths. Where were they now? The opposition newspaper was the first one that Donna Claudia read at. The palace. She felt whipped too, and took great pleasure in it, as though the lashes were striking her own skin. She ate better after reading it. Where had the sting of those times gone? Now she could barely make out his name printed at the end of some legal arguments, or on a list of people who visited the emperor. Not always, explained Donna Claudia. Batista is very shy. He goes to São Cristóvão from time to time, so it doesn't look like he's trying to get noticed, as if that were a crime. On the contrary, never going might seem like holding a grudge. Notice that the emperor has never stopped receiving him with great kindness, and me too. He never forgot my name. I stopped going there for 2 years, and when I showed up again he asked right away, "How are you, Donna Claudia?" Besides missing the taste of power, Donna Claudia was a happy woman. Her lively words and gestures, her eyes that seemed not to see anything because they never rested, her gentle smile, and her constant admiration, everything about her seemed made to cure other people's sadness. When she kissed or looked at her friends, it was as if she wanted to devour them a live-not out of hate, but love swallowed them whole, pulled them into herself, deep inside herself. Batista didn't show affection the same way. He was tall, and his calm air gave him the appearance of someone fit to govern. What he lacked was action, but his wife could inspire it. He never stopped asking for her opinion during the crises of his presidency. Even now, if he listened to her, he would have already gone to ask the government for something. But in this matter, he stood firm, a firmness born from weakness. "They will call me. Just wait," he told Donna Claudia whenever a spot opened up in a provincial government. It was certain that he felt the need to return to active life. In him, politics was less an opinion, and more like an itch that needed constant and vigorous scratching. Chapter 31. Such was that couple of politicians. If they had a son, that boy might have been the perfect blend of their opposing qualities, perhaps even a statesman. But heaven did not grant them that kind of dynastic comfort. They had only one child, a daughter who was nothing like them. Neither the passionate nature of Donna Claudia nor the official air of Batista could be seen in young Flora's soul or appearance. Anyone who met her around those days might have compared her to a fragile vase or a flower that blooms for just one morning enough to inspire a gentle elegy. Even then, she already had large, clear eyes, not knowing much, but full of a special kind of movement. It wasn't the scattered gaze of her mother or the dim look of her father. Instead, it was sweet and thoughtful, so full of grace that it could make even a greedy man's face seem kind. Give her an aquiline nose, shape her half-smiling mouth, and you get a long, delicate face. Smooth down her red hair, and there you have Miss Flora. She was born in August of 1871. Her mother, who always counted time by the changes in government ministries, never tried to hide her daughter's age. Flora was born during the Rio Branco ministry, she would say. And she was always so quick to learn that by the time of the Sinimbu ministry, she was already reading and writing well. Flora was shy and modest, not fond of public parties, and only agreed with difficulty to learn how to dance. She loved music, especially the piano, more than singing. At the piano, lost in her own world, she could easily forget to eat for a whole day. There was something extreme in her, yes, but exaggeration is part of life. And since people's ears are already so full of noise, only through strong and vivid words can any real truth find its way in. So far, nothing about this girl seemed extraordinarily different from others her age, as long as modesty came hand in hand with charm. And at a certain age, daydreaming feels as natural as mischief. At 15, Flora had begun to spend more time alone with her thoughts. Eris, who met her around that time at Natividate's house, believed the girl would grow up to be someone mysterious. "What do you mean?" asked her mother. "Honestly, I'm not saying anything at all," corrected Eris. "But if you allow me to say something, I'll just say that this young woman here brings together all the rare qualities of her mother." "But I'm not mysterious," replied Donna Claudia with a smile. "On the contrary, ma'am. Everything depends, however, on how we define this word. Maybe there is no single correct definition. Imagine a person who believes there is no perfection in this world, and thinks that even the most beautiful soul is just a matter of perspective. If everything changes depending on the point of view, then so does perfection." "Perfection is clubs," suggested Santos. It was an invitation to play cards. Eris didn't have the heart to accept. Flora seemed so restless, her eyes fixed on him, full of questions, curious to understand why she was, or might be considered, mysterious. Besides, he preferred talking to the women. This line is from his journal. "In women, gender corrects the ordinary. In men, it makes it worse." There was no need for him to accept or refuse Santos' invitation. 2 regular players arrived, and with them came Batista, who had been in the next room. Santos went off to his usual evening game. One of the newcomers was old Placido, a doctor of spiritualism. The other was a stockbroker named Lopes, who loved cards for the sake of cards and cared less about losing money than about losing a good game. Off they went to play cards, while Ares stayed in the living room, listening to the ladies talking quietly in a corner, with Flora's eyes still fixed on him. Chapter 32. The retired minister had already settled into his new life. He returned to Rio de Janeiro after one last look at the world beyond, choosing to spend his remaining years here. He could have lived anywhere, was a man suited to all climates, but he held a special love for his homeland, and perhaps he was simply tired of other places. He didn't blame them for his decision. Yellow fever, for instance, after so many times proving him wrong abroad, had worn down his faith in it. And here, when he read about a few cases in the newspapers, he was already corrupted by that belief which assigns every illness to a different name. Maybe it was because he was a healthy man. He hadn't changed completely. He was still the same, or almost the same. True. His hair had grown whiter, he had lost some weight, and a few wrinkles had appeared. But overall, he carried a strong old age at 60 years. His mustache still tapered to sharp, fine points. His walk remained firm, his gestures dignified, with that touch of gallantry he had never lost. In his buttonhole bloomed the same everlasting flower. To him, the city also seemed largely unchanged. There was a bit more movement, perhaps one or two fewer operas, some gray-haired faces, people who were gone. But the old city was still there. Even his house in Catete was well preserved. Ares politely asked his tenant to leave, as courteously as if he were receiving the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and moved in with just one servant, despite his sister Rita's insistence on taking him to her place in Andaraí. "No, Sister Rita, let me stay in my little corner," he said. "But am your last relative," she replied. "By blood and by heart, yes," he agreed. "You can even say you're the best of all, and the most pious. Where is that hair of yours? No need to lower your eyes. You cut it to put in your late husband's coffin. The hair here has turned white, but the hair that stayed there was black, and more than one widow would have kept it all for a second wedding." Rita smiled at the memory. Not in the beginning, though. Right after becoming a widow, she had felt embarrassed by such a sincere act, almost ridiculous. What was the point of cutting her hair after losing the best husband anyone could ask for? But as time passed, she began to see that it had been the right choice. She started to appreciate when others told her so, and even in private, she would bring it up herself. Now that very memory gave her the perfect reply. "So, if I'm like that," she said, "then why do you prefer living with strangers?" "What strangers? I'm not going to live with anyone. I'll live with the Catete, Largo do Machado, Flamengo Beach, and Botafogo Beach. I'm not talking about the people who live there, but the streets, the houses, the fountains, and the shops. Yes, there are strange things there, but tell me, would I find a house standing on its legs in Andaraí, for example? Let's be happy with what we know. My feet walk by themselves over there. There are things frozen in time and people who seem to never age, like that custodio from the candy shop." "Do you remember him?" "Yes, I remember. The Empire Candy Shop. Has had it for 40 years now. It was back when carriages still paid a tax just to pass through. Well, the devil is old, But he doesn't give up. He is still going to outlive me. He looks young. He shows up every week. You look young too. Don't joke around, sister. I'm finished. I might be a sly old man, sure, but not because I'm trying to please young girls. It's just the way I am. By the way, why don't you come live with me? Oh, so now you want to know that I also like being with myself. I'll visit you from time to time, but I'm not leaving here except maybe for the cemetery. They agreed to visit each other regularly. Ares would come over for dinner every Thursday. Donna Rita also mentioned some of his health issues, but Ares replied that he never got sick. And even if he did, he'd go to Andari to get better. After all, her heart was the best hospital he could ask for. Maybe behind all those refusals was also the need to avoid arguments, because his sister had a talent for creating moments of disagreement. That very day, at lunch, he thought the coffee was delicious. But she said it was terrible, forcing him to make a great effort to change his mind and pretend he hated it too. At first, Ayers kept to himself, stayed away from people, and spent most of his time alone at home. He rarely saw anyone, and when he did, it was only from time to time. The truth is, he was tired of men and women, of parties and late nights. So, he made a plan for himself. Since he loved classical literature, he found in Father Bernardet's writings a translation of that psalm. I withdrew and fled far away, and lived alone. That became his motto. If Santos had given him a coat of arms, he would have had those words carved at the entrance of the main room, just for fun, to amuse his many friends. But Ayers kept the motto to himself. Sometimes, he liked to say it quietly, partly because of its meaning, and partly because of the old-fashioned language. I withdrew and fled far away, and lived alone. That was how things were at first. Every Thursday he went to have dinner with his sister. At night he walked along the beaches or through the streets of his neighborhood. Most of his time, though, he spent reading and rereading, writing or rewriting his memoirs, going over past events. There were many memories, all different kinds, from moments of joy to deep sadness, funerals and diplomatic receptions, like a pile of dry leaves that now seemed green again in his mind. Sometimes, people were referred to only as an X or A, and he didn't always remember right away who they were. But that was part of the fun, trying to figure out who they were, finding the answer, and filling in the blanks. He ordered a glass-front cabinet to be built where he could keep the relics of his life-old photographs. Gifts from governments and private people, a fan, a glove, a ribbon, and other souvenirs connected to women. Medals and medallions, camos, pieces of ancient Greek and Roman ruins, and many other things too numerous to name, so as not to take up too much space. The letters were not in the cabinet. They were kept inside a trunk, carefully sorted by letters of the alphabet, by cities, by languages, and by gender. 15 or 20 of them could easily fill as many chapters, and would be read with interest and curiosity. One note, for example, a yellowed, undated little message, young in the way old notes can still seem, signed only with initials, an M and a P, which he read with a sigh and a smile. It's not worth saying the full name. Chapter 33. Solitude can be tiring too. Everything gets tiring, even being alone. Aris started to feel a little annoyed. He would yawn, doze off, and crave the company of any people at all, happy or sad, it didn't matter. He wandered through unusual neighborhoods, climbed up hills, visited old churches, walked along new streets, went to Copacabana and Tijuca. The sea there, the forest here, and the views all stirred something deep inside him, a flood of echoes that sounded like voices from his past. At night, he wrote about all of this, trying to strengthen his will to live in solitude. But no plan stands firm against real need. Being around strangers had one good thing. It broke the silence without demanding real conversation. The formal visits he made were few, short, and mostly just polite talk. These small steps marked the beginning of a change. Slowly, he began to enjoy the old routines again, to miss the warmth of sitting in living rooms, to long for the sound of laughter. It wasn't long before this retired diplomat returned to the world of social life. In both the biblical text and the priest's translation, solitude was described as ancient, almost outdated. Eris replaced one word and changed its meaning. I withdrew to flee, but ended up living among the people. And so, his plan for a new kind of life slowly faded away. Not that he stopped understanding it or stopped loving it. He still followed it from time to time, like someone taking medicine that forces them to stay in bed or rest in their room. But he recovered quickly and went back outside. He wanted to see other people, hear them speak, smell their presence, enjoy their company, feel them with all his senses. He wanted to use every part of himself to experience a world that could help him pass the time, the endless, immortal time. Chapter 34. We left him just 2 chapters ago, sitting in a corner of the Santos family's living room, talking with the ladies. You might remember that Flora couldn't take her eyes off him, eager to understand why he found her inexplicable. That word cut through her mind like a sharp blade, hurting but not making sense. What was inexplicable about her? She knew something that couldn't be explained was simply something hard to understand. But why was it hard to understand? She wanted to ask the counselor, but she never got the chance. He left early. The first time Ayres visited San Clemente, Flora politely asked him for a clearer explanation. Ayres smiled and gently took her hand. She was standing, and he held it as he thought of how to answer. Inexplicable, he said slowly, is a word we can use for artists who paint but never finish their paintings. They put on some paint, then more paint, then even more. Sometimes a lot, sometimes a little, always adding something new. But no matter what they do, the tree never looks like a real tree, and the little house never looks like an actual home. And when it comes to painting, people forget it. Even if the eyes in the portrait seem to speak, these artists think they say nothing at all. So they keep fixing and retouching with such patience that some die while working on a single eye, and others give up out of pure frustration. Flora still found his answer confusing. And you, dear reader, if you are older or wiser than she was, you might not find it any clearer either. But Ayres didn't add anything else. He didn't want to be grouped with those kinds of artists. Instead, he patted her hand gently and asked about her studies. Her studies were going well. How could they not go well? Sitting down next to him, the young girl admitted that she had been thinking about learning drawing and painting. But since there was a risk of using too much or too little paint and ending up with nothing finished, maybe it would be better to stick with music. Music suited her, and so did French, and English too. Well then, just focus on music, English, and French. Ayres agreed. But promise me you won't think inexplicable, she asked softly. Before he could answer, the two twins walked into the room. Flora switched her attention from one subject to the other, and the old man turned his focus to the young men. Ayres did not stay long. Just enough time to see her laughing with them, and to feel something inside himself that resembled guilt. Guilt, perhaps, for growing old. Chapter 35. By that time, the two twins were already attending university. One was studying law at the University of São Paulo, while the other was taking medicine at the medical school in Rio de Janeiro. It would not be long before they graduated and became, respectively, a defender of people's rights and their wrongs, and a man capable of helping others live or die with dignity. All contrasts exist within human nature. Neither politics nor love for Flora made them forget what mattered most to them. They managed to balance both, without one getting in the way of the other. At that age, everything blends together easily, without losing its true essence. What could be expected, though, was that both brothers might fall in love with the young woman just as deeply. And this seemed likely even without her trying to draw either of them closer. On the contrary, Flora laughed and joked with both of them, never showing preference for one over the other. Perhaps she didn't even notice anything unusual at all. Paulo spent more time away from home. During his visits back home on vacation, he always found Flora even more charming than before. That was when Pedro doubled his efforts to show kindness and attention, determined not to be outdone by his brother, who returned full of affectionate gestures. Flora welcomed all their attention with the same warm smile. It should be noted, and this detail is worth highlighting, that the twins still looked very much alike and grew more graceful as time went by. Perhaps standing side by side, they lost some of their individuality, because their strong resemblance made each one's unique features less noticeable. Besides, Flora sometimes pretended to mix up their names just so she could laugh with both of them. She would say to Pedro, "Dr. Paulo," and then turn to Paulo and say, "Dr. Pedro." No matter how many times they switched place left to right or right to left, Flora kept changing their names, and in the end, all three of them ended up laughing. Their closeness allowed for such playful teasing, and it only brought them even nearer. Paulo preferred talking to playing the piano, and Flora enjoyed conversations. Pedro leaned more toward music than words, and Flora played the piano for him. Sometimes, though, she did both at once, playing while she spoke, letting her fingers dance across the keys, and her tongue wander freely through stories and laughter. These charms, when paired with such grace, were truly enough to set the twins on fire, and that was exactly what happened, little by little. Her mother must have noticed something, but at first it didn't worry her much. After all, she too had been young once, and she too had divided her heart without giving anything to anyone. It was even possible that, in her view, this was a necessary exercise for the eyes of both the soul and the face. The important thing was that those eyes didn't become corrupted or follow after songs, as people say, referring to the spells of Orpheus. On the contrary, it was Flora who played the role of Orpheus. Was the song itself. In time, she would choose one of them, the mother thought. Their closeness had long gaps, aside from Paulo's unavoidable absences. Even though Pedro didn't go out much, he didn't always seek her out either. Nor did she often go to the beach house. Days would pass without them seeing each other. That they might think of one another was possible, but I have no real proof of that. The truth is that Pedro had his school friends, his casual street romances and adventures, theater shows, walks up to Tijuca, and other suburbs. Besides, the two twins were still at the point of writing to each other about her, praising her, describing her, saying 1,000 sweet things, without any jealousy. Chapter 36. Disagreement is not as ugly as people say it is, my friend. It's not ugly at all, and it's not useless either. Just think of all the books it has inspired, from Homer's time until now, and am not leaving any out. Which one am I not leaving out? I was about to say this one, but modesty waves at me from far away, telling me to stop here. So, I'll stop here. Long live modesty, even though she barely tolerates the capital letter I'm giving her name, along with the cheer in the letter itself. But she'll have to accept them. Long live modesty. Let's leave this book out and just think of the great epic and tragic works that were born from conflict. Ask yourself if such powerful results don't prove how important the cause must be. No, disagreement is not as ugly as people say. I insist on this point so that sensitive souls don't start trembling for the girl or the boys. There's no need to worry. Especially because their disagreement began with a simple agreement that night. They were walking along the beach in silence, each lost in their own thoughts, until both of them, as if speaking to themselves, said the same thing at the same time. She's getting really beautiful. Then they turned to each other. Who? Both smiled. They found it amusing that they had the same thought and the same question at the exact same moment. I know this is the same kind of thing that happened in chapter 25, when they spoke about age at the same time. But don't blame me. They were twins, so it made sense for them to speak in the same way. What matters is that they weren't upset with each other. What they felt wasn't love yet. Each one shared their opinion about the girl's beauty, her gestures, her voice, her eyes, her hand sand. They did so kindly that there was no hint of rivalry between them. At most, they disagreed on which feature was the best. For Pedro, it was her eyes. For Paulo, it was her figure. But since they both ended up agreeing that she was perfectly charming as a whole, it was clear they weren't fighting over it. Neither of them blamed the other for the vague feeling they were starting to have, and they seemed more like art lovers than true lovers. Besides, politics also kept them at peace that night. They didn't fight over that either. It was not that they did not feel something in response to the sight of the beach and sky, which were absolutely delightful. The full moon hung high, the water lay still, and voices some confused, others scattered floated through the air. Every now and then the sound of a carriage could be heard, either walking pace or a light trot, depending on whether it carried passengers or rode empty. A gentle breeze brushed their faces, cool and soft. Their minds began to wander into the future, a bright future, one that seemed just within reach at their young age. To Pedro, Botafogo would play a grand historical role, a royal bay for the emperor, a majestic setting worthy of empire. For Paolo it would become a Republican Venice, without a Doge or the Council of Ten unless, of course, there was a Doge under another name, perhaps simply called President, who would marry the people symbolically to this tiny Adriatic. Maybe he himself would be that leader. That thought, despite his youth, filled the young man with pride and ambition. Paolo imagined himself leading a republic where past and present merged, where tradition met progress. He saw a new Rome, a national convention, the French Republic, and the United States of America, all woven together in the fabric of his vision. Pedro, on the other hand, built castles in the air from a different dream. He pictured palaces halfway up the hill, one for the National Assembly, another for the Emperor. In his mind he stood as minister and president of the council, speaking with authority, silencing chaos, swaying opinions. He saw himself either winning a crucial vote in the Chamber of Deputies or signing a decree to dissolve the legislature. This last detail might seem small, but it deserves mention. Pedro, lost in dreams of power, always returned to those dissolution decrees. He envisioned himself at home, the documents signed, countersigned, copied, sent off to newspapers and chambers, read aloud by clerks, filed away in the ministry. He watched the deputies leave in silence, some muttering, others furious. But he remained calm in his office, welcoming friends who came to congratulate him and ask for favors to be passed along to the provinces. These were the broad strokes of their dreams, painted in the quiet of the night. Above them the stars welcomed every thought, the moon moved slowly across the sky, and the waves stretched lazily onto the shore, as if repeating an old familiar dance. They came back to reality only when they reached their house. Some impulse seemed to push them to talk about the weather and the night, the temperature and the bay. A faint whisper might have made them move their lips and start to break the silence, but the silence was so majestic that they agreed to respect it. Soon they found themselves thinking that the moon was splendid, the bay beautiful, and the temperature perfect. Chapter 37. In 1888, something serious and very serious made them agree, even though for different reasons. The date explains everything. It was the emancipation of the slaves. At that time, Pedro and Paolo were far from each other, but their opinions brought them together. The only difference between them was about what the reform meant. For Pedro, it was an act of justice. For Paolo, it was the beginning of a revolution. He himself said this after finishing a speech in São Paulo on May 20th. Abolition is the dawn of freedom. Let us wait for the sun. Once the black man is free, we must free the white man too. Natividade was shocked when she read this. She picked up her pen and wrote a long and loving letter. Paolo replied with 30,000 expressions of tenderness. In the end, he declared that he could sacrifice everything for her, even his life and even his honor. But not his opinions. No, mother. Not my opinions. The opinions, not the opinions. Natividad repeated out loud after finishing reading the letter. She still could not understand her son's feelings. After all, she had sacrificed her own opinions for her principles, like in the case of heirs, and continued to live without any stain on her name. So why couldn't he sacrifice his? She couldn't find an answer. She kept reading the sentence from the letter and the one from the speech again and again. She was afraid of seeing him lose his political career, if politics was indeed the path that would make him a great man. Once the black man is free, we must free the white man too. Those words sounded like a threat to the emperor and the empire. She did not realize. Not every mother does. She did not realize that the phrase from the speech was not exactly her son's. It didn't belong to anyone in particular. Someone had said it one day, maybe in a speech or a conversation, in a newspaper or during a trip by land or sea. Someone else repeated it, and then many people made it their own. It was new, powerful, and expressive. It became something everyone shared. There are phrases like that, lucky phrases. They start humbly, like poor people. Before you know it, they are ruling the world, just like ideas do. Ideas do not always carry the name of their father. Many appear as orphans, born from nothing and no one. Each person takes them, shapes them as best they can, and brings them to the marketplace, where everyone believes they are their own. Chapter 38. The afternoon sun was already high when Natividad stepped onto the streetcar the next day, around 2 o'clock. She had some shopping to do on Rua do Alvador, but her mind wasn't on that. She carried with her a single thought, one that stayed fixed in her head like a shadow she couldn't shake off. The view of the bay, the people walking by, even the usual bustle of the city known of it caught her attention. That thought moved ahead of her, and inside her at the same time, dark and threatening. As the streetcar rolled through Catete, someone jumped on without stopping the driver. You can guess who it was, the Councilor Ares. He put his foot on the step, saw Natividad sitting just a little further ahead, walked quickly toward her, and took the spot she offered him on the seat. After the usual greetings, he said, "I thought I saw you looking scared." She smiled slightly. "I didn't expect you could make such an athletic move." "It's just habit," he replied. "My legs jump on their own. One day, they might let me fall right under the wheels." "Anyway, you arrived just in time," she said. "I always arrive at the right moment," he answered. "Juve told me that before years ago, or maybe it was your sister. Wait, I remember now. We were talking about that old woman from Castello, the one who claimed she could see the future. I was on leave back then and heard all kinds of stories. I've always believed in those kinds of women sibyls, fortune-tellers. What happened to her in the end?" Natividad looked at him carefully, wondering if he had somehow guessed the secret visit she once made to that very same woman. But his face showed no sign of suspicion. She smiled and called him a disbeliever. He shook his head. "Not at all," he said. "If anything, I believe too much. I'm open-minded, and because of that, I accept almost every kind of belief there is." Then he added, "But tell me, why exactly do you say I arrived just in time?" There was something about Ares, the way he carried himself, so calm and polite, or perhaps it was the past they shared that gave Natividad a rare sense of trust. She didn't feel this way with many people anymore. Maybe not with anyone else. And so, she began to speak, hinting at a secret she planned to keep from her husband. "I need some advice, counselor. Besides, why should I bother my husband? At most, I'll tell the story to my sister Perpetua. I think it's better not to say anything to Agostinho." Ares agreed it wasn't worth troubling him if that was the case, and he waited. natividade, without mentioning the native woman, first told him about the rivalry between her sons, which had already shown itself in politics. Focusing especially on Paulo, she repeated the phrase from the letter and asked what would be the best thing to do. Eris thought it was just youthful passion. He told her not to insist. If she did, Paulo might change his words but not his feelings. So you think Paulo will always be like this? Always? I don't say that. I also don't say the opposite. Baroness, you want final answers. But tell me what in this world is really final, except for your husband's card games, and even those sometimes stop. How many days has it been since I last saw a letter from him? It's true I haven't been around much either. Still, talking face to face is more fun than exchanging letters. I bet the married men who go there think differently, though. Maybe. Only single men can really understand women's thoughts. A widower with no children, like me, counts as a bachelor. Actually, at 60 years old, I'm worth 2 or 3 bachelors. As for young Paulo, don't worry about that speech anymore. I gave speeches when I was his age too. I've already thought about marrying them off. Marriage is good, Eris agreed. I'm not saying right away, but maybe in 2 or 3 years. Perhaps he'll even take them on a trip before then. What do you think of that idea? Come on, don't just repeat what I say. I want your real opinion. Do you think a trip would help? I think a trip would be good. Go on. Travel does good, especially at their age. They're finishing school this year, aren't they? Exactly. Before they start any career, married or not, it's helpful to see other places. But why do you feel you have to go with them? Because I'm their mother. But I'm your son too, Eris said, interrupting gently. Forgive me for cutting in, but I am. Do you not think that habit, that pleasant face, that grace, that affection, and all those grayish little talents that adorn her make up a kind of motherhood? I confess to you that I would be left an orphan. Then come with us. Oh, Baroness, for me there is no world any more worth even a train ticket. I have seen everything through many languages. Now the world begins here, at Cais Gloria, or on Rua do Ouvidor, and ends at the cemetery of São João Batista. I hear there are some dark seas toward Ponta do Caju, but I am an old unbeliever, as you said earlier, and I do not accept such news without clear and visual proof. And to go check it out, I lack the legs. Always so charming. I didn't see them stumble just now, did I? Your sister told me the other day that you walk like you're still 30. Rita exaggerates. But going back to the Trife, have you bought the tickets yet? No. Not even ordered them? Not yet. Then let's think about something else. Each day brings its own task, let alone weeks and months. Let's think of something else and leave Paulo to ask for the Republic. Natividade thought he was right. Then she thought of something else, and this time it was the idea from the beginning. She didn't say right away what it was. She preferred to talk for a few more minutes. It wasn't hard with this man. One of his qualities was talking to women without falling into banality or soaring into the clouds. He had a special way, which I don't know whether it lay in the thought, the gesture, or the word. It's not that he spoke ill of anyone, and that would have been a distraction. I believe he didn't speak ill out of indifference or caution, For now, let's say it was out of kindness. But you still haven't told me what you want from me, beyond advice. Or is there nothing else? It's hard for me to ask. Ask anyway. Do you know that my two twins don't agree on anything, or only on very little, no matter how much I've tried to bring them into harmony? Agostino doesn't help. He has other concerns. I myself no longer feel strong enough. So I thought of a friend, a moderate man, a man of society, skillful, refined, cautious, intelligent, educated. Me? You guessed it. I didn't guess. It's my portrait in person. But then, what do you think I can do? You can correct them in a gentle way, make them united, even when they disagree, and ensure they don't disagree much at all. You can't imagine. It seems almost on purpose. They don't even argue about the color of the moon, for example. But at 11 years old, Pedro discovered that the shadows on the moon were clouds. And Paulo said they were flaws in our eyesight, and they started fighting. I was the one who separated them. Imagine this in politics. Imagine in love, say right away, but it's not exactly for that case. Oh no. For the others, it is just as useless, but I was born to serve, even uselessly. Baroness, your request is like appointing me tutor or teacher. Don't make gestures. I don't consider myself lowered. As long as you pay my salary. And don't be alarmed. I ask for little. Pay me in words. Your words are golden. I already told you that all my action is useless. Why? It is useless. A person with authority, like you, can do a lot, as long as you love them, because they are good, believe me. Do you know them well? A little. Get to know them more, and you'll see. Ayres agreed, laughing. For Natividade, it was worth another try. She trusted in the influence of the counselor, and to tell everything, I don't know if I should say. I'll say it. Natividade counted on the old diplomat's former feelings. His gray hair wouldn't take away his wish to serve her. I don't know who is reading me at this moment. If it's a man, maybe he won't understand right away, but if it's a woman, I think she will. If no one understands, so be it. It's enough to know that he promised what she wanted, and he also promised to keep quiet. That was the condition she set. All of this politely, sincerely, and unbelievingly. Chapter 39. They arrived at Largo de Carioca, got off their horses, and said goodbye. She went down Gonçalves Dias Street, and he turned onto Carioca Street. Halfway down, Ayres came across a small crowd standing in the street, soon moving toward the square. He wanted to turn back, not out of fear, but from disgust. He hated crowds. He saw there were only about 50 or 60 people, shouting against the arrest of a man. He stepped into a courtyard to wait until the group passed by. 2 police officers were holding the prisoner by the arms. Every now and then he would stop and resist, making them drag him or force him forward in another way. It seemed the man was accused of stealing a wallet. "I didn't steal anything," the prisoner shouted, stopping in his tracks. "It's a lie. Let me go. I'm a free citizen. I protest." I protest. Move to the station. I won't go. Don't go, yelled the anonymous crowd. Don't go. Don't go. One of the officers tried to convince the people that it was true, that the man had stolen a wallet, and the unrest seemed to calm a little. But as the officer walked on with the other, and the prisoner each holding one of his arms, the crowd began shouting again against the violence. The prisoner felt encouraged, and now pitiful, now aggressive, he called out for help. That was when the other officer drew his sword to clear a path. The people scattered not gracefully like swallows or doves flying toward their nests or food, but in panic, jumping here, there, and everywhere, in all directions. The sword went back into its sheath, and the prisoner continued on with the officers. But soon the voices took revenge for the fear the legs had shown, and a loud, bold cry filled the street and lifted the spirit of the prisoner. The crowd regrouped and moved toward the police station. Ares went on his way. The noise faded slowly, and Ares entered the office of the imperial cabinet. He didn't find the minister, it seems, or their meeting was short. It was certain that when he stepped into the square, he came across groups of people who were returning and talking about the arrest and the thief. They didn't exactly say thief, but rather sneak, thinking it sounded softer. These same people had been shouting loudly against the action of the police just moments before, yet now they laughed at the prisoner's sorrow. What a man, someone said. You might ask, but then Ares asked nothing. In the end, there was a hidden sense of justice in that double and contradictory reaction, he thought. Then he imagined that the outcry from the crowd of protesters came from an old instinct to resist authority. He remembered how, once created, man had immediately disobeyed his creator, even though God had given him a paradise to live in. But no paradise could compare to the pleasure of opposition. Let man get used to laws. Fine. Let him bow his neck to force and to the winds of power. Okay too. That's what happens to a plant when the wind blows. But asking him to always bless force and obey laws always is to violate his original freedom, the freedom of old Adam. That was how Counselor Ares was thinking as he walked along. Don't go imagining that he actually spoke all these thoughts out loud. He thought this way as if he were talking quietly at a table or in someone's living room. It was his gentle and delicate way of criticizing things, so convincing on the surface that some listener, searching for ideas, might end up catching one or two. He was walking down 7 of September Street when the memory of that noisy crowd brought back another memory, louder and much older. Chapter 40. The noise grew louder, a distant commotion that wouldn't have mattered much if it weren't for the sudden way Ares stopped walking on the sidewalk. He froze for a moment, then came back to his senses and continued walking, his eyes fixed on the ground and his thoughts far away in Caracas. It was there, in that city, where he had worked as a diplomatic attaché at the time, he had been at home, talking with a popular actress, a lively and charming woman. Suddenly, they heard a loud uproar, voices shouting, excited and rising in volume. "What's all that noise, Carmen?" he asked between gentle touches. "Don't be alarmed, my friend," she replied. "It's just the government falling. But I hear cheers. Then it must be the government rising. Don't worry. Tomorrow will be time enough to go offer your congratulations." Ares let that old memory carry him along, one that now surfaced in his mind because of the current noise made by 50 or 60 people shouting. That kind of recollection always had a stronger effect on him than others. He could clearly picture the moment again, the time, the place, and the woman from Seville. Carmen was from Seville. Even now, the former young man could still remember the folk song she used to sing when saying goodbye. After adjusting her stockings, smoothing her skirt, and pinning her hair with a comb right before throwing her mantilla over her shoulders and gracefully swaying her body as she sang. Tienen las sevillanas en la mantilla un letrero que dice, Viva Sevilla. I can't reproduce the melody, but Ayres still knew it by heart, and found himself humming it softly as he walked along. At the same time, he thought about how little interest he ever had in diplomacy. The rise of any government, no matter which one, with its new ideas, fresh faces, laws, and celebrations, meant less to him than the smile of that young actress. Where was she now? Her image erased everything else from his mind: the street, the people around him. Even the pickpocket nearby, leaving only her standing before him once again, swaying her hips and softly singing the Andalusian verse. Tienen las sevillanas en la mantilla. Chapter 41. If Ayres had followed his own taste, and I had followed his, neither he would still be walking, nor would I be starting this chapter. We would remain stuck in the previous one, never bringing it to an end. But nothing lasts in memory when something stronger pulls your attention away, and a simple donkey made Carmen and her little song disappear from view. It so happened that a cart stood motionless by the entrance of San Francisco Alley, blocking the way for any other vehicle to pass. The cart driver kept hitting the donkey hard with a stick. Although common, this scene caught Ayres' eye. He stopped, feeling sorry both for the donkey and the man. The driver was using all his strength because the donkey seemed unsure whether or not to move. Yet, despite the animal's hesitation, he took hit after hit like the devil himself was behind each blow. A few people already stood around watching. 5 or 6 minutes passed before the donkey finally decided that moving forward was better than staying still and getting beaten. He pulled the cart out of the way and slowly walked on. In the round eyes of the beast, Ayres thought he saw deep irony and patience. To him, it looked like a sign of unbeatable calm. Then he imagined reading these words in them. Go ahead, boss. Load up the cart with goods so you can earn the hay you feed me with. Stand on your feet all day long just to buy my horseshoes. Even then, I won't stop thinking badly of you, though I won't say anything out loud. You'll always be my dear boss. While you work yourself tired trying to make a living, I keep wondering if your control over me is worth much at all, since you can't take away my right to be stubborn. You can almost hear the thought, Ayres noted to himself. Then he laughed quietly and went on his way. During his time as a diplomat, he had invented many things. Perhaps he had also made up the donkey's inner speech. That might have been true. All he really saw in the animal's eyes was irony and patience. Still, he couldn't help giving those feelings shape through words and grammar. Maybe even the irony came only from his own mind. The human eye acts like a camera, capturing what cannot be seen, just as the ear echoes what is silent. All that matters is for the owner to have a flash of imagination to help memory forget Caracas and Carmen, her kisses, and her lessons in politics. Chapter 42. Thoughts and memories kept pulling at the counselor's mind, slowly eating away at his time and space, almost making him forget what Natividad had asked earlier. But he hadn't really forgotten. The words they had exchanged not long ago echoed in his ears, rising up from the stones of the street like whispers from the past. He thought about it, and decided that there was no harm in getting to know the two young men better. As he walked, an idea began to take shape in his mind, not quite clear, but lively. Like a swallow darting through trees, flying low then high, landing here and there, taking off again with sudden bursts of movement. This idea, colorful and uncertain, was that if the twins had been his own sons, maybe they wouldn't be so different from each other. Maybe their paths wouldn't have diverged at all, thanks to the balance of his own spirit guiding them. The old man's soul stirred with quiet longing, and he found himself returning to that thought again and again. He imagined another Caracas, another Carmen, a different life where he was their father. Those boys were truly his sons, and all of that like the swallow scattered into soft, silent gestures, fluttering in the wind of memory. Chapter 43. Natividad kept her full attention on her sons, especially now with the letter and the speech. She did not respond to Paula's political outbursts. That was one of the advisor's suggestions. When her son came back from vacation, he had already forgotten the letter he wrote. But he did not forget the speech. Whoever forgets a speech they gave themselves, if it's good, memory carves it in bronze. If it's bad, it leaves behind a bitter taste that lasts a long time. The best cure, in that case, is to imagine it was excellent. And if reason won't accept that idea, then ask others who will, and believe them. Public opinion is like old oil, it never goes bad. Paulo had talent. The speech he gave that day might have had a bit too much drama here or there, and maybe a few common or worn-out ideas. Still, he had talent. In the end, the speech was good. Santos thought it was excellent. He read it to friends, and decided to publish it in newspapers. Natividad didn't say no, but she believed a few words should be removed. Removed? Why? Asked Santos, waiting for her answer. Can't you see, Agostinho? These words sound too Republican, she said, pointing out the line that worried her. Santos listened as she read it again, then read it to himself. He had to admit she had a point. Still, he wasn't going to take those words out. Well then, we want to publish the speech. Oh no, the speech is magnificent. It can't just die in São Paulo. The capital must read it, and the provinces too. I wouldn't even mind having it translated into French. In French, it might sound even better. But Agostinho, this could hurt the boy's future. The emperor might not like it. Pedro, who had been quietly watching the argument, gently stepped in. He said his mother's fears were unfounded. It was fine to leave the sentence as it was. After all, it wasn't so different from what the liberals used to say back in 1848. A liberal monarchist could very well sign that passage, he concluded after taking in his brother's words. Exactly, agreed the father. Natividad, who saw rivalry between the twins in everything, suspected that Pedro's real intention was to put Paulo in a bad light. She looked at him carefully, trying to spot any sign of hidden mischief in his expression, but her son's face showed nothing but pure excitement. Pedro read parts of the speech out loud, pointing out the beautiful phrases, repeating the most striking lines, savoring the best ones like a fine meal, turning them over in his mouth with such enthusiasm that Natividad dropped her suspicion and was once again moved by the power of the speech. A small booklet edition was also printed, and the father had 7 copies richly bound and delivered to government ministers, while an even more elegant version was sent to the Princess Regent herself. "You should tell her," Natividad suggested, "that our Paulo is a passionate liberal." "A liberal from 1848, Santos added, recalling Pedro's earlier comment. Santos followed her advice exactly. The gift was delivered smoothly, and at the palace, Isabel's reference to him as a liberal from 1848 stood out more than any other part of the conversation, either to downplay the revolutionary tone of the speech that his wife had criticized, or because it carried historical weight. When Santos returned home, the first thing he told her was that the regent had asked about Natividad. Though flattered by the attention, she wanted to know what impression the speech had made, whether the regent had read it yet. "It seemed to go over well," he said. "She told me she had already read the speech." Still, I made sure to tell her that Paulo's feelings were sincere, and that although we noticed his passion, we understood it came from being the kind of liberal you'd find in 1848. "Did Papa really say that?" Pedro asked. "Why wouldn't he, if it's true? Paulo is what you might call a liberal from 1848, Santos replied, trying to convince his son. Chapter 44. During the holidays, Paulo found out how his father had interpreted that part of the speech to the regent. He protested against it at home. He even wanted to speak out publicly, but his mother, Natividad, stepped in just in time. Aris tried to calm the young man down and said to the future law graduate, "It's not worth it, kid. What matters is that each person has their own ideas and fights for them until they win. It doesn't matter if others misunderstand those ideas. That shouldn't make the author sad. But it does make me sad, sir. It might seem like that's how it is. I'm going to write an article about something, and I won't leave any room for doubt." "For what purpose?" Aris asked. "I don't want people guessing things." "But who doubts your feelings?" "They might." "Oh, come on. Anyway, why don't you come have lunch with me one of these days? How about this Sunday? And bring your brother Pedro too. It'll be just the 3 of us, a simple lunch between friends. We can drink some wine that the German minister gave me." On Sunday, both brothers went to the Catete Palace. They went more for the company of Aris than for the lunch itself. Both loved him. They enjoyed listening to him, asking him questions, and hearing his stories. They liked to hear political tales from the past, descriptions of parties, and news about society. "Long live my 2 young friends," said the counselor happily. "Long live the 2 of you, who haven't forgotten your old friend. How is your father? And your mother?" "They're fine," Pedro said. Paulo added that both of them sent their regards. "And Aunt Perpetua?" "She's fine too," Paulo replied. "She still believes in homeopathy and tells stories about Paraguay," Pedro added with a smile. Pedro was cheerful, but Paulo seemed worried. After the first greetings and small talk, Aris noticed the difference. He thought it was good because it broke the monotony of being too much alike. But still, he didn't want to see sad faces, so he asked the law student what was wrong. Nothing. That can't be true. You look kind of gloomy. I woke up today ready to laugh, and I want both of you to laugh with me. Paulo muttered something under his breath, a word neither of them could understand, and pulled out a small stack of paper from his pocket. It was an article he had written. An article? Asked Ares. Yes, an article where I explain everything about myself and clear up any doubts you might have. Please, listen to it now. I wrote it last night. Ares suggested waiting until after lunch, but the young man insisted on reading it right away. Pedro agreed with him, joking that the article might upset their digestion if heard before eating, calling it probably a bad dose of words. Ares laughed at that, and agreed to hear the article then and there. It's short, said Paulo. Only 7 paragraphs. Small letters? Asked Pedro. No, sir. Normal size. Paulo began to read. The article started with a quote from Amos. Hear this word, you cows of Bashan who are on the mountain of Samaria. He explained that by cows of Bashan he meant the people in power, those supporting the current government. He did not attack the emperor directly, out of respect for his mother, but he was harsh and sharp when talking about the political system and its leaders. Ares noticed in Paulo something that used to be called the fighting spirit. When the reading ended, Pedro said with a mocking tone, I know all this already. These are just São Paulo ideas. And yours are colonial ideas, replied Paulo. This exchange could have led to harsher words, but luckily, a servant arrived at the door announcing that lunch was ready. Ares stood up and said he would give his opinion over the meal. First, lunch, especially since we have salmon today, which is quite special. Let's eat. Ares truly wanted to fulfill the role Natividade had asked him to take. Perhaps the idea of being a kind of spiritual father to the twins, a father only in desire, not in fact, gave him a special feeling toward them, a sense of duty stronger than simple friendship. It also wasn't far-fetched to think he was looking for fresh material to fill the empty pages of his personal journal, the memorial. During lunch, they still talked about the article, Paulo with passion, Pedro with disdain, and Ares without showing clear support or criticism. As the meal went on, Ares quietly observed the 2 young men and their contrasting views. Maybe these were nothing more than a skin rash brought on by age. He smiled, made them eat and drink, even brought up the topic of young women, but here the 2 young men, embarrassed yet respectful, did not follow the former minister. Politics slowly faded from the conversation. In truth, Paulo still declared himself capable of overthrowing the monarchy with just 10 men, and Pedro claimed he could wipe out the seat of republicanism with a single decree. But the ex-minister, armed with no more than a saucepan and no men other than his own cook, wrapped up both regimes in the same delicious salmon. Chapter 45. Muse, sing. After lunch, Ares gave them a quote from Homer, actually, 2 quotes, one for each of them. He told them that the ancient poet had sung each line separately. For Paulo, he began with the start of the Iliad. Muse, sing of the anger of Achilles, son of Peleus. That destructive anger which brought countless pains upon the Greeks and sent many brave souls down to Hades, leaving their bodies to be torn by birds and dogs. For Pedro, he chose the beginning of the Odyssey. Muse, tell of that clever man who wandered far and long after he destroyed the sacred city of Troy. It was his way of showing their different personalities, and neither brother took offense. In fact, they both smiled warmly, feeling honored by the comparison. They knew the verses were meant as a kind of personal award. There wasn't a single word or sound in their minds that could argue against how well the lines fit each of them. The counselor, Ares, first shared the quotes in modern language, then repeated them in the original Greek. Hearing those ancient words made the twins feel even more like heroes from old tales. It was clear that no translation could truly match the power of the original language. What they did next was give a playful twist to the meaning of each verse, using it to tease each other. "You're right, Mr. Counselor," said Paolo. "Pedro really is a sly one." "And you're a hot-tempered guy," replied Pedro. "In Greek, boys, in Greek and in verse," Ares added with a smile, "which is better than our language and better than the prose of today." Chapter 46. The lunches kept happening, one after another. The months passed by, school holidays came and went, and Ares got to know the twins better and better. He wrote about them in his journal, mentioning how they had once visited old Placido for advice, and how before they were even born, there was a fight and a visit to the healer woman from Castello. These were old and mysterious stories that he remembered, connected, and finally understood. While the months go by, imagine you are in a theater, between acts, having a conversation. Inside, the stage is being prepared, and the actors are changing costumes. Don't go in there. Let the actress laugh backstage with her friends, even if she cried in front of the audience. And don't try to see the garden that's being built from behind the scenes. It's just old unpainted canvas. Only the side facing the audience has green trees and flowers. Stay out here, in this lady's private box. Look at her eyes. They still hold the tears the actress brought out during the play. Talk to her about the performance and the actors. Maybe say the play was too dark, or that the actors didn't know their lines. Or maybe say everything was beautiful and perfect. Then look through the binoculars at the other boxes, judge fairly, call the beautiful women beautiful, and the unattractive ones unattractive. Don't forget to share some funny stories that might make the beautiful ones seem less impressive, and point out good qualities that make the unattractive ones more likable. The good qualities should be big and meaningful, and the story should be interesting and funny. There are also boring stories, but even those can sound special when told by a good storyteller. And you'll see how the tears dry completely, and real life replaces the fantasy. I'm speaking in images here. You know that everything I'm telling you is true, with no added sadness or fiction. Chapter 47. Matthew 4, verses 1 through 10. When one political party rises to power, there are always tears from the one that falls. Both laughter and sorrow mark the first day of a new government, just like the beginning of time itself. Now let us turn to the story that gives this chapter its name. The liberals had been called to rule, and the conservatives were forced to step down. There is no need to say how deeply this affected Battista. He was crushed. Just when I finally had some hope, he said to his wife. Hope of what? What do you mean? What? A presidency. I didn't say anything before because it might not have worked out, but now it seems almost certain. I had 2 private meetings not with ministers, but with someone very close to them who knew what was going on. It looked like I might take office in a month or 2. A good position. Yes, a good one. If only you had worked harder. If I had done more, I could already be in charge. But we were waiting for the right moment. That's true, said Donna Claudia, looking ahead into an uncertain future. Batista walked back and forth, hands behind his back, eyes on the floor, sighing deeply. He couldn't tell how long it would be before the Conservatives returned to power. The Liberals were strong and determined now. Donna Claudia thought the same things. This couple shared almost everything except their will. Their thoughts were so alike that if anyone saw them written down, no one could guess which ideas belonged to him and which belonged to her. They seemed to come from the same mind. At that moment, neither of them saw any real hope, either near or far. Only a faint idea floated between them. And then Donna Claudia's will took hold. She stood up quickly from her chair and asked her husband sharply, "But Batista, what exactly do you expect from the Conservatives anymore?" Batista stopped walking and answered with dignity, "I expect them to rise again." Rise again? You think that will happen in 8 or 10 years? By the end of the century, maybe? And even then, how do you know they'll remember you? Who will think of you then? I could start a newspaper. Forget about newspapers. What if he died? I would die at my post of honor. Donna Claudia stared at him fixedly. Her small eyes bored into his like 2 patient drills. Suddenly, raising her open hands, "Batista, you were never a conservative." Her husband turned pale and stepped back, as if he had just heard the ultimate betrayal from his own party. Never a conservative? But then, what was he? Who could he be in this world? What gave him the respect of his superiors? He lacked for nothing. Donna Claudia didn't wait for explanations. She repeated her words and added, "You were with them the way people are at a ball where you don't need to share the same ideas to dance the same dance." Batista gave a quick, faint smile. He loved graceful images, and this one struck him as especially clever, so much that he agreed at once. But inspiration from his rising star gave him a ready reply. "True, but people don't dance with ideas, they dance with their legs. Dance however you like, but the truth is all your ideas lean toward the Liberals. Remember, the opposition in the province accused you of supporting the Liberals. That was false. It was the government itself that advised me to stay moderate. I can even show you letters. No such thing as moderation. You're a liberal." "Me? A liberal?" "A big liberal. You've never been anything else." Think about what you're saying, Claudia. If someone hears you, they might believe it, and then spread the word. So what if they do? Let them spread the truth. Let them spread justice. Your real friends won't leave you out in the cold, now that everything's being organized. You have personal friends in the ministry, why don't you go talk to them? Batista recoiled in horror. Climbing the stairs of power and telling them he was ready to serve was simply unthinkable. Donna Claudia admitted it wasn't something just anyone could do, but a true friend would do anything. A close friend of the government could go straight to Auro Preto and say, "Viscount, why haven't you invited Batista? He's always been liberal in his ideas. Give him a presidency, even a small one will do. Batista shrugged his shoulders and made a gesture with his hand, asking her to be quiet. But the woman did not stop talking. She kept saying the same things, now with more urgency in her voice and tone. Inside, the man was already feeling a deep sense of disaster. If he really thought about it, he wouldn't mind crossing that line, the point of no return, but he just didn't have the strength to do it. He wished he could want to. He wished he could ignore everything, forget the past, the present, and the future, not know anything about people or politics, and simply follow fate as it was handed to him. But he couldn't. Let's be fair to the man. When he only thought about being loyal to his friends, he felt better. His faith was still there, his habits, his hopes. The problem came when he looked toward the other side, the path that led to power, joy, success, and a long, certain future. That was the life Claudia pointed out to him with her finger. She showed him the way to the presidency, to a ministry, to influence. He would turn his eyes away, but still he stayed. Alone with his thoughts, Batista often reflected on his personal and political situation. He examined his conscience carefully. Maybe Claudia was right. What was it in him that was truly conservative? If not that natural instinct every living being has, the one that helps keep the world going. He saw himself as a conservative in politics only because his father was one. And his uncle, and his father's friends, and the parish priest. At school he had been taught to hate liberals. But then again, he wasn't really a true conservative. He was more like a Sacquarema, just as the liberals were more like Lucius. These were old, almost silly names people used to give to different political groups back then. Labels that softened the differences between parties. He remembered how things had changed. There was no longer the deep divide between conservatives and liberals that had existed in the years 1842 and 1848. He recalled the Viscount of Albuquerque, or maybe it was another senator, who once said in a speech that there was nothing more similar to a conservative than a liberal, and nothing more like a liberal than a conservative. Batista remembered examples from history, the Progressive Party, men like Olinda, Nabucco, Zacharias. Weren't they all conservatives who understood the new times and took the revolutionary fire out of liberal ideas, replacing it with a bright but calm energy? The world, after all, didn't belong to those who refused to move forward. At that thought, a chill ran down his spine. Right at that moment, Flora appeared. Her father embraced her warmly and asked if she would like to move to some province with him, since he was going to be the president there. But didn't the conservatives fall from power? She asked. Yes, they did, he replied. But imagine if... Oh no, Papa. No. Why not? I don't want to leave Rio de Janeiro. To her, Rio de Janeiro probably meant Botafogo, and more specifically, the house where Natividad lived. Her father didn't try to understand the real reason behind her refusal. He assumed it was for political reasons, and felt stronger in his decision to resist Donna Claudia's temptations. He remembered a line from the Bible, "Get away from me, Satan, for it is written, you shall worship the Lord your God and serve only him." And just like in the scripture, then the devil left him, and angels came and took care of him. In this case, though, there was only one angel, but she was worth many. As he kissed her gently, the father said, "Well done, my dear daughter. Well done." That's right, isn't it, Papa? No, it wasn't Flora who stopped her father from leaving. Quite the opposite. If Batista had to give in, it would have been either to his wife or to the devil, since in this story, they were almost the same thing. But he didn't give in because he was weak. He simply didn't have the strength to betray his friends, even if they seemed to have abandoned him. Some virtues are made of shyness and quietness, and yet, morally speaking, they can be very valuable. It's not only the strong heroes or martyrs who matter. Even small, gentle virtues are still virtues. It's true, however, that his tone when talking about the liberals was no longer full of hatred or impatience. It had softened into something closer to tolerance, almost fairness. He agreed that switching between parties was a normal part of public life. What he did instead was encourage his friends. He believed they would soon return to power. Donna Claudia, on the other hand, thought differently. In her opinion, the liberals wouldn't be back until the end of the century. At most, she admitted, during their first return, they probably wouldn't give a position to someone who changed sides too late. It would be better to wait a year or two of vacancy in the chamber, a committee seat, or maybe even the vice presidency of Rio. Chapter 48. None of these things worried Natividad at all. She was more concerned with the ball at Ilha Fiscal, which took place in November to honor the Chilean officers. It wasn't that she still danced herself, but she enjoyed watching others dance, and now held the opinion that dancing was a pleasure for the eyes. This opinion is one of the effects of getting old. Don't pick up such a habit, dear reader. There are other bad habits too, none worse than this one. Let philosophers say what they want about old age being useful, because of experience and other advantages. Don't grow old, my friend, even if the years invite you to leave spring behind. At most, except summer. Summer is good warm. Nights are short, it's true, but dawn brings no mist, and the sky soon shows its blue. That way you can keep on dancing forever. I know very well there are people for whom dancing is more a pleasure of the eyes than anything else. The dancers themselves are nothing more than women who make a living from it. And I, if it's allowed to speak of oneself, also think that dancing is more pleasing to the eyes than to the feet. The reason is not only the long gray years, but something else as well, which I won't mention because it's not worth it. In the end, I'm not telling my own story, or expressing my opinions, or anything that doesn't concern the people entering this book. These are the ones I must present here fully, with their virtues and flaws, if they have any. This should be clear without needing to point it out, but there's no harm in repeating it. Take, for example, Donna Claudia. She also thought about the ball at Ilha Fiscal, not with the slightest intention of dancing, nor for the aesthetic reasons of the other woman. For her, the ball at the island was a political event. It was the minister's ball, a liberal celebration that could open the doors to some presidency for her husband. She already saw herself among the imperial family. She heard the princess say, "How are you, Donna Claudia?" "Perfectly well, your serene highness." Batista would talk to the emperor in a corner, right in front of the envious eyes that would try to listen to their conversation by staring at them from a distance. As for the husband, I don't know what to say about him regarding the ball on the island. He said he would go, but he wouldn't feel comfortable there. Some might see his going as a kind of half-conversion. It's not that only liberals would be at the ball, conservatives would go too. Here, the saying from Donna Claudia fit well. You don't need to have the same ideas to dance the same dance. Santos, however, didn't need any ideas to dance. In fact, he wouldn't even dance at all. When he was young, he used to dance a lot: quadrilles, polkas, waltzes, the dragged waltz, and the jumped waltz, as people called them back then. I can't really explain the difference better, but I imagine in the first one, the feet never left the ground, and in the second, they never touched it. All of that stopped when he turned 25. That's when business took hold of him and pulled him into another kind of dance, one where you don't always come back to the same place, or sometimes never leave it at all. Santos left that dance, and now we know where he stands. Lately, he had the idea of becoming a congressman. Natividad shook her head, even though he explained that he didn't want to be a speaker or a minister. He just wanted to use the chamber as a stepping stone to the Senate, where he had friends, respectable people, and a seat that was meant to last forever. Forever? She interrupted with a faint, pale smile. I mean for life, he corrected. Natividad insisted it wouldn't work. She said his place was in commerce and banking. She added that politics was one thing, and industry another. Santos replied by mentioning the Baron of Maua, who combined both. Then his wife spoke in a dry and harsh tone, making it clear that nobody starts a political career at 60. But it's just a step. You're both getting older, he said. No, Agostinho, the Baroness said firmly, with a final gesture. I'm not counting Ares, who'd probably dance anyway, despite his age. And I'm not talking about Donna Perpetua, who wouldn't even go. Pedro would go to the ball, and it was only natural that he would dance a lot, even though he was deeply focused on his studies. He was completely enchanted by medicine. In his bedroom, besides the bust of Hippocrates, he had portraits of some of the most respected doctors from Europe. Many drawings of skeletons, illustrations of diseases, chests cut open to show the blood vessels, exposed brains, a cancer on a tongue, some disabled people, and other similar images. His mother, if she had her way, would have thrown all those pictures away, but they were part of her son's science, and that was enough for her to accept them. She simply chose not to look at them. As for Flora, she was still too young and inexperienced in the art of dancing, and so she was shy or uneasy, as her mother used to say. But that was the least of it. The worst part was that she would probably get bored quickly, and if she couldn't leave early and come back home, she might end up feeling sick for the rest of the night. It's worth mentioning that since the event was on an island, she would be surrounded by the sea, and the sea was one of her favorite things. But even if she thought about the sea, and tried to comfort herself with the hope of seeing it, she would also realize that the dark night would make it impossible to enjoy the view. How complicated life can be, reader. One thing leads to another, they twist together, come apart, mix up, get lost, while time keeps moving forward without ever losing itself. But where would Flora's boredom come from if it came at all? Not from Pedro being at the ball. He was, after all, one of the two men who truly cared for her. Unless, of course, she cared more for the one who was in São Paulo. That conclusion, though, was uncertain, because it wasn't clear that she preferred one over the other. We've already seen her talk to both of them with equal warmth, what she showed to Pedro now in Paulo's absence, and what she would show to Paulo when Pedro wasn't around. Some readers might guess there was a third person involved. A third person could explain everything: someone who wasn't going to the ball, maybe a poor student with no friends, and no formal suit except for a young, green, and passionate heart. Well, no. Curious reader, not even that third person, nor a fourth or fifth nobody else. She was just strange, as her mother liked to call her. It did not matter. The strange girl went to the ball on Fiscal Island with her mother and father. Natividad also attended with her husband and Pedro. Aires was there as well, and so were the rest of the invited guests at the grand celebration. It was a beautiful idea from the government, dear reader. Inside and outside, on the sea and on land, it looked like a Venetian dream. That whole society lived through a few hours of luxury new experiences for some, nostalgic moments for others, and full of promise for everyone, or at least for our friend Natividad for the conservative Batista. Natividad thought about her son's future. She imagined great things ahead. Pedro could very well begin the 20th century as a minister, starting the third reign in style. In her mind, she saw another, even grander ball on that same island. She planned the decorations, watched the people dance, and pictured a magnificent celebration that would go down in history. She saw herself there too, sitting quietly in a corner, not even noticing the weight of age, just happy to see her son's greatness and success. This was how she looked forward, pushing her eyes into the future, borrowing happiness from what was yet to come in case she died before seeing those prophecies come true. She felt the same way she did now, looking at that basket of lights shining in the middle of the calm, dark sea. Batista's imagination did not stretch as far as Natividad's. I mean, his thoughts only reached the beginning of the century, God knows if even before the year ended. As the music played and he admired the elegant dresses around him, he heard some karaoke witches who reminded him of Scottish ones. At least their words sounded like the ones that greeted Macbeth. Hail Batista, former province president. Hail Batista, next province president. Hail Batista, you shall be a minister one day. The language of these predictions was liberal, without any grammatical mistakes. The truth is, though, he regretted listening to them and tried hard to translate them back into the old conservative language. But by now, he was running out of dictionaries. The first word still carried the old accent. Greetings, Batista, former provincial president. But the second and last words were from that other liberal language, the one that always sounded to him like the speech of black people. In the end, the woman, like Lady Macbeth's, spoke with her eyes what she had just said with her mouth, that she already felt within herself those future visions. She repeated the same thing the next morning at home. Batista, hiding a smile, did not believe in witches, but deep down, his memory kept those island words. Greetings, Batista, next president, to which he would answer with a sigh. No, no, daughters of the devil. Contrary to what was said before, Flora did not feel bored on the island. I guessed wrong, now correct myself in time. She could have been annoyed for the reasons already mentioned, and even others that I spared from the hurried reader, but truly, she spent the night well. The novelty of the celebration, the closeness of the sea, the ships lost in the shadows, the city across the way with its gas lamps below and above, on the beach and on the hills, all these new sights enchanted her during those swift hours. She lacked neither dance partners nor conversation, nor the joy of others and her own. She shared fully in the happiness around her. She saw, listened, smiled, and forgot everything else as she became lost in her own thoughts. She even envied the imperial princess, who would one day become empress, with the absolute power to dismiss ministers and ladies, visitors and petitioners, and remain alone in the most hidden part of the palace, satisfying herself with contemplation or music. That, to Flora, was what ruling meant. Such thoughts came and returned. At one point, someone said to her, as if to give strength to her idea, "Every free soul is an empress." It was not another voice like the witches who had greeted her father, nor like the ones that spoke inside Natividade about her children. No, that would be adding too many mysterious voices here, and besides tiring the reader with repetition, it would not match the reality of the events. The voice that spoke to Flora came from the lips of old Ayres, who had gone to sit beside her and asked, "What are you thinking about?" "About nothing," Flora replied. But the counselor had seen something in her face, a look that suggested deeper thoughts, and he pressed her to share. Flora did her best to explain the envy she felt when she looked at the princess, not the kind of envy that wishes to shine one day, but the kind that wants to escape all brightness and power, just to remain free, to be the ruler of her own life. That was when he whispered to her, as he had before, "Every free soul is an empress." The words were beautiful, clear, and full of meaning. They seemed to hold the greatest truth found on earth and beyond. Those few words were as powerful as a page from Plutarch. If any politician had heard them, they might have saved them for a time when they were standing against the government, waiting for the third reign to come. This is what he himself wrote later in his journal, adding this note: "The gentle girl thanked me for these 5 words." Chapter 49. Everyone returned from the island with the ball still fresh in their minds. Many dreamed about it that night. Some slept badly, or not at all. Ayres was one of those who woke up late. It was already 11 o'clock. He had lunch at noon, then sat down to write in his journal the impressions from the night before. He described several ladies' shoulders, made some political remarks, and ended with the words that appear at the close of the previous chapter. Afterward, he smoked and read until he decided to go out to Rua do Ouvidor. As he approached the window of his front room, he noticed an unexpected figure standing at the door of the pastry shop old Custodio, full of sadness. The sight was so unusual that Ayres stood there for a few moments watching him. At that moment, the confectioner looked up, saw Ayres behind the curtains, and while Ayres stepped back inside, Custodio crossed the street and entered his house. "Let him come up," said the councilman to the servant. Custodio was welcomed with the same kindness as always, perhaps even more attention than usual. Ayres wanted to know what was troubling him. "I came to tell your excellency. It's about the signboard." "What signboard?" "If your excellency would kindly look for yourself," said the confectioner, asking him to come to the window. "I don't see anything." "That's exactly the problem. So many people advised me to have the sign redone that I finally agreed. I had 2 employees take it down. The neighbors came out into the street to watch the work, and they seemed to be laughing at me. I had already spoken to a painter from Rua da Assembleia, but we didn't agree on a price because he wanted to see the board first. Yesterday afternoon I sent a clerk over, and your excellency can guess what the painter told me, that the board is too old and needs to be replaced. The wood won't hold the paint anymore. I rushed over there right away. I tried to convince him to paint over the same wood, but he showed me that it was cracked and eaten by insects. From down below you couldn't even see that. I insisted he should just paint it as it was, but he replied that he was an artist and wouldn't do work that would fall apart so soon. Well then, have everything redone. A new paint job on old wood is worthless. Now you will see that it lasts for the rest of our lives. The other one lasted too. It was just a matter of freshening up the letters. It was already too late. The order had been placed. The wood must have already been bought, cut, and nailed, with the background paint applied before drawing and painting the title. Custodio did not mention that the artist had asked him about the color of the letters, whether red, yellow, or green on white, or the other way around, and that he carefully had inquired about the price of each color to choose the cheapest ones. It doesn't matter which colors they were. Whatever they were new paint, new boards, a renovation that he, more out of thriftiness than affection, would not have wanted to make, but affection counted for a lot. Now that he was about to change the sign, he felt like he was losing part of his own body, something that others in the same or different lines of business wouldn't understand, since they actually enjoyed updating their storefronts and growing their reputation along with them. Such is life. Ayres kept thinking he should write a philosophy of signs, in which he would include these and other observations, but he never got around to starting the work. Your Excellency will forgive the trouble I brought by coming to tell you this. But Your Excellency has always been so kind to me, has always spoken to me with such friendship, that I dared to come. Forgive me, will you? Yes, my dear man. Even though Your Excellency approves of the new sign, I'm sure you'll feel with me the loss of the old one. My faithful companion which never left me, and which, during the nights of streetlights for St. Sebastian's Day and others, I used to display for all to see. When Your Excellency retired, you came back and found it in the same spot where you left it when you were first appointed. And yet, I had the heart to part with it. All right, enough of that. Now it's time to welcome the new one, and you'll see. In no time you two will be friends. Custodio left stepping backward, as was his habit, and went down the stairs unsteadily. In front of the candy shop, he paused for a moment to look at the spot where the old sign had been. Truly, he missed it. Chapter 50. The inkwell of Everestotha's story proves that we can grow attached to anything, even an old piece of wood. Believe me, it wasn't just the cost he naturally felt, it was also nostalgia. No one simply lets go of such an intimate object, one that is part of the house and almost like part of the skin, especially since the little sign had never even been taken down. Custodio never had the chance to see if it was damaged. It lived there like the shutters and the wall. It was during dinner in Botafogo. Only 4 people were present, the 2 sisters, Santos and Ayres. Pedro had gone to dine at San Clemente with the Batista family. Donna Perpetua approved the confectioner's feelings. She mentioned, apropos of nothing else, the inkwell of Evaristo. The sister smiled at her husband, and he smiled back at her, as if they were saying, "Here we go again." It was an inkwell that had once belonged to the famous journalist from the First Reign and the Regency period. A simple object made of clay, like the inkwells you could still buy in stationery shops both then and now. Donna Perpetua's father-in-law, who had given it to her as a keepsake, had owned one just like it in age, material, and design. It came into my hands from one person to another. It doesn't match the luxurious inkwells of Brother Agostinho or Natividade, but it holds great value for me. Undoubtedly, Ayres agreed. Historical and political value. My father-in-law used to say that great articles from Aurora were written with this inkwell. To be honest, I've never read those articles, but my father-in-law was a truthful man. He knew Evaristo's life through others, and praised him endlessly. Natividade tried to steer the conversation toward the ball the night before. They had already talked about it, but she couldn't think of another topic to divert their attention. Still, the inkwell lingered in the conversation for a while longer. It wasn't only one of Donna Perpetua's cherished memories, a family relic, but also one of her ideas. She promised to show it to the counselor. He promised to look at it with great pleasure. He admitted that he held deep respect for objects used by great men. Finally, dinner came to an end, and they moved into the parlor. Ayres began talking about the bay. Here is something that's older than Evaristo's inkwell and Custodio's signboard. And yet it looks younger, doesn't it, Donna Perpetua? The night is clear and warm. It could be dark and cold, and still the effect would be just the same. The bay doesn't change. Perhaps one day men will fill it up with dirt and stones to build houses on top, a whole new neighborhood, maybe even a large circus for horse races. Anything is possible under the sun and moon. Our happiness, Baron, is that we'll be dead before that happens. Don't talk about death, counselor, said Santos. Death is only a guess, Ayres replied, maybe even just a story. Nobody dies from a good meal, and your cigars are absolutely delicious. These are new ones. Do you think they're good? Delicious. Santos was pleased to hear such praise. He took it as a compliment, not only to the cigars, but also to himself, to his qualities, his name, his place in society, his house, his farm, his bank, even his vests. That might sound like too much, but it was simply his way of showing how deeply he cared for those cigars. To him, they were worth as much as the inkwell and the signboard, except that those objects stood for affection and respect, while the cigars, with their taste and cost, went beyond that. They were a kind of daily miracle, repeated every day. These were the thoughts drifting through Ayres' mind as he looked gently at his host. He couldn't hide from himself the dislike he felt. He didn't exactly hate Santos. Maybe he could even like him if there were a wall between them. It was Santos' whole being, the way he acted, what he said, how he moved, his laugh, everything about him that made Ayres feel uncomfortable. Chapter 51. Around 9 o'clock, or maybe a little later, Pedro arrived with the couple Batista and Flora. "We thought we'd bring your boy," said Batista to Natividad. "Thank you, doctor," Santos quickly replied. "But he's not the kind of child who gets lost on the streets anymore. And even if he does, he can be found easily," he added with a smile. Natividad didn't like the joke, especially since it was about her son and said right in front of her. Maybe it was just too much modesty. There's often too much of that sort of thing, and the right thing to do is forgive it. There are also the opposite kinds of excessive compromises, people who enjoy exchanging sharp remarks or playful teasing. Those should be forgiven too. In the end, forgiveness reaches heaven. Forgive one another, that's the law of the gospel. The boy himself wasn't listening to any of this. He had been talking with Flora, and, after a few exchanged words, the two of them moved away to a corner to continue their conversation. Iris noticed how they acted, but no one else seemed to pay attention. After all, they were speaking quietly, no one could really hear them. She listened while he spoke. Then it was her turn to talk and his to listen. They were so absorbed in each other that they seemed unaware of anyone else around them, yet they still noticed everything. They had that sixth sense that conspirators and lovers share. It's possible they were talking about love, but it's certain they were plotting something. What exactly they were plotting, you'll find out soon enough in the next chapter briefly. Iris himself didn't discover anything, no matter how much he stared at them, trying to catch some clue from their mysterious conversation. He convinced himself it wasn't anything serious because they smiled often. But it could have been something personal, hidden, intimate, perhaps even strange. Imagine a thread of jokes or a long story, something unrelated to them, and still, it could be theirs in the beginning. Because there are moments in life when the content of the story doesn't matter, the joy of telling it and hearing it is what counts. That might have been the case here. Still, look how nature guides both small and great events, especially when fortune lends a hand. The conversation, which turned out to be so sweet, started from a feeling of boredom. The reason was a letter from Paulo, written to his brother, which Pedro happened to show Flora. He told her that he had also shown it to his mother, and that his mother had become very angry. "With you?" Flora asked. "No, with Paulo." "But what did the letter say?" Pedro read her the main part, which was almost the entire letter. It talked about the military issue. There was already this military issue, a conflict between generals and ministers, and Paulo's words were against the ministers. "But why did you show that letter to your mother?" "Mom wanted to know what he was saying to me." "And your mother got angry. There you go. Maybe she'll scold him." "All the better. Paulo needs to be corrected. But tell me, why is it that you always defend my brother? So I can also have the right to defend you." "Then he's already been talking badly about me?" Flora wanted to say yes, then no, but in the end, she stayed quiet. She changed the subject, asking why the two brothers didn't get along. Pedro denied they had any problems. On the contrary, they lived together just fine. They might not share the same opinions, and it could be that they had the same taste. From there, saying that both of them loved her was only a comma away. Pedro put a full stop. This clever man was also shy. Later, he realized that staying quiet had been the better choice, and he gave himself a mental pat on the back for it. But that wasn't true. He hadn't really chosen anything at all. I'm not saying this to make him look worse. No, it's just that fear leads to the right decision many times, and it's necessary to leave this thought here. The argument came next. Flora didn't reply anymore, and if it were up to her, she wouldn't have eaten dinner. She felt so sorry for the other man. Luckily, that other man was none other than the one sitting right there, with his eyes present, his hands present, his words present. It wasn't long before anger gave way to charm, gentleness, and deep affection. Blessed are those who remain, for they shall be rewarded. Chapter 52. Here is the secret. This is what the conspiracy was all about. As they walked down the street, returning from San Clemente, Pedro finally had the chance to tell the young woman something important. Until then, he had spent most of his time writing a letter and having dinner. He said, "Aunt told us at home that Donna Claudia shared a secret with her. Don't tell anyone that your father is about to be appointed provincial president." Flora replied, "I don't know anything about that, but I don't believe it. My father is a conservative." Pedro went on. Donna Claudia told Aunt that he is actually a liberal, almost a radical. It seems the presidency is certain. She asked Aunt to keep it a secret, and when Aunt told us, she also asked us not to say anything. "I'm asking you the same thing. Please don't tell anyone, but it's true." Flora asked, "True how? My father doesn't side with liberals." "You don't know how conservative he really is. If he defends them, it's only because he's tolerant." Pedro said, "If the province were Rio de Janeiro, I would be happy, because we wouldn't have to move to Praia Grande. And if he went there, the trip would only take half an hour. I could visit every day." Flora asked, "Would you really do that?" Pedro answered, "Let's bet on it." After a moment, Flora said, "What's the point if there's no presidency?" Pedro replied, "Just imagine there is." Flora said, "That's asking too much to imagine there's a presidency, and that the province is Rio." "No, there's nothing like that." Pedro said, "Then imagine only half of it, that there is a presidency, but it's in Mato Grosso." Flora shivered. Even though she didn't believe her father would be appointed, just hearing the name of that distant province made her tremble. Pedro mentioned other faraway places like Amazonas, Para, Piauí. It felt like endless miles away. If her father did well in such a place, he might not come back for a long time. Flora started to give in a little. She thought it might be possible, even terrible, but she kept those thoughts to herself, deep in her heart. Suddenly, Pedro almost stopped walking and said, "If he goes, he'll ask the government for a job as his secretary and go with him." The flickering light from the shop windows, reflecting on Flora's face as they passed by, mixed with the glow of the street lamps, showed clearly the emotion in that promise. You could feel that Flora's heart must have been beating fast. Soon, however, her mind began to wander to something else. Natividad would never agree to it. Besides, he was just a student. It simply couldn't be. She thought about the scandal that might follow. What if he ran away, got on a ship, and followed her? All of this played out in her head silently. Flora wasn't surprised by how much and how boldly she was thinking. It felt as natural as breathing or walking. She didn't even realize how much time she was spending imagining and then dismissing ideas. One thing was certain. All of this gave her more pleasure than pain. By her side, Pedro walked along quietly, his eyes on the ground, his thoughts lost in the clouds. He didn't know what to say in the middle of such a long silence. Still, to him, this seemed like the only way out. He had stopped thinking about becoming president of Rio de Janeiro. All he wanted now was to be with her, anywhere far away from the capital, without his brother. The hope that they might be sent away together, even to the remotest corner of the empire, took root in Pedro's heart. Yes, Paula wouldn't go with them. Their mother would never allow herself to be left alone. Losing one son was hard enough, losing both was unthinkable. To anyone who sees this moment of inner talk as selfish, I ask you, in the name of your own family and friends who are now in heaven, to consider carefully the reasons behind it. Think about the young man's state of mind, the closeness of the girl he loved, the deep roots and bright blossoms of passion, Pedro's age itself, the sickness of the land he lived in, and yet also its beauty. Think, too, about the will of heaven, which watches over all creatures who love each other unless, of course, only one truly loves the other, in which case heaven becomes nothing but a pit of injustice. Though I don't expect you to care for that image. Consider everything, my friend. Let me continue telling the story, however poorly, about what happened during that short walk between the two houses. When they finally arrived, they began to speak out loud. Upstairs, as you have seen, they kept talking, until the subject of the presidency came up again. Flora noticed how carefully Ayres looked at them, as if he were trying to guess what they had been discussing. He felt as if he weren't really there, listening and speaking, finally promising to do something for her. Ayres could. Yes, he was his friend, and everyone held him in high regard. Ayres could step in and stop the plan for the presidency. Without meaning to or even fully understanding why, he said exactly that with his eyes to the old diplomat. He would look away, but his eyes would drift back on their own, repeating the silent conversation, perhaps even asking something that Ayres couldn't quite grasp, but that must have been important. Maybe they reflected her distress, or whatever pain was hidden inside her. It was possible. The truth is that Ayres began to feel curious. As soon as Pedro left his seat to answer his mother's call, Ayres got up and went to talk to the young woman. Flora, already standing, barely had time to exchange a few words, the kind that can't be interrupted without some discomfort or awkwardness, at the very least. Ayres asked her if she had ever told him that he had the ability to guess things. "No, sir," she replied. "Well, I do. I just guessed that you want to tell me a secret." Flora was surprised. Not wanting to deny it or admit it outright, she told him that he had only guessed half of it. "And the other half is?" "The other half is asking you for a favor, as a friend." "Ask away." "No, not now. We're about to leave. Mom and Papa are saying their goodbyes. Only if we talk on the way. Would you like to come with us to San Clemente?" "With great pleasure." Chapter 53. Understand this clearly. It wasn't that he felt more or less pleasure in doing it. It was a social obligation, especially since Flora had asked him, though perhaps discreetly. That there might have been some curiosity on his part to learn a secret or two, I won't deny that, and neither would you, nor would he himself. After a few moments, Ayres began to feel how this young woman awakened in him certain silent voices that were long gone, interrupted, or never even born voices of a father. The twins had never given him such a feeling before, except perhaps because they were Natividade's children. Here, it wasn't the mother, it was Flora herself, her gestures, her way of speaking, and perhaps even her fate. But it seems to me that this time, she's really caught. She's finally made her choice, Ayres thought. Flora spoke to him about the presidency, but she didn't ask him to keep it a secret like other people might have. She admitted to him that she didn't want to leave, no matter where they went, and ended by saying that everything now depended on them. Only he could convince her father not to accept the position as provincial president. Ares found the request so absurd that he nearly laughed, but he held back. Flora's words were serious and filled with sadness. Ares replied gently that he had no power to influence the decision. "You have a lot of influence. Everyone listens to your advice," she said. "But I don't give advice to anyone," Ares quickly replied. "Consejero is just a title the emperor gave me because he believed I deserved it. It doesn't mean I must go around offering advice. I would only advise him if he asked for it. Imagine if I went to a man's house or called him to mind to tell him not to become the president of a province. What reason could I possibly give?" The girl had no reasons, only a desperate need. She appealed to the former minister's talents, saying he would surely find a good reason. In fact, reasons weren't even necessary. His very presence, the skill God had given him to please people, to move them, to influence them, and to get what he wanted, that alone would be enough. Ares saw that she was exaggerating to win him over, and he didn't think badly of it. Still, he argued against such praise, denying those qualities and virtues she claimed he possessed. God had not given him any talent, he said, but the young woman kept insisting so firmly that Ares gave up arguing and made a promise instead. "I will think about it. Tomorrow or the day after, if I find some way, I will try to help with this matter." It was just a way to calm her down. It was also a way to end the conversation, since they were already close to home. But he had not counted on Flora's father, who at that very moment insisted on showing him something new, though it was actually something old, a document with diplomatic value. "Come on, come upstairs. Just 5 minutes, counselor." Ares sighed quietly and bowed his head to fate. "You can't fight against it, you might say. The best thing is to let it grab you by the hair and drag you wherever it wants to take you, up or down." Batista didn't even give him time to think. He was full of excuses. "5 minutes and you'll be free of me, but I promise you, it'll make it worth your while." The office was small, with few books but good ones, serious furniture, a portrait of Batista in his presidential uniform, a calendar on the desk, a map on the wall, and some souvenirs from his time as provincial governor. While Ares looked around, Batista went to get the document. He opened a drawer, took out a folder, opened the folder, and pulled out the document, which was not alone, but together with others. It was easy to see it was old, a yellowed paper, partly eaten away. It was a letter from the Count of Oeiras, written to the Portuguese minister in the Netherlands. It's the day of old things, Ares thought. The signboard, the inkwell, this autograph. The letter is important, Batista said, but it's long. We can't read it now. Would you like to take it with you? Before Ares could answer, Batista picked up a large envelope and put the manuscript inside, writing on the outside, "To my most excellent friend, Counselor Ares." While he did this, Ares looked at the titles of some books. Among them were 2 reports from Batista's presidency, beautifully bound. "Don't give me credit for that luxury," the former president replied quickly. It was actually a gift from the government's secretariat, something they had never done for anyone before. They were a very distinguished group of people. He walked over to the bookshelf and pulled out one of the official reports so they could take a closer look. Once it was open, he showed off the printing and the decorative illustrations. When read, the report revealed both the writing style and, on the other side, the financial success of the administration. Batista only looked at the final numbers. Expenses came to 1,294 contos and 790,000 reais. Revenue reached 1,544 contos and 209,000 reais, leaving a surplus of 249 contos and 419,000 reais. He explained the surplus out loud, saying it came from changes in some services and a small tax increase. He also reduced the provincial debt, which he had found at 384 contos, down to 350 contos. During his time in office, he ordered new construction projects and important repairs, and even began work on a bridge. The binding matches the content, Ayres said, wrapping up his inspection. Batista closed the book and then said he wouldn't leave without asking Ayres something first. "Everything is backwards," he added. "In the morning I answer questions, but now at night it's me who asks them." That was how the conversation started, but as always, it wasn't far from small talk to deeper matters. For him, the most important part of their talk was yet to come. Unable to find the text he wanted in the prayer book, he showed Ayres instead a seal, a gold pen, and a copy of the criminal code. The code itself was old, but still worth about 30 new ones, not because it looked better, but because it contained handwritten notes made by a great legal scholar, someone named so-and-so. Although the counselor had spent much of his life abroad, he didn't know much about the man who wrote the notes. But as soon as he heard the word great, his expression changed to one of respect. He picked up the book carefully and read some of the notes with deep admiration. During all this, Batista took a moment to catch his breath. He put together a sentence to start the conversation, and all he needed was for Ayres to close the book so he could say it. But Ayres kept taking his time going through the pages of the law code. It wasn't out of any kind of meanness, not at all. There was something special about Ayres' eyes, not so unusual really, since others probably had the same quiet habit. His eyes stayed on the page, but in truth, he was no longer reading. Time, people, life itself, memories from long ago all came sneaking up behind the book he held, peeking out at him. Ayres began to see a Rio de Janeiro that no longer existed, or maybe only remembered. And it wasn't just judges and defendants from the past, it was walks down the street, parties. Old friends now gone, young men who once were full of life but now, like him, showed signs of age and wear. Batista cleared his throat. Ayres came back to the present and read a few notes the other man must have already known by heart. But they were so deep, so thoughtful. Finally, he looked at the binding, saw that the book was in good shape, closed it gently, and returned it to the shelf. Batista didn't waste a second. He jumped right into the topic, afraid that Ayres might pick up another book. "I have to admit," he said, "I'm more of a conservative person by nature." "I keep old things too," Ayres replied. No, Batista went on. "I mean politically. Really, there are opinions, and then there's temperament. A man can easily have a temperament that's the opposite of his ideas. If you compare my ideas with political programs around the world, they lean more toward the liberal side, even very liberal. Universal suffrage, for example, is to me the foundation of a good representative government. Yet the liberals of the past asked for, and even created, a census-based voting system. Today I've moved ahead of them. I accept what we have now, but before this century ends, we really must review a couple of articles in the Constitution, maybe 2 or 3. Aris tried to hide his surprise. Here he was, being asked for his opinion at this late hour. A full political confession. Batista kept talking, still making the point about the difference between temperament and ideas. Some old friends, who were familiar with his dual nature, both moral and mental, kept insisting that he should accept the presidency. But he was not interested. Frankly, what did the counselor think about it? Honestly, I think you are wrong. Wrong about what? About refusing. Actually, I haven't refused anything yet. There's been a lot of talk going in that direction, and my wish, he added, making himself clearer, is that my wise and good friends tell me whether this move would be smart or not. It doesn't seem like it to me. I believe it is. So if the situation were with you. With me, it couldn't happen. You know, I'm no longer part of this world, and politically, I've never played any real role. Diplomacy has a way of distancing an official from political parties, leaving him so removed from them that it becomes almost impossible to give a true opinion, or at least one with certainty. But you just said what you think. Yes, I did. That I can accept a presidency if it's offered? Yes, a presidency is something you can accept. Well then, know this. You're the only person in society I open up to so freely. The presidency has already been offered to me. Accept it. Accept it. It's accepted. Already. The decree will be signed on Saturday. Then let me also offer my congratulations. Strictly speaking, the idea didn't come from the ministry itself. On the contrary, the ministry hesitated until they found out that I was removed from office precisely because I did not persecute the liberals years ago. As soon as they learned that, they accepted the suggestion from political leaders, and not long after, I received this note. The note was in his pocket, inside his wallet. Most people, excited by news of their upcoming appointment, might have taken time searching through papers to find such a letter. But Batista had a natural sense for handling documents. He calmly took out his wallet, opened it without rushing, and pulled out the minister's note inviting him to a private meeting. During that conversation, everything was settled. Chapter 54. Finally, alone. Finally alone. When Aris found himself on the street, by himself, free, untethered, left to his own devices, without chains or concerns, he breathed deeply. He started talking to himself, but soon stopped when he remembered Flora. Everything she had tried to prevent was about to happen. Her father was going to take up a presidency, and she would go with him. Her newfound feelings for the young Pedro would come to a halt halfway through. Still, he did not regret what he had said, or even more so, what he had chosen not to say. The dice were cast. Now it was time to think about something else. Chapter 55. The woman is the ruin of man. As he said goodbye, Aris paused to reflect a thought I now share here, just in case any reader might have had the same one. His reflection came from a place of surprise. What surprised him was how someone so stubborn, so used to resisting his wife's urging, had so easily given up his old ways. He couldn't make sense of it at first. But later, when he heard the full story, everything became clear. The first steps toward the man's change had actually come from the woman herself. A woman is the downfall of a man. said some social philosopher. May be proud on. In this case, it was the widow of the former president who quietly worked behind the scenes to arrange her second marriage. When the man finally found out about her plans, all the arrangements were already in motion. There was nothing left for him to do but agree and go through with it. Still, it wasn't easy for him. The noise of judgment from others already rang in his ears. His soul felt lost, confused. But his wife stood by him, guiding and supporting him. And within just a few hours, Batista saw clearly and made up his mind. "We're standing at the door of the third reign," Donna Claudia reminded him calmly. "And surely the Liberal Party won't give up power anytime soon. Their people are strong, and the times favor liberalism. Even you can see that." "Yes, even me," Batista sighed. Donna Claudia didn't sigh. Instead, she celebrated her small victory. Her husband's silence was the first sign of agreement. She didn't say it out loud in a harsh or obvious way, nor did she show wild excitement. She kept speaking with calm reason and steady will. Feeling her support, Batista moved closer to the edge and finally jumped into the unknown. He did it not with charm, but also not without grace. Even though his decision had been influenced by his wife, he still carried a desire of his own one that she had awakened and given life to. That's why, in the end, he claimed ownership of the choice and even admitted it openly. This was Eyre's conclusion, as written in his journal. And it may well be yours too, if you like to draw your own conclusions. Here, I saved you the trouble of doing what heirs often had to do. I did not force you to figure out on your own what sometimes requires careful thought. A truly attentive reader, one who really thinks things through, has 4 stomachs in their brain. They let actions and facts pass through and circle back again and again until they finally uncover the truth that was either hidden or seemed to be hidden. Chapter 56. The next day brought big news to young Flora. The decree would be signed on Saturday. The presidency was moving to the north. Donna Claudia did not notice how pale Flora had become, nor did she feel her daughter's cold hands. She kept talking about the matter and what the future might hold. Flora tried to sit down but nearly fell. Her mother rushed to help. "What is it? What's wrong with you?" Donna Claudia asked. "Nothing, Mama." "It's nothing," Flora replied. Her mother made her sit. It was just a dizzy spell. It passed. Donna Claudia held a cloth soaked in vinegar under Flora's nose and gently rubbed her wrists. Flora gave a small smile. "This Saturday?" she asked softly. "The decree? Yes, this Saturday. But don't tell anyone yet. These are our cabinet secrets. This is certain. Finally, someone has done us justice. Probably the Emperor himself. Tomorrow, you will come with me to buy some things. Make a list of what you need." But Flora didn't want to go. That was all she could think about now. Since the decree was about to be signed, there was no point in trying to stop the appointment anymore. All that was left for her was to stay. But how? Children's dreams can take any shape during sleep. It wouldn't be easy, but maybe it also wouldn't be impossible. Flora believed in everything. Her thoughts stayed fixed on errors, and now also on nativity. The two of them might be able to do something, or rather, the three of them, if you counted the Baron, and if his sister-in-law came too, then four. Add to those four the 5 stars of the Southern Cross, the 9 muses, angels, and archangels, virgins, and martyrs. Bring them all together, and they might still pull off this simple act, keeping Flora from going away to the province. These were vague hopes, quick as thoughts, replacing the sadness that had covered the girl's face. Meanwhile, her mother, thinking the vinegar had helped, put the glass stopper back into the bottle and placed it on the dressing table. "Make a list of what you need," she said again to her daughter. "No, Mama, I don't need anything." "Yes, you do. I know exactly what you need." Chapter 57. The chapter would not be about packages or shopping lists, but it is through these small things that life moves forward. Both women left the house that day, one light on her feet, the other heavy with thought. They walked together toward the stores, planning to buy everything they needed for their trip and for daily life. Donna Claudia thought carefully about the dresses she would wear for official events and visits. She also imagined the perfect outfit for the moment they stepped off the ship. Her husband had asked her to pick out a few ties. But above all, hats were at the top of their list. In her opinion, a woman's hat showed the true taste, style, and culture of a society. She said, without much belief, that accepting a presidency was not worth it if you ended up wearing dull hats, though deep down, she believed the honor itself would make even the plainest hat look good. They were standing in a hat shop on Rua do Ouvidor. They sat down, looking around with interest, when the real reason for this chapter walked through the door. It was Paulo, the twin brother, who had arrived the night before by train. As soon as he heard they were out shopping, he came looking for them. "The gentleman," both ladies exclaimed. "I arrived this morning," he replied. Flora stood up quickly, surprised and excited to see Paulo so suddenly. He went straight to them, shook their hands warmly, asked after their health, and noticed how well they both looked, full of energy and happiness. That impression was true. Flora now had a sparkle in her eyes and a smile that lit up her face, a sharp contrast to the sadness that had filled her earlier that morning. "I've been hearing news about you from Mama, and sometimes from Pedro too," he said. Turning to Donna Claudia, he added, "I received 2 letters from you. How is Dr. Has fine. Well, finally here I am." Paulo looked back and forth between the 2 women, but his attention naturally focused more on Flora. Soon he was almost entirely focused on her alone. Donna Claudia returned to choosing hats, while Flora, who had quietly given her opinion with small nods until then, stopped even that last gesture. Paulo sat down on the chair that an employee had brought him and kept his eyes on the young woman. They talked about small things, some personal, others not, anything that would allow them to stay close without making it obvious. Paulo was the same person he had always been, just like Pedro, but with something different, a subtle quality that she couldn't quite understand or put into words. It was like a secret. Maybe Pedro had one too. Donna Claudia interrupted them from time to time, especially when they were choosing things. But everything comes to an end, even picking out hats. After that, they moved on to dresses. Paulo, who didn't know he would be leading them from store to store, was happy for the chance to walk with them. He told stories from São Paulo, though they weren't very interesting to Flora. The news she shared about her friends wasn't all that important either. But none of that mattered. What mattered were the two people talking. The street helped them get lost in each other. The people walking by, ladies and gentlemen, whether they stopped or kept going, gave them something to talk about. Soon, those little side stories began to fade into silence. Both of them walked with their eyes wandering and their heads held high. His more than hers, because a touch of sadness was starting to push away the joy that had lit up her face just a moment before. On Gonçalves Dias Street, heading toward Largo da Carioca, Paulo saw 2 or 3 politicians from São Paulo. They were Republicans, probably landowners. Since he had left them behind there earlier, he was surprised to see them here, not realizing that the last time he saw them, they were already far away. "Do you know them?" he asked the 2 women. No, they didn't. Paulo told them the names. The mother might have asked something about politics, but she realized she had forgotten something, noticed she hadn't bought it, and suggested they turn back. Both agreed easily, even as a shadow of sadness settled more deeply on the girl's face. Those packages already looked like travel tickets. The ship would not be late. They would run to pack, to make arrangements, to say goodbye, to the cabin on the ship, to seasickness, and to that other sickness of land and sea that would surely kill her, Flora believed. That is why the silence between them grew, a silence that Paulo could barely break from time to time. And yet, she was fine with him. She liked to hear him say things some new. Others old memories from before he left for São Paulo. They walked on, led by Dona Claudia, who almost forgot they were even there. In the middle of their broken conversation, which he seemed more interested in than she did, Paulo felt the urge to ask her, whispering in her ear on the street, whether she had thought of him, or at least dreamed of him a few nights. If she said no, he would let out his anger, throwing harsh words at her. If she ran, he would run too, until he caught her by the ribbons of her hat or the sleeve of her dress. But instead of hurting her, he would dance with her a waltz by Strauss or a polka by. Soon after, he would laugh at these wild thoughts. Because, despite the girl's sadness, the eyes she raised to his were those of someone who had dreamed and thought a lot about him, and now wondered if he was the same as in her dreams and thoughts. That's how it seemed to the law student. That is why, when he turned his face away, it was only to try again, to look once more into her eyes with that same sharp, questioning spirit. As for how long the 3 of them spent in that flurry of shopping and choosing, comparing and looking, there is no record and no need for one. Time is the job of clocks, and none of them checked the watch they carried. Chapter 58. Well then, you have just seen how Flora welcomed Pedro's brother, the same way she had welcomed Paulo's brother before. Both were like messengers sent by fate. Paulo thought Flora looked even more beautiful than she had a few months earlier. That very afternoon, in São Clemente, he told her so with a warm and friendly remark. "You have gotten even prettier." Flora felt the same about the law student, but she kept her feelings to herself. Maybe it was the sadness she carried, or some other private emotion, that made her feel shy at first. It didn't take long, though, for her to see him again in him, and for both of them to ease the ache of missing each other. Now, How exactly people soothe the pain of longing is not something easy to explain. There's no weapon or fire, no rope or poison involved, yet the feeling fades away sometimes even before 3 days pass only to come back to life again. Some say that even when those feelings are gone, they still taste sweet, sweeter than anything else. But this detail isn't important here, and I don't want to go deeper into it, even though I probably should. Their longing began to fade not all at once, and not right away but slowly, gently, until Paulo accepted the invitation to stay for dinner. It was the day he arrived. Nativity wanted him close, sitting next to Pedro, hoping that sharing a meal would help strengthen the peace that distance had started. Paulo didn't even bother sending word ahead. He stayed there with the lovely girl, between her father and mother, who were lost in thoughts about something else, something close in time, but far away in place. Flora, knowing what was on her mind, went from joy to boredom, shifting between emotions without warning. Paulo couldn't understand these sudden changes. Every now and then, seeing his mother restless and distracted, but with a different kind of look in her eyes, he would ask Flora what was wrong. Instead of answering, Flora once passed her hand over her eyes and sat still for a few moments with them closed. What the law student should have done was move her hand aside, lean in closer, really close, and ask again in a way where his expression said everything, making words unnecessary. If that thought crossed his mind, he didn't act on it. She didn't give him more time than the question itself. "What's wrong?" "Nothing," Flora replied. "You've got something on your mind," he insisted, reaching out to take her hand. But he didn't finish the gesture, didn't even really start it. He only opened and closed his fingers in the air while Flora smiled, trying to shake off her sadness, and stayed there, lost in thoughts of the past. Chapter 59. The night of the 14th, everything became clear at the Santos family home. The former provincial president admitted his hopes for a new appointment, and his wife confirmed that the event was imminent. The news, which Dona Claudia had only shared in secret just hours before, was now out in the open. There were no more secrets to keep. Paulo found out everything then, and Pedro, who already knew some of the details, learned the rest. Both naturally felt that their separation from Flora was near. The pain made them friends, if only for a moment, such as one of the gentle powers of sorrow. I no longer recall who once said the opposite, that a shared hatred is what truly binds two people. I believe that may be true too, but it doesn't make my idea less real, because both can exist at once. Besides, their pain had not yet turned into despair. In fact, there was even a small comfort for the twins. The girl would be far away from both of them. Neither would have the exclusive joy of being close to her. There is no such thing as pure misfortune. Every bad thing carries a bit of good with it, which is why suffering can sometimes be useful, even necessary, and occasionally strangely sweet. Both young men wanted to speak with Flora alone, to understand her feelings about this now certain separation, but neither got the chance. They watched each other carefully. Whenever they spoke to her, it was always together, and only about ordinary, everyday things. Flora's gestures gave nothing away. Her true feelings stayed hidden. Her mood might have been cheerful, sad, or indifferent, but no one could tell. Truthfully, she spoke very little. Even her eyes didn't reveal much. More than once, Pedro noticed her looking at Paulo, and he groaned inside, hurt by what he saw as preference. But soon after, he himself was the one receiving her attention, and that gave him relief. Then it was Paulo's turn to feel bitterness, though only in his heart. Natividade, fully absorbed in hosting her New Year's Eve gathering, the last party of the year, didn't notice at first the emotional storm brewing among the three young people. But when she finally did, she began to feel it too. Slowly, the guests started to leave. There weren't many of them, and the atmosphere had remained intimate throughout the evening. When most of the guests had left, only a small group remained. 3 or 4 men gathered in one corner of the room, chatting and laughing over witty remarks and amusing stories. They weren't talking about politics, even though there was plenty to discuss on that subject. The young women, meanwhile, were exchanging thoughts for the second or third time about the big ball that had taken place recently. They also spoke about music and theater, about the upcoming parties in Petropolis, about who was going that year and who would only make the trip in January. Natividade moved from one group to another, until finding a quiet moment with Ayres. She shared with him her worries about her son's feelings for Flora, and at the same time, her joy at the thought that a long separation might be near. The counselor didn't disagree with either her fear or her hope. "She's hoping that Batista gets the position and takes his daughter away," she said. "Certainly, but what? He will surely take her, but you might not know that girl as well as you think. I believe she's a good person." "I think so too. But kindness doesn't always go hand in hand with the rest of someone's character. Flora, as I told you some time ago, is quite a mystery. It's too late now to explain why I feel that way, but I'll tell you later. Just notice how much I enjoy her company. There's something unique about Hera's strange mix of being so human and yet so different from the world, so dreamy and yet ambitious at the same time, though her ambition is hidden, hard to see. Forgive me if my words sound clumsy or confusing." "Until tomorrow," he said, offering her his hand. "Tomorrow I'll come back and explain better." Explain now, while the others are still laughing at some joke. Indeed, the men were laughing at some funny comment or play on words. Ayres wanted to speak, but he held back and excused himself. The explanation, he said, would be long and complicated, and it wasn't urgent. "I'm not even sure if I fully understand myself, Baroness, or if what I'm saying is true." "It might be. Anyway, my dear friend, until tomorrow or until Petropolis. When do you expect to leave for the city?" "Around the end of the year. So we will see each other a few more times." "Yes, and if you don't see me, I want you to meet my boys. Please welcome them and treat them well. They think highly of you. They give you all the credit you deserve. Pedro says you are the sharpest mind, and Paulo says you are the strongest man in our land." Ayres smiled and gave a small bow of thanks. "Look how you raised them, teaching them to think wrong," he said with a laugh. Me? Strong? The strongest and the sharpest." The last guests in the house came to say goodnight to the lady of the house. 10 minutes later, Ayres said goodbye to the Santos couple. The night was clear and calm. Ayres thought back on part of the evening so he could write it down in his journal. He only wrote a few lines, but they were interesting, and Flora was at the center of it all. Let the devil try to understand her if he can. I, who am less than him, can never seem to figure her out. Yesterday she seemed to care for one of them. Today she wanted the other. Just before we said our goodbyes, she wanted both. I have seen such shifting feelings before, feelings that are both one way and the other at the same time. I myself have been both kinds of person, and still I understood myself. But that girl, that young woman, maybe it's because they are twins. That might explain why she feels pulled in two directions. Or perhaps one lacks something the other has. And she, enjoying what both offer, just can't seem to choose once and for all. It sounds strange, I know. But what's less strange is the idea that, if these two, born to be enemies, find in this same girl a small field for their hatred, then that would explain them, not her. Whatever the reason, our political system has its uses. The provincial presidency, by moving Flora away for a while, will take her out of this confusing situation, like the donkey of Burden. When she returns, the water will be drunk and the grain eaten. A government order will help nature along. After writing that, Eros got into bed, recited an ode from his Horace, and closed his eyes. Still, he couldn't fall asleep. Then he tried reading a page from a Cervantes, another from his Erasmus. He closed his eyes again and again, until finally, sleep came. The sun had barely risen. By 5:40 in the morning, he was already on his feet. In November, you know, the days are long. Chapter 60. Early morning, the 15th. When something like that happened to him, Eros had a habit of leaving home early to get some air. It didn't always work. But this time, he went to Paseo Público. He arrived at 7:30, walked in, climbed up to the terrace, and looked out at the sea. The sea was rough. Eros began walking along the terrace, listening to the waves, stopping every now and then to lean over the edge and watch them crash and pull back. He liked them like this. He saw in them a kind of strong soul that pushed them to frighten the land. The water, twisting in on itself, gave him a feeling not just of life, but of a real person, one with nerves and muscles, and even a voice shouting out its anger. After a while he grew tired and went down to the lake, into the trees, and wandered around without purpose, remembering people and events from the past. Eventually, he sat down on a bench. He noticed that the few people there were not sitting as usual, staring into space, reading newspapers, or dozing after a sleepless night. They stood in groups, talking to each other. And those who came in joined the conversation, without knowing who was speaking. That's how it seemed to him, at least. He caught a few words here, and there: Diodoro, battalions, countryside, ministry, and so on. Some of these words were said loudly enough that they seemed to reach him on purpose, as if trying to spark his curiosity and gain another listener for their news. I can't say for sure that this was the case, since the day was still young and the people were strangers. Eros himself, if he suspected anything, didn't tell anyone. He didn't even try to listen closely to catch the rest of the talk. Instead, remembering something personal, he took out his notebook and wrote a quick note in pencil. That was enough for the curious crowd to start moving away, not without throwing in a few words of prize, some for the government, others for the army. It was possible he was a friend of one side or the other. When Eros left Paseo Público, he already suspected something, and made his way to Largo de Carioca. A few hushed words, people standing still, surprised faces, shadows quickly changing direction, but no clear or complete news yet. On Ovador Street, he learned that the military had started a revolution. He heard descriptions of the march, the people involved, and conflicting news reports. He returned to the square, where 3 handsome cabs competed for his attention. He got into the one closest to him and told the driver to head to Catate. He didn't ask the driver anything, but the man began telling him everything and more. He spoke about a revolution, 2 ministers killed, one who'd escaped, and the others taken prisoner. The emperor, captured in Petropolis, was coming down from the mountains. Ares looked at the driver, whose words were delicious with fresh news. This man was not unknown to him. Ares had seen him before, not in a handsome cab, but on the street or in a room, at church or on a boat. Sometimes he looked like a man, sometimes like a woman, dressed in silk or cotton. Ares wanted to know more. He showed interest and curiosity, and finally asked if what the driver was saying was really true. The driver said he had heard it all from a man he had picked up on Invalido Street and taken to Gloria Square. That man had been terrified, unable to speak clearly, only begging the driver to hurry and promising to pay double. And he had paid. Maybe that man was involved in the trouble, Ares suggested. Could be, the driver replied. He was wearing his hat pushed down low, and at first I thought his hands were covered in blood. But then I looked closer and saw it was mud. Still, now that I think about it, it might have been blood. Mud doesn't look quite like that. Anyway, he paid double for the ride. And rightly so. The city isn't safe right now, and people risk a lot just driving folks around. They arrived at Ares' door just then. He told the driver to stop, paid the fare, and got out. As he climbed the stairs, his mind naturally turned to the possible events unfolding. At the top, he found his servant, who already knew everything, and asked if it was true. What do you mean, true, Jose? It's more than true. They killed 3 ministers? No, only one was hurt. I heard it was more than that. Some said 10 people were dead. The death is a phenomenon just like life itself. Perhaps the dead continue to live in any case. Do not pray for their souls because you are not a good Catholic, Joseph. Chapter 61. How could Ares, after hearing about the death of 2 or 3 ministers, only mention one being wounded when correcting the news told by the servant? There were only 2 possible explanations, either out of a noble feeling of compassion, or because he believed that all public news grows by at least 2/3. Whatever the reason, the version about the injury was the only true one. Not long after, a stretcher passed through Catate Street carrying a wounded minister. Knowing that the others were alive and well, and that the emperor was expected back from Petropolis, he did not believe in the political change the Tilbury driver and the servant Jose had spoken about. He put it all down to a movement that would end with nothing more than a change of personnel. We have a new cabinet, he thought to himself. He had lunch calmly, reading Xenophon. I once considered how many republics have been overthrown by citizens who wanted a different kind of government, and how many monarchies and oligarchies have been destroyed by popular uprisings, and of those who rise to power. Some are quickly overthrown, while others, if they last, are admired for being skillful and fortunate. You know the author's conclusion. which supports the idea that people are hard to govern, but soon after. The figure of Cyrus destroys that conclusion, showing a single man who ruled over millions, whom they not only feared, but even fought to please. All of this in Greek, and with such calm that he finished lunch without finishing the first chapter. Chapter 62. Stop at the D. But your excellency is having lunch, the servant said on the staircase, landing to someone who wanted to speak with the counselor. It wasn't true, Ayres had just finished eating. But the servant knew his master liked to enjoy a cigar after lunch, without being disturbed. Now he was lying on the couch, and heard the conversation from the stairs. The visitor insisted on saying just a few words. It's not possible. Well, I'll wait. As soon as His Excellency finishes. It's better to come back later. Don't you live right across the street? Come back in an hour or two. The visitor was Custodio, and he went home. But the old diplomat, knowing who it was, didn't wait until he finished his cigar. He told the servant to call Custodio in. Custodio left, hurried, climbed the stairs and came in, surprised. What's going on, Mr. Custodio? Ayres asked him. Are you starting revolutions now? I, sir? Oh, sir, if your excellency only knew. If I knew what? Custodio explained. Let's summarize what he said. The day before needing to go downtown, Custodio stopped by Rua da Assembleia, where they were painting a sign for his business. It was already late. The painter had stopped working. Only part of the letters were painted the word Confiteria Pastry Shop and the letter D. The letter O and the word Imperio Empire were only outlined in chalk. He liked the color and the look of the paint. He started to feel better about the whole thing and almost forgave the cost. He asked them to hurry. He wanted to put up the sign by Sunday. When he woke up that morning, he didn't immediately know what had happened in the city. But slowly, news began to arrive. He saw a battalion march by, and he believed those who said there was a revolution and vaguely mentioned a republic. At first, shocked, he forgot all about the sign. When he remembered it, he realized he needed to stop the painting. He quickly wrote a note and sent a shop assistant to the painter. The note only said, "Stop at the D indeed. There was no need to paint the rest, which would be wasted, nor lose the beginning, which might still be useful." There would always be a word to fill in the blank space. Stop at the D when the messenger returned. He brought news that the sign was ready. Did you see it with your own eyes? Yes, boss. Was the old name still written there? Yes, sir. It said exactly what you mentioned, Confiteria do Imperio. Custodio quickly slipped on his alpaca coat and rushed off to Rua da Assembleia. The sign was already up, covered by a piece of cheetah cloth, as if someone had tried to hide it from view. A few young men walking by had noticed it and wanted to tear it down. The painter had tried to stop them with kind words, but eventually decided it was better to simply cover it up. When the cloth was lifted, Custodio read the words clearly, Confiteria do Imperio. It was the same old name, the original one, the famous one, but now it felt like a mistake. He couldn't leave it up for even a single day, especially not on a busy street like Rua do Catete. You need to paint over all of this, he said. I don't understand. You mean you'll pay for the work first, and then I can paint something else? But what do you lose by just changing the last word? The rest can stay, even the D. Didn't you read my note? Your note came too late. And why did you paint it after everything that happened? You were in a hurry, and I got up at 5:30 in the morning to help you. By the time I heard the news, the sign was already done. Didn't you tell me you wanted it up by Sunday? I had to add extra drying agent to the paint. Besides the paint, I spent time and effort. Custodio wanted to refuse the work and have it redone. But the painter threatened to leave the confectionary's number and the owner's name on the sign and display it anyway, so that revolutionaries might break the windows on Rio de Janeiro. With no other choice, Custodio gave in. He asked the painter to wait, saying he would think of a replacement and, at the very least, request a discount. In the end, he managed to get a promise of a price reduction and went back home. As he walked along the street, he thought about what he was losing by changing the name of his business, a shop that everyone had known for so many years. Damn this revolution. What would he call it now? That was when he remembered his neighbor Ares, and he quickly went to talk to him.
Thank you for listening so far. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like our channel and click the bell to be notified whenever a new book is read. Have you heard of Machado de Assis? Machado de Assis, born in Rio de Janeiro in 1839, is considered one of the greatest writers in Brazilian literature and a master of psychological realism. He was a novelist, poet, playwright, and short story writer whose works explore the complexities of human behavior with irony, subtlety, and deep introspection. Among his most famous novels are Dom Casmurro, which questions truth and memory, and the posthumous memoirs of Brás Cubas, a satirical narrative told by a deceased man. Machado's literature often reflects the contradictions of Brazilian society, addressing issues like race, class, power, and identity in a sophisticated yet accessible style. Despite being born into poverty and facing racial prejudice, Machado de Assis rose to become the president of the Brazilian Academy of Letters and a symbol of literary excellence. His sharp wit and profound observations about society and the human soul make his works timeless and universally relevant. Today, he is recognized not only as a Brazilian icon, but also as a world-class author whose legacy continues to influence generations of writers and thinkers. Machado de Assis shows us that literature can be both elegant and critical, intimate and universal, humorous and profound. His stories remain as powerful and thought-provoking today as they were more than a century ago. Machado is a treasure of world literature, and through his voice, we discover the infinite layers of the human experience.